the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776, Zuji's Death, Part 1. Please rest assured, Your Highness, after receiving Shen Fei's full authorization, Su Jingzi and Shen Luan bowed simultaneously in response. On the battlefield, the most feared thing is arbitrary interference from above. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that a general is subject to the emperor's orders while on the battlefield. The situation in war is unpredictable. On the ever-changing battlefield, if one needs to ask for instructions repeatedly, victory is a miracle. Su Jingzi and Shen Luan were not sure of Shen Fei's military proficiency. In this situation, his non-interference was the best option. Shen Fei was very self-aware of his own military prowess. Countless battles throughout history have been lost due to reckless command. Of course, considering his own formidable strength and relying on his observation haki, it's not impossible for him to fight a battle. However, the problem was that, firstly, as the king of Tang, he naturally couldn't easily go on a campaign. Secondly, his goal was to unify the country. There would be many wars to come, and he couldn't be expected to intervene after becoming emperor. Moreover, Li Mi alone was a mere figure. Not to mention his current overwhelming advantage, even without the changes brought about by Shen Fei, Luo Yuang's strength during Wang Shicheng's reign would have been sufficient to defeat Li Mi. In the original novel, Wang Shicheng and Cao Zhuang engaged in intrigue, ultimately defeating Li Mi with Cao Zhuang's help. Let alone now. There's no need to worry too much about Dao Jian and Zhu Ji. We just need to hold our ground. Once we've dealt with the wagon army, we can deal with them. After delegating military power, Su Jingzi and Shen Luan immediately discussed the current situation facing Luo Yuang. With the support of the Song clique, the Tang dynasty had indeed become a thorn in the side of those who aspired to rule the country. However, only Li Mi had actually taken action. Some of the others, because their territories didn't border the Tang dynasty, could attack it even if they wanted to. You can't just ask them to borrow a passage through your territory. The term fake road to Takuo is well known. There are also some rebel forces that want to reap the benefits while others are still alive, letting others take action first, so that they can kill two birds with one stone. Dao Jian and Zhu Ji probably have the same idea now. Dao Jian was once a hero. He said that he rebelled against the Sui dynasty for the sake of the people of the world. If someone could bring peace to the world, he would rather give up everything he had and become a rich man. As a result, when Cao Zhuang helped him deal with the Li family, he became suspicious of Cao Zhuang and was captured. As for Zhu Ji, among the many rebel forces, Zhu Ji was the most despicable. Du Fuyi's Jianghui army already had a very bad reputation, but if compared with Zhu Ji's army, the Jianghui army's reputation was already very good. The Jianghui army killed and robbed everywhere, but under normal circumstances, they would not exterminate entire villages. But Zhu Ji's army was different. They killed entire villages, and more importantly, they ate people. Zhu Ji was a deeply ruthless individual. Initially an official of the Sui dynasty, he quickly turned bandit. Even now, as a separatist faction, he still engaged in banditry, and his subordinates were the most disorderly. In contrast, Du Fuyi's Jianghui army was slowly reforming. While the results weren't perfect, they were indeed changing. The very existence of Zhu Ji's army was also a reason Shen Fei deeply disliked Shen Jingzi. He constantly claimed to be working for the benefit of the people, but in reality, not only did Shen Jingzi not show up despite the devastation suffered by the Central Plains during the 16 Kingdoms period, but even now, with Zhu Ji's army being so brutal, Shen Jingzi hasn't done anything. Conversely, the Buddhist sect has been making continuous moves against Cao Zhuang, the Song clan, and Shen Jingzi, with the four great sages, Liao Kong, Ning Daoqi, and even Fan Qinghu and Shi Fixun personally taking part. Then there's the demon sect. They've also been constantly claiming their disaster for the world. But aside from a few exchanges between Shi Fixun and Kankan, the Shen Jingzi Buddhist sect hasn't made any moves against the Buddhist sect. They haven't even killed a single significant figure from the demon sect. Most of the demon sect's plans were thwarted by Shuanglong, and many of its experts were killed by Shuanglong. Military advisor Shen, I'm not sure if I should say something. After concluding their discussion, Su Xingzi and Shen Luan were leaving the sand table room in the side hall of the Imperial Palace when Su Xingzi suddenly stopped, looked at Shen Luan, and spoke slowly. Mr. Su, please feel free to speak. Shen Luan smiled gently. The king trusts you deeply. I hope you won't betray that trust. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your guidance. Luan will keep it in mind. After saying this, the two exchanged a glance and immediately separated. Both were intelligent people, and some things didn't need to be made explicit. Under normal circumstances, Shen Luan wouldn't have been sent to deal with Li Mi during this attack. After all, Shen Luan came from the Wagon Army. To be frank, even Li Shimin wouldn't have been so broad-minded. Just like when Li Shimin dealt with the Shuanglong, he directly transferred Li Jing and people like Qin Shubao who had connections with the Shuanglong. Shen Luan had initially wanted to avoid suspicion. However, Shen Fei refused, telling her that he believed in her and that even if she wanted to let Li Mi go, it wouldn't matter. He didn't care about Li Mi's life or death. This war was a matter of life and death for Li Mi. If he lost, even if he saved his life, he would have no chance of a comeback. Even better would have been if he had joined the Li clan, as in the original novel. Given Li Mi's refusal to yield to inferiority, he would have either been killed by the Li clan or betrayed them sooner or later. Call Bu Xianzi, Shen Luan instructed her maid upon returning to her residence. With the Dugu clan's annexation of Shen Fei, and the early deaths of Xiang Yushin, Xiao Xian, and others, the Jukan gang, relying on the Dugu clan's support, naturally defected to the Tang dynasty and fell into Shen Luan's hands. Yun Yushin's tactics were no match for Shen Luan's, and her previous actions had already disheartened many within the Jukan gang. Consequently, Shen Luan employed a subtle tactic to disintegrate the gang, splitting it into 3 parts. Among them, Chen Liao Mao and a group skilled in the art of mechanical engineering were recruited by Lu Maiozi to learn how to manufacture these devices and weapons. Another group, those with ambitions for further advancement, were recruited into Shen Luan's army. Finally, the Jukan gang's intelligence agency was absorbed into Luoyang. As for Yun Yuzhen, Shen Luan had directly arranged for her to enjoy the splendor and wealth of Luoyang. Now, along with Dong Shuni and Rong Jiao, she's known as one of Luoyang's 3 beauties, mingling daily with the rich and powerful. Luoyang is truly awash with beautiful women these days. With the exception of a few, the most elite beauties in the entire Tang dynasty are practically all here. Wang Bo, it seems he's still determined to make a comeback with a H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Shen Fei was speechless. Because of the Sihan Jingzhe's emperor selection, many representatives from other factions had arrived in Luoyang, such as Li Zuning, Song Jinggang, and Liu Hida. Of course, some factions, perhaps believing they had no chance of obtaining the H.I.E.L.D., had not sent anyone, such as Du Fuyi and Yu Wensi. Furthermore, some forces whose power had been nearly destroyed had also arrived in Luoyang, seemingly hoping to leverage the H.I.E.L.D's power to make a comeback. Among these, Wang Bo was the most active. Wang Bo, the Zhixilang, was the foremost master of the Changbei sect and the first to launch an uprising against the Sui dynasty. His uprising was immense, attracting now famous figures like Li Zidong and Shen Faxing. It's rumored that Du Fuyi also served under his command. Unfortunately, Wang Bo's ambitions were limited, and his lack of tolerance led many to abandon him after recognizing his true colors. Furthermore, he was targeted by the Sui army, severely weakening his position and forcing him to retreat to a remote corner. After Yang Guang's death, he attempted to re-emerge, but unfortunately, many other powerful figures emerged. After suffering heavy casualties, he issued a statement formally withdrawing from the struggle for supremacy. It now seems he was reluctant, but having already issued a statement, reneging on it would undoubtedly have been embarrassing. However, with a H.I.E.L.D., things were different. It could be said that he had been destined to succeed, and he had no choice but to do so. Shuang Zifang, the world's most talented woman, will perform. I really need to see her. Shen Fei had initially shown little interest in the banquet Wang Bo was trying to win over, but upon seeing Shuang Zifang, his curiosity piqued. Shi Qingxun was already quite impressive, but she wasn't exactly the world's most talented woman. It's quite lively here. At night, the Manking Tower was ablaze with lights, as bright as day. Shen Fei, arriving in a carriage, was immediately greeted by Wang Bo's warm welcome. This was Luoyang, Shen Fei's territory, after all. Wang Bo might have the final say in Changbei Mountain, but here, Shen Fei, had the final say. Wang Bo had paid a huge price to secure Manking Tower. It had originally been a brothel run by the Luoyang gang, but now it belonged to him. As for Sheng Wenlong, the former leader of the Luoyang gang, he had naturally been dealt with. Although Sheng Wenlong appeared to belong to the demon sect, he was actually from the Great Ming sect, a sect from the outer reaches of the Great Wall. Shen Fei would not spare a single member of the Great Ming sect by this point. The forces of the Great Ming sect and Luoyang had been completely neutralized. Although the main figures of the Great Ming sect are currently stationed outside the Great Wall, they have actually established numerous strongholds in the Central Plains. Luoyang and Chang'an are the most prominent, and there are also some in Chengdu, but Shen Fei has already assigned the Song clan to handle those there. I hope your brothel luck will be better today, Shen Fei said with a smile to Shuanglong, who had accompanied him after entering the private room. If something happened at Manqinglao today, it would basically confirm Shuanglong's brothel luck. Brooding house luck, what is that? Shan Wanjing, who was disguised as a man, immediately asked curiously. This time, Shen Fei was accompanied by Shuanglong, Kun Kan, Du Gafen, Shan Wanjing, Song Yazi, and Song, who were returning to the Song clan together. That's right, every time we go to a brothel, something goes wrong. There's never a single accident. Shuanglong's brothel luck didn't just come after they became famous. In fact, it existed when they were gangsters. However, back then, they were mostly chased by the brothel guards. Now, they were being chased by those who were hunting them. Then we'll wait and see today. Shan Wanjing smiled and nodded after hearing Cao Zhuang's words, as if eagerly anticipating something to happen. It's a good thing young Master Ba left early, otherwise today would have been a real commotion. The people Wang Bo had invited this time ranged from all walks of life, including many from beyond the Great Wall. For example, Tuli of the Turkic region had come to hunt down Ba Fenghan, who had stolen his fiancée and left a patch of green grassland above him. Perhaps because he lived in a place with green grasslands, Tuli didn't seem too bothered by this. It's also possible that his fiancée was Zhao Dayan's disciple, making it difficult for him to pursue the matter. Regardless, Ba Fenghan's actions were a challenge to his authority, and he would have to make him pay. Another possibility was that he was trying to curry favor with Bijuan. Ba Fenghan had killed Bijuan's senior disciple, and Bijuan had been sending men to hunt him down. This time, Ba Fenghan left because his pursuers had arrived. Tuoba Yu and Chunai Wei, along with the 18 cavalrymen personally trained by Bijuan, were pursuing Ba Fenghan. Ba Fenghan came to the Central Plains primarily to escape their pursuit. None of the three great masters of the world were isolated, they all had supporting forces behind them. Even though Ning Daoqi wasn't a major force within the Taoist faction, many Daoists still chose to follow him. That's Fu Jin of Tuaihan. It's said he wants to settle things with Chuao this time, but he'll be disappointed. Cao Zhuang didn't know whether he'd investigated before or someone else had told him, but he knew which factions many of the people in the private rooms belonged to. For example, Song Jinggang, Liu Hida, and others. Shuanglong and Liu Hida had only met once, but perhaps because they had a good rapport, they had a very good relationship. The same was true with Song Jinggang. When it came to friendships, Shuanglong prioritized loyalty above all else. Unfortunately, most of their friends only saw Shuanglong's usefulness. For example, Li Shimin and Tuli, while they certainly had feelings for Shuanglong, they certainly did. However, when those feelings conflicted with their own interests, they would prioritize profit over affection. Unlike Shuanglong, he would always choose affection. Just as Shuanglong repeatedly showed mercy to Li Shimin's men, yet Li Shimin struck without hesitation. If it weren't for their good fortune and exceptional martial arts skills, they would have been in great danger. Of course, they also made loyal friends along the way, such as Ba Fenghan. You forgot to mention Li Zining. Just as Cao Zhuang seemed to have finished introducing the various factions and was about to change the subject, Su Xiaoling suddenly spoke, causing Cao Zhuang's face to harden. Song Yazi's appearance gradually shifted Cao Zhuang's affections towards him, but he also hadn't forgotten Li Zining, which made Su Xiaoling somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Fei and Song discussed the Song clan's allegiance, discussing many matters, but the only thing they didn't discuss was a marriage alliance, due to Cao Zhuang and Song Yazi. Song didn't want to sacrifice his daughter's happiness, as he had promised Song Yazi, and only Song would do so. Other aristocratic families wouldn't consider their daughter's wishes. Shen Fei also didn't want to separate Cao Zhuang and Song Yazi. If they had no feelings for each other, A marriage would undoubtedly be the best option, but there was no need for that now. Are Cao Zhang, Su Xiling, and Ba Fenghen here? I heard you three defeated Chuao, and I'm thinking Fu Jin would like to see how strong you are. Wang Bo was about to speak when Fu Jin suddenly stepped forward. Chapter 777, Zhu Ji's Death, Part 2. As Fu Jin finished speaking, the entire Manking Tower fell silent. Cao Zhang, Su Xiling, and Ba Fenghen were now at the peak of their fame in the martial arts world, especially after their combined efforts had defeated Chuao, forcing him to withdraw. Chuao was a top-tier expert from the Great Wall, second only to Bijuan in prestige. Only a few figures, like Zhao Dan, the Demon Master of DTZ, and Yun Shui, the Imperial Master of Western Turkic, could rival him. The shock caused by such a figure's defeat in the Central Plains was unimaginable. Even a 3-on-1 battle couldn't overshadow the prestige of Shuanglong and Ba Fenghen. Among the younger generation, Shuanglong and Ba Fenghen were admired by many. For Shuanglong in particular, defeating Chuao was the true mark of earning respect from the elite, not just a lucky scoundrel. Shuanglong's origins were different from Shen Fei's, making them very easy to investigate. Before the two arrived in Luoyang, Li Shimin, Shen Luoyan, and Kan Kan all believed they were lucky. Even many intelligent people didn't believe they knew the true secret of Yangon's treasure. For example, Li Shimin, Shen Luoyan, Kan Kan, and others, the most important element of intelligence was confidence. They believed that Fu Jun'er was a Goguryeo native and was assassinating Yang Guang, so it was impossible for her to reveal the secret of Yangon's treasure to Shuanglong. Therefore, Li Shimin gave up on them immediately after failing to recruit them. If he had known that the two held the secret of Yangon's treasure, he would never have given up so easily and might have killed Shuanglong outright. After all, for the Li clan, if they couldn't obtain Yangon's treasure, making them disappear would have been a better option. During this time of war between heroes, the Li clan already had a huge advantage. Even if they obtained Yangon's treasure, it would only be icing on the cake. However, if other forces obtained it, it would be a timely help. Shen Luoyan's situation was similar to Li Shimin's. It would be best if he could recruit two people. After all, if he wanted to unify the world, he would always need people. Even if he couldn't recruit them, the loss would not be too great. So when Shen Luoyan made a bet with Shuanglong and Qin Shubao, she chased Qin Shubao instead of Shuanglong. By the time she realized the threat posed by Shuanglong, it was too late. Cannon's contact with Shuanglong was mainly because the two of them practiced the Changshengju, one of the 4 great books. After breaking through with the Changshengju, they left without even confirming Shuanglong's life or death. It was not until Shuanglong and Ba Fenghen escaped the pursuit of Chuao and the demon sect and entered Luoyang that Cannon really changed her attitude. The reason for this situation was simple: Shuanglong's background was too low, and they had missed their prime training period. Didn't you see that, although Songlu was initially impressed by Shuanglong's talent, he didn't recruit them? Haha, Prince, you might be disappointed. Young Master Ba has already left. But since Prince is interested in learning a few things, let me learn from your skills. Fu Jin's words made Cao Zhang's eyes flash coldly. For Cao Zhang, the most intolerable thing was to be looked down upon or despised. Shuanglong had been very tempted by the Li family's offer. But the disdain shown by Chai Shao and the others immediately caused him to reject it. As he spoke, Cao Zhang picked up the moon in the well, opened the door, walked out of the room, and entered the hallway, staring directly at Fu Jin standing across from him. Manking Tower could be described as a vast quadrangle, with 4 3-story buildings flanking the east, south, west, and north, and a courtyard nearly 100 meters long and wide in the center. The courtyard boasted rockery, wooden bridges, flowing water, and flowers. Since Ba Fenghen isn't here, forget it. Seeing that only Cao Zhang had emerged, Fu Jin immediately lost interest in the attack. In Fu Jin's view, the reason Shuanglong and Ba Fenghen could defeat Chuao was clearly Ba Fenghen's main force. It was hard to believe someone could improve so rapidly without battling Shuanglong and observing the growth. For Fu Jin, his purpose in coming to the Central Plains was to establish his authority amidst the chaos, and Chuao was the target. Teal and Tuayuhan had been sworn enemies for years, and if they could seize this opportunity to defeat or even eliminate Chuao, it would be a golden opportunity for Tuayuhan. Besides establishing his authority, Fu Jin's other goal was to see if he could find a way to kill Peiju, the man who had caused the chaos beyond the Great Wall. For the high-ranking officials beyond the Great Wall, Peiju was arguably their most hated figure. With just a few words, he had unleashed decades of chaos and countless casualties. Although strictly speaking, this situation stemmed primarily from their own ambitions. If they had worked together, how could S.H.I.E.L.D have simply caused the Turkic peoples outside the Great Wall to split into Eastern and Western Turkic peoples with a few words? Even Bijuan couldn't prevent such a split. Not only could Bijuan not prevent the split between Eastern and Western Turkic peoples, but he couldn't even stop the conflict between the Gili and Tuli peoples of the DTZ. He could only suppress the situation to a certain extent, preventing complete chaos in the DTZ. However, Fujin abandoned this idea after realizing that Peiju was S.H.I.E.L.D. Even Fujin's confidence was weak against the evil king S.H.I.E.L.D. Is that so? Then let me experience the prince's skills, Cao Zhang said, and his figure instantly landed from the corridor into the central courtyard, his eyes fixed on Fujin. As he left the room, Cao Zhang had already made up his mind. Today was the day to establish his power. Shen Fei's appearance fundamentally changed many things. Shuanglong and Fujin had previously enjoyed a good relationship, but now that relationship was gone. Fujin was a Tuayuhan prince, otherwise Shen Fei would have liked to have kept him. Haha, since Brother Cao is interested, why don't I, Xing Yifei, come and learn a thing or two? Before Fujin could speak, a thin young man in his 20s standing beside him suddenly stepped out. Seeing Fujin nod gently, he leaped into the courtyard, his twin sword slung across his back. His agility revealed him to be a formidable expert. Wang Bo's expression darkened as he watched Fujin, Cao Zhang, and even Fujin's subordinates disregard their host. However, even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Cao Zhang had the support of the king of Tang, the owner of Luoyuan City. Provoking him in Luoyuan would be unwise. On the other side, Fujin, a prince of the Tuayuhan tribe outside the Great Wall, naturally cared little for a mere Wangbo from the Central Plains. Wangbo might have held some prestige in the Central Plains, but outside the Great Wall, that was a joke. Brother Cao, please, Xing Yifei, wielding two swords, reached the other side of the wooden bridge, 10 meters from Cao Zhang, and gestured with his hands, indicating his readiness. For a moment, the entire Manking courtyard fell silent. From those in the first floor hall to those in the private rooms on the third floor, all eyes turned to the two men in the courtyard. Many in the private rooms even left their rooms and entered the corridor to watch the fight. Among them, Li Zhuning, disguised as a man, arrived in the corridor, accompanied by Hongfu and others, and looked down at Cao Zhang with a complicated expression. Li Zhuning's feelings for Cao Zhang were complex. She naturally noticed the look in Cao Zhang's eyes when they first met, but at the time, she didn't pay much attention to him. After all, Cao Zhang wasn't anything special back then, even after they obtained the Dongming sex account books. It wasn't until Cao Zhang's fame later on that Li Zhuning finally remembered him. This was perfectly normal. Li Zhuning was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, and countless admirers adored her. Without a certain level of status and power, one wouldn't even be qualified to meet her, let alone pursue her. In fact, even the current Shuanglong was the same. Once, Shuanglong's greatest wish was to visit the Shiangsan Tower in Yongzhou. Upon first meeting Su Su, they were both stunned by her beauty. Yun Yezhen seemed unattainable to them. But now, Yun Yezhen and the like are no longer in their sight. It was even thanks to them that Shen Luoyan treated Yun Yezhen so well. The beauties that subsequently caught their eye were all exceptionally beautiful and talented. Brother Xing, be careful. As he spoke, Cao Zhang's figure instantly crossed the wooden bridge ahead and appeared before Xing Yifei. Jing's Hongai was instantly unsheathed, and a yellow blade flashed in the air before appearing before Xing Yifei in an instant. Xing Yifei, who had previously looked confident, suddenly changed his expression. He immediately crossed his two swords in front of him to block. As their swords collided, accompanied by a loud bang, Xing Yifei's body was involuntarily sent flying backwards. In mid-air, Xing Yifei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Only the handles of his two swords remained. Bang! After flying nearly 20 meters, Xing Yifei fell heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the ground. Within the crater, wisps of blue crystals appeared, ice crystals. Yifei, seeing his top general fail to even block Cao Zhang's strike, Fujin's expression changed immediately. He immediately appeared beside Xing Yifei, helped him up, and simultaneously channeled his ki, attempting to help Xing Yifei dispel the coldness within him. However, as his ki flowed into Xing Yifei's body, he sensed the disorder in his meridians, and his expression changed again. After a long moment, Fu Jin finally calmed the chaotic qi within Xing Yifei. "Your Highness, be careful." Xing Yifei, having recovered, immediately warned Fu Jin, detailing the attack from Cao Zhang. As Fu Jin's top general, Xing Yifei's martial arts skills were not weak. Under normal circumstances, Cao Zhang was stronger than him. But a single strike was unlikely to secure victory. But Xing Yifei was unaware of Cao Zhang's situation. The strange Zhangqi and unique spiral energy brought about by the Changshengju would easily cause serious harm to those who were stronger than him, let alone those with less power. Even Shi Zhixuan, caught off guard by the Changshengju's spiral energy for the first time, suffered a minor setback. Under Shen Fei's guidance, the Shuanglongs had now developed their Zhangqi properties to a remarkable degree. Cao Zhang's cold energy, Su Ziling's heat, and with time, Su Ziling could even use his heat to counter the heat of Bijuan's Yan'an Kigan. Shen Fei was deeply curious about the Shuanglong's spiral energy, but he wasn't sure if it was a unique attribute of the Shuanglongs. After several days of research, he gave up after finding no clues. The spiral energy was more powerful than ordinary Zhangqi, but he didn't necessarily need to master it. That strike was quite impressive. "You've now entered the ranks of the top masters." Inside the private room, Canon watched Cao Zhang's strike with a complex expression. She glanced at Cao Zhang in the courtyard and Su Ziling beside him. Thinking of the two earlier, even she couldn't help but sigh. "Your Highness, would you like to rest for a while?" "No need. I never imagined Brother Cao's martial arts had reached this level. I wonder how Ba Fing'an and Su Ziling compare." After having his men assist Xing Yifei away, Fu Jin remained in the courtyard. The current situation left no room for retreat. If he retreated, not only would it significantly impact his reputation, but more importantly, it would inevitably create a psychological gap in his martial arts. Equally matched, huh? Is that so? Please, after witnessing Cao Zhang's strength, Fu Jin had deep doubts about Chueo's 1-on-3 situation. If Su Ziling and Ba Fenghan both possessed similar strength to Cao Zhang, Chueo wouldn't necessarily win, let alone 1-on-3. A 1-on-1 situation wouldn't be a sure win. However, Fu Jin didn't inquire about the battle between Cao Zhang and his three companions in Chueo. It was simple. Fu Jin had fought Chueo before. The Teal and Tuayuhan were practically mortal enemies, a desperate struggle, and the two sides had clashed countless times. Please, with that, Cao Zhang and Fu Jin attacked almost simultaneously, their swords and fists colliding in midair. The powerful collision of true qi destroyed the beautifully crafted wooden bridge in the courtyard. Having learned from Xing Yifei about Cao Zhang's spiraling energy and cold energy, Fu Jin immediately devised a countermeasure. If Cao Zhang's previous defeat of Xing Yifei with a single sword strike had left the group with a lack of understanding of his strength, and many even believed Xing Yifei was too weak, then the clash between Cao Zhang and Fu Jin immediately confirmed Cao Zhang's strength. Each clash of swords and fists caused massive destruction, transforming the once picturesque courtyard into shambles. Fu Jin's punches didn't seem particularly impressive, but Cao Zhang had to take each one seriously. Similarly, Fu Jin was extremely cautious with Cao Zhang's sword, to the point where he regretted not bringing a weapon. How is that possible? Hongfu, standing beside Li Ziuning, watched the two men engage in combat with a look of shock. Although this was her first encounter with Cao Zhang, she knew something about Shuanglong from what Li Jing had said. To be frank, if Tu Fuyi hadn't been pursuing them, Shuanglong might have been lured into the Li clan by Li Jing. Li Jing's strength had improved rapidly, but it was nothing compared to Cao Zhang's. Li Ziuning, standing beside Hongfu, looked at Cao Zhang, who was wielding the moon and the well with such gusto, with a complex expression. Shuanglong, who practiced the art of immortality, both possessed a unique charm. Haha, that's a good one. How about we call it a day? After another clash of fists and swords, Cao Zhang and Fu Jin each retreated 5 steps. Seeing the devastation around them, Fu Jin immediately considered a ceasefire. He and Cao Zhang had no grudges against each other, and if the fight continued, it would be disastrous for either of them to get hurt. Okay, Cao Zhang nodded immediately after taking a quick look at the situation. Chapter 778, Zuji's Death, Part 2. Is this Shang Zifang? How unexpected. After the battle between Cao Zhang and Fu Jin, Wang Bo finally had his chance to make his debut. However, the crowd largely ignored his ramblings, eagerly awaiting the appearance of Shang Zifang, the world's most talented woman. After Shang Zifang's appearance, Shen Fei realized he had underestimated her. No wonder she was so renowned. even surpassing Shi-Qingxun. She possessed the qualities of both Shi-Qingxun and Kan. Elegant and celestial, with a hazy, mysterious beauty, captivating eyes, and a slightly shy smile, she captivated not only the men present but also many women, including Shan Wanjing. Is it really unrelated to Sihun Jingzhe? This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei as she watched Shang Zifeng singing and dancing to the music on the high platform. She had originally assumed Shang Zifeng had no connection to Sihun Jingzhe, but after observing her aura, she began to doubt her assumption. It was because Shang Zifeng bore a striking resemblance to Shi-Qingxun. Resemblance to Shi-Qingxun also meant resemblance to Shi-Fixun. This aura came from practicing the Sihun sword canon, something not normally found in ordinary people. Shen Fei refused to believe Sihun Jingzhe's claim that only one disciple of each generation roamed the world. If that were true, how had Fan Qinghu ever left the mountains? And how could a sect accept so many beautiful disciples and then not allow them to leave the mountains? What were they supposed to do, leaving them to retire in the mountains? According to Sihun Jingzhe's usual practice, they were probably all feeding the demons. Forget it. Even if she's a spy for Sihun Jingzhe, she won't affect the overall situation. Shen Fei quickly gave up the idea of investigating Shang Zifeng's background and focused on watching her singing and dancing. He wasn't Kaozhong. Although he admired Shang Zifeng, it was purely admiration, without any other thoughts. Moreover, judging from the previous trajectory, Shang Zifeng didn't carry any mission for Sihun Jingzhe. She simply pursued music and peace. Even if she had any connection with Sihun Jingzhe, it was probably because of her background. Your Highness, the King of Tang, Shi-Fixun greets you. As soon as Shang Zifeng finished singing and dancing, there was a knock on the door, followed by a pleasant voice. It was Shi-Fixun, the contemporary walking figure of Sihun Jingzhe. Hearing Shi-Fixun's voice, Kan suddenly laughed. Come in, greetings, His Royal Highness the Tang King. You're a little slow to see me now. A figure dressed in a turquoise robe entered the room, a graceful figure with a calm, quiet, and profound demeanor, dressed in men's clothing. She bore some resemblance to Shi-Qingxun, but a closer look revealed a stark difference. Shi-Qingxun's demeanor was more refined, while Shi-Fixun exuded a heroic aura. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by Shi-Fixun's appearance, he was slightly surprised by her delay. He had assumed she would appear after he officially took control of Luoyang. Sister Fixun, huh? Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kan greeted her with a smile. It was a rare opportunity for the demon sect to triumph over Sihun Jingzhe, even completely destroying it. How could Kan not be delighted? Of course, before that, their struggle would continue. Your Highness, the Prince of Tang, may I ask if we could talk? Shi-Fixun ignored Kan and stared directly at Shen Fei, her expression impassive, as if she were unaware that she was standing before the man who had wreaked havoc on the Buddhist sect. She had come on Fan Qinghu's orders to see if she could have a conversation with Shen Fei. Fan Qinghu had no intention of engaging in peaceful negotiations with Shen Fei. But after all, the Song clan had defected to the Tang dynasty. With their support, the Tang dynasty could easily unify not only the rest of the country but also the south, not to mention the demon sect's allegiance. Talk? You're a bunch of traitors. You're not worthy of talking to me. Fan Qinghu didn't ask you to come here thinking I'd be interested in you and want you to sacrifice yourself to the demons and give up the empire. Shen Fei sized Shi-Fixun up with a reckless gaze, then a hint of sarcasm crossed his face. The implication of his words made even Shi-Fixun's expression turn grim. Although Shen Fei's influence had forced Shi-Fixun to retreat after only a short time on the Jianghu scene, no one who saw her during that time had ever been so presumptuous. Prince Tang, don't you think your words are excessive? Before Shi-Fixun could speak, another person walked in. He was dressed like a scholar, tall and handsome, with an elegant demeanor. Holding a white fan, he was none other than Hao Zibei, known for his amorous demeanor. Excessive? I don't think I was being excessive. Hao Zibei, if you want to pursue a beautiful woman, being a bootlicker is useless. You know, bootlickers don't have houses. Shen Fei sneered at Hao Zibei as he entered. The twin dragons of the Tang dynasty had 3 great bootlickers, and Hao Zibei was one of them. Like Ji Wei, he was a hopeless bootlicker, unlike Su Xiling, who was still hopeless. Therefore, even though he knew Hao Zibei was in Luoyang, he never approached him. A licker doesn't have a house. Brother Shen, what does this mean? Kaozhong was naturally the only one who could ask this question at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiang Wanjing and Kankan were also curiously eyeing him, seemingly wanting to know what it meant. As for the liquor, although they initially didn't understand the meaning of the term, they were all intelligent people and quickly grasped its meaning from the literal meaning. The meaning is simple: liquors will not have a good end. Just look at Ji-Wei. Ji-Wei is an idiot, a loser. Marrying Fan King, who is actually very simple. As long as his strength reaches the level of Shi's Haixun or Song, the people from Sihan Jingzhe will automatically deliver her to his door. Delivered to his door? Really? Kankan suddenly burst into laughter. The demon sect knew about Sihan Jingzhe's method of feeding demons with one's own body, but due to their limited knowledge, they had no way to counter it. Shen Fei's words caused Hao Zibei's face to twist, as if painted with paint, constantly changing. So, Hao Zibei, instead of following her around like a lapdog, you should practice diligently and learn from your master, Shi's Haixun. Only then can you win her heart, your highness. This is your attitude. Not only Hao Zibei's face was itched with rage, but Shi Fixun's as well. However, as a disciple of this generation of Sihan Jingzhe, she held the promise of a future master of swordsmanship, and she quickly regained her composure. You're truly a master of politics. Your ability to wipe away spit on your own is unmatched by most. I have nothing to discuss with you, traitors. Speaking of which, you're quite bold. You dare to appear before me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Although Shi Fixun was indeed very beautiful and very attractive, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel murderous intent when he thought of what Sihan Jingzhe had done. Fixun, be careful. The intense murderous intent caused everyone present to change color. Hao Zibei, on his part, was the first to rush ahead of Shi Fixun, attempting to confront Shen Fei. Brother Shen, Cao Zhang, Su Xiling, and the others immediately looked at Shen Fei with concern. Sorry, I lost control. Shuanglong's voice made Shen Fei take a deep breath, then immediately suppressed his murderous intent. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to kill Shi Fixun, but now was not the time. If he really wanted to destroy Sihan Jingzhe and Shi Fixun still stood against him, he would show no mercy. As for now, perhaps he could win Shi Fixun over to his side. Shi Fixun and Fan King, who were very different. Shi Fixun truly believed that her actions were for the benefit of the world. This was what she had been taught since childhood in Sihan Jingzhe. With Shi Fixun, there was still a possibility of changing her mind. Fan King, who had called Shi Fixun back earlier because of this concern. Do you want to keep them? Seeing Hao Zibei trying to take Shi Fixun away, Kaianqian's heavenly demon slash instantly appeared in her palms. At the same time, Du Yufeng appeared beside Kaianqian. As soon as Shen Fei gave the order, the two would immediately take action. Is this how the king of Tang rules the world? Using people from the demon sect to rule the world? The demon sect is brutal and cruel. Do you think the people of the world will accept this? Isn't the king of Tang afraid that the people will rebel? Although Hao Zibei wanted to take Shi Fixun away, Shi Fixun had no intention of leaving and stared directly at Shen Fei. The demonic sect, the righteous path, what a ridiculous statement. But unfortunately, in my eyes, there's never been a righteous path. The demonic sect, in my eyes, only sees good and evil. So far, I haven't witnessed much of the demonic sect's evil, but the evil of your Buddhist sect is innumerable. I believe you've seen my newspaper article on taxation. Other matters can be omitted. Your Buddhist sect has never paid taxes, while the demonic sect always pays on time. Your Buddhist sect has only wantonly seized the people's land, harming countless lives. Most of the demonic sect's members are engaged in commercial activities and profit from them. Who do you think has harmed more people? Looking at the silent Shi Fixun, Shen Fei couldn't help but snort coldly. The demonic sect was certainly no good, but compared to the Buddhist sect, the situation was different. Many of the members of the demonic sect's 2 factions and 6 paths were involved in business. For example, Enlong was the president of Hexinglong, and Rong Fengxiang was not only the president of a chamber of commerce, but also a member of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. While both were involved in making money, their methods were clearly superior. Why are you silent? You have nothing to say. Looking at the silent Shi Fixun, Shen Fei continued, and strictly speaking, Sihan Jingzhe itself also belongs to the demon sect. If you say the demon sect is cruel and inhumane, isn't that also saying Sihan Jingzhe is cruel and inhumane? Impossible. Even Shi Fixun couldn't calm down at this point. Everyone else in the room, including Kankan, looked at Shen Fei in shock. Sihan Jingzhe belonging to the demon sect sounded ridiculous. What does your highness mean? Kankan immediately asked excitedly. At the same time, Shuanglong and the others also turned their eyes to Shen Fei. You all probably know that Sihun Jingzhe was founded by Dini, but do you know Dini's origins? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Shen Fei continued, at the time, Dini had a childhood sweetheart and lover named Zibo. You should be familiar with this name, Kun Kun, the first-generation evil Emperor Zibo. Kun Kun spoke immediately, looking at Shi Fixun with a teasing look. Yes, at the time, the two of them founded Shengmen and Sihun Jingzhe respectively. If things had developed normally, the relationship between Shengmen and Sihun Jingzhe should have been very good, and even merging into one would not have been impossible. Unfortunately, the two later parted ways due to differences in their philosophies. There is no doubt that Zibo and Dini are both rare geniuses, but it is precisely because of this that the two did not make it to the end. Just like Fan Qinghu and Song, come to think of it, Sihun Jingzhe and the demon sect have nothing to do with each other, Hao Zibei asked hurriedly. Because of Master Fixun, even he, a member of the demon sect, called himself the demon sect. In fact, the demon sect was originally called the holy sect. I haven't finished yet. Shen Fei glanced at Hao Zibei, shook his head helplessly, and then continued, the reason why I said Sihun Jingzhe belongs to the demon sect is because their martial arts have the same origin. The sword technique of the other sword created by Dini was created with reference to the demonic thoughts by the evil Emperor Zibo. Demonic thoughts, what is that? One asked hurriedly. The demon sect's supreme secret realm is said to be able to directly lead to the realm of Shattered Void. The current 10 volumes of the demon sect's heavenly demon strategy are all derived from it. However, it seems to have disappeared after the evil Emperor Zibo. Hearing Shen Fei say that the record of magical thoughts was missing, Kun Kun's eyes, which had originally lit up, immediately dimmed. The 10 heavenly demon strategies are now incomplete. If the record of magical thoughts can be found, it can be completely completed. This is just your one-sided statement. Who can prove it? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Although I don't have direct evidence, I do have indirect evidence. The fact that Sihun Jingzhe hasn't produced a grandmaster in all these years is evidence. What kind of evidence is this? Xiang Wanjing asked puzzledly. It's simple. After the failure of Dini's death retreat, the subsequent masters of Sihun Jingzhe, in an effort to eliminate the secret, arbitrarily altered the Biant sword technique, deleting all the content from the demonic path Rhapsody. This resulted in the current Sihun sword canon. Because of the missing key content, no one from Sihun Jingzhe can ever reach the Grandmaster level. Conversely, the demon sect has never had a lack of Grandmasters. Even the Shattered Void has had several, the most recent of whom you all know as the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan. If it weren't for the schemes of Sihun Jingzhe and the others, Shi Fixun would have achieved Grandmaster status long ago. It's because many of the demon sect's grandmasters knew of the relationship between Sihun Jingzhe and the demon sect that they refrained from attacking them, otherwise they would have been destroyed long ago. The Sihun sword canon is one of the 4 great books, but it's just something Sihun Jingzhe hyped up for vanity. That's why that idiot, Ning Daoqi, fell for it. To shatter the void, whether they borrow the demon sect's heavenly demon strategy or the Dao sect's Huangshan Dafa, both are more reliable than Sihun Jingzhe's Sihun sword canon. Strictly speaking, the 4 great books can be divided into 3 tiers: the War God's Atlas, the Secret of Immortality, the Heavenly Demon Strategy, and finally, the Sihun sword canon. Shi Fixun's face paled at the secrecy surrounding it. She had never imagined her own Sihun sword canon might contain flaws. The disciples of Sihun Jingzhe were all pursuing the so-called Heavenly Dao, the path to shattering the void. Now that their path was blocked, Shi Fixun's expression naturally shone. Chapter 779, Zuji's Death, and for Sihun Jingzhe, interfering in world affairs is one of their goals, but they also have a more crucial goal, pursuing what they call the Heavenly Dao, or rather, the shattering of the void. Strictly speaking, Sihun Jingzhe's intervention in world affairs is driven by a small part of their concern for the common people and compassion for all. The vast majority is driven by their own interests and the shattering of the void. This is quite ridiculous, but for a grandmaster to dedicate their entire lives to the shattering of the void is perfectly normal. For example, the 3 current grandmasters of the world, Ning Daoqi, Bijuan, and Fu Keilin, have shattering the void as the primary goal. They would sacrifice everything for this goal. Why did Ning Daoqi, even willing to bear the infamy of betraying the Dao, seek Sihun Jingzhe's Sihun sword manual? He did so with the goal of shattering the void, hoping to use it to achieve his goal. Ironically, after reading the manual, his strength not only failed to improve, but was actually damaged. Similarly, Bijuan and Fu Kalin, despite their unwavering commitment to protecting their country, would leave without hesitation if presented with the opportunity to shatter the void. In contrast, while Song also aimed to shatter the void, he maintained his own limits, unlike Ning Daoqi, who had no boundaries at all. Fan King who had similarly tempted Song with a Siheng sword manual, but Song didn't fall for it. It was Ning Daoqi, overly eager to shatter the void, who fell for the trap. Pursuing the heavenly Dao is truly ridiculous. You haven't even reached the path to Grandmasterhood, yet you still dream of shattering the void. You're truly foolish. Of all the generations of disciples at Siheng Jingzhe, only the first generation, Dini, and the later Qin Mingyao, had reached the realm of the death retreat. The others, at best, had only achieved a level of sword heart enlightenment. Qin Mingyao's success was due to the dual cultivation of the Dao Heart Demon cultivation technique, otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance. Even so, her chances of shattering the void during her subsequent death retreat would still be slim. I see. Xiangxin greets senior sister. Xiangxin smiled brightly and bowed to Shi Fixun, but by then, Shi Fixun had completely ignored her. Shen Fei's previous words, to Shi Fixun, were even more cruel than killing her outright. They were truly heartless. After exposing Siheng Jingzhe's hypocritical facade of saving the world and rescuing the common people, Shen Fei now began to attack their martial arts. This was hindering their path. For those like Siheng Jingzhe and Ning Daoqi, who sought to shatter the void, there was no greater hatred than being blocked. Even the destruction of the Emperor's plan pales in comparison. For ordinary people, the hatred for one's parents is irreconcilable, but for cultivators, even that is nothing compared to severing one's path. Even if Siheng Jingzhe's problems were their own fault, and they hadn't previously realized it, there was still a glimmer of hope. But now, with Shen Fei's revelation, that hope has vanished. This was also the reason why Kankan was so happy. Even if Kankan hadn't taken the blood booty, gathering immortal pills, and other elixirs he gave her, Shi Fixun would no longer be her opponent. Shi Fixun's mind was in turmoil. Similarly, if Zhu Yuan were to face Fan Qinghu now, she would definitely be the winner in the end. If Ning Daoqi knew this, his mind would probably be further confused and his strength would be weakened again. As a monk, you keep saying that the four elements are empty, but in the end you are betraying your own people and choosing the Emperor on behalf of heaven. You still want to shatter the void? It's ridiculous, Shen Fei said, looking at the beautiful and soft black hair behind the pale Shi Fixun. Suddenly, his figure flashed and he appeared beside Shi Fixun in an instant. Stop! Seeing Shen Fei suddenly appear beside Shi Fixun, Hao Zibei, assuming he was going to harm her, shouted sharply. Simultaneously, the beauty fan in his hand transformed into a cloud of shadows, darting towards Shen Fei. Shi Fixun's charm was truly immense, causing Hao Zibei to forget even his master's orders. Get out! Just as Kankan, Du Yufeng, and Shuangong were about to attack, Shen Fei launched a powerful kick into Hao Zibei's chest, sending him flying. The force sent Hao Zibei careening through a wooden wall, landing in the courtyard. The suddenness of the attack startled everyone around him. Don't be nervous. I'm not trying to kill you. After sending Hao Zibei flying, Shen Fei immediately used his left hand to hold down Shi Fixun's arm as she attempted to draw her visionary sword. Although Shi Fixun was deeply shocked by Shen Fei's words, she was still a top-tier grandmaster, and with someone so close, it was natural for her to remain unresponsive. As a monk, you should act like a monk. It's truly disgusting to be seen using your beauty to entertain others all day long. As he spoke, Shen Fei placed his right hand on Shi Fixun's long, soft black hair. Now so close to Shi Fixun, the delicate fragrance she carried made Shen Fei's heart flutter. However, this didn't affect Shen Fei's current task. His task was simple, to help Shi Fixun with her hair. With a single movement of his right hand, the long black hair instantly detached from her body, dissolving into ash in midair. A moment later, a sleek, bald Shi Fixun appeared before them. Your charm has indeed diminished considerably. Looking at the bald Shi Fixun, Shen Fei suddenly laughed. The saying, a man needs clothes, a Buddha needs gold ornaments, was indeed true. Without her beautiful black hair, Shi Fixun was immediately outshined by Kankan and the others. Dressed in men's clothing, she now looked like a delicate young monk. Shi Fixun, I hope you take care of yourself from now on. Let's go. After giving Shi Fixun a free haircut, Shen Fei prepared to leave. Besides Shang Zifang's singing and dancing, which was worth appreciating, the other performances at Manqinglao were completely unworthy of his attention. As for seeking the company of prostitutes, that was even more unnecessary. With beauties like Shen Luoyan, Du Yufeng, and Kan Kan by his side, he would have chosen them instead. As for Shi Fixun, Shen Fei had merely trimmed her hair, not completely eradicating it. In other words, if Shi Fixun wanted it, her hair would grow back. As for Hao Zibei, nothing happened either, so he had held back with his kick. Haha, nothing happened today, young Master Ling. It seems our luck with prostitutes has changed. Cao Zhuang appeared delighted as they exited Manqinglao. Who said nothing happened? There's a huge hole in the wall, Shen Fei said, glancing back at Manqinglao with a subtle smile. Earlier in Manqing Tower, it wasn't just Shi Fixun who appeared, Liao Quan was also there, seemingly serving as Shi Fixun's secret bodyguard. The record of thoughts on the demonic path, I really don't know where it is. Returning to the manor, Kan Kan immediately inquired curiously about the whereabouts of the record of thoughts on the demonic path. Such a treasure of the demon sect, if they could obtain it, would definitely enhance the strength of the demon sect. I don't know where the record of thoughts on the demonic path is, but I do know a thing or two about the record of the God of War. Actually, the so-called 4 great books is actually incorrect. Strictly speaking, the record of the God of War is the source of everything. Whether it's the art of immortality or the record of thoughts on the demonic path, they were all comprehended from the record of the God of War. Shuanglong knew something about the record of the God of War, but Kan Kan was not. Where is the War God Atlas? It's inside Jinggayan Palace. Don't ask me where Jinggayan Palace is. If I knew, I would have looked for it long ago. I speculate that Jinggayan Palace should be underground somewhere now, and it hasn't been revealed yet. I plan to have people look for relevant clues after I unify the world. Fixun, you should have a good rest first. Don't think too much. Inside the Jingnian Zen sect, looking at the bald master Fixun who is very depressed, Lekin, who practiced a silent meditation, placed a piece of paper in Shi Fixun's sight. Because the silent meditation prevented Lekin from speaking, he could only communicate with paper and pen. He also heard Shen Fei's words. While he was surprised by the relationship between Sihan Jingzhe and the demon sect, he also had questions about the Jingnian Zen sect's practice. Xianzeng and Dini were senior brothers, and Dini and Zibo were also senior brothers. In this case, Xianzeng might also be a fellow disciple of Zibo. If this were the case, the martial arts of the pure Nian Zen sect were likely inherited from the demonic path Rhapsody. The later Zen master of the pure Nian Zen sect likely did the same thing, which is why the pure Nian Zen sect hasn't had a Grand Master for so many years. Liao Kong's strength was immense, bordering on Grand Master status. Unfortunately, even close, he was either not or not Grand Master. A tiny difference can make a world of difference. Greetings, His Royal Highness the Tang King, Master Shuang, you're too polite. A few days later, Shen Fei met Shang Zifang again. She was now staying with Shi Fixun. In fact, Shang Zifang had been staying there since her performance at Manqinglao. Both were musical luminaries, and although they had never met, they had long admired each other. Now, having found themselves in a rare place together, they became engrossed in discussing music. It seemed Shang Zifang wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Shen Fei had given Shi Fixun a wealth of musical knowledge, ranging from high mountains and flowing water and heartstrings of music to modern music, such as piano and violin. These things held a profound allure for Shang Zifang. Shi Fixun had previously studied alone, so the addition of a music expert was naturally welcome. Because the two were so engrossed, Shen Fei left them alone. Garuda King, one of the 8 heavenly dragons, the man-eating demon king, outside Quinjet City, Shen Fei arrived alone at the gates. Seeing the desolate city and the bodies scattered everywhere, men, women, young and old, he grew even more murderous towards Zhu Ji, and his dislike for the people at Sihan Jingzhe deepened. He couldn't believe they were unaware of Zhu Ji's actions. Zhu Ji now proclaimed himself the Emperor of Chu. After Shen Fei officially became the King of Tang, other places quickly followed suit, with some claiming the title of King, others the Emperor. Even Li Yuan of the Li clan was quick to abdicate, establishing the Li Tang dynasty and proclaiming himself Emperor. With these declarations of kingship and emperorship, the Sui dynasty, ruled by the Yang clan, was completely shattered. Who are you? Guards immediately surrounded Shen Fei in front of Zhu Ji's palace, north of Quinjet City. While this was Zhu Ji's palace, it was technically a military camp. Zhu Ji's brutality had spurred countless assassins, and for their own safety, they naturally deployed tight defenses. "Kill your men," Shen Fei said, wielding his bamboo spear as he swept through the enemy troops. The dozen or so men surrounding him were instantly shattered, their bodies shattered without a single scream. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation below, Zhu Ji's troops on the palace walls blew their horns to signal the enemy's attack. The next moment, a resounding bang rang out, and the palace gates vanished without a trace. "Who are you? How bold!" The sudden attack flustered Zhu Ji's troops, believing they had been ambushed. However, upon realizing there was only one person approaching, they immediately regained their composure. But a moment later, these men wished they had another pair of legs so they could escape the sight of this terrifying being before them. The enemy was truly terrifying. Every attack by Zhu Ji's army resulted in at least 100 casualties. Facing such a terrifying enemy, not only Zhu Ji's army, but even Li Shimin's black armored soldiers would likely have little desire to fight. Zhu Ji's men, especially those within the palace, were absolutely deserving of death. It could be said that almost everyone within them had cannibalized human flesh. Zhu Ji once said, "There is no food more delicious than human flesh. As long as there are people, there is no need to worry about food. Such people deserve to be hacked to pieces." Wood release, wood spikes. Watching the fleeing Zhu Ji army, Shen Fei clasped his hands together and activated wood release. Instantly, countless wooden spikes several meters high erupted from the palace ground, piercing through most of Zhu Ji's troops. Only a few, with considerable strength, managed to avoid the spikes at the critical moment. Shen Fei borrowed this move from Kamar-Taj's early fern dance, but where Kamar-Taj's was a bone spur, his was a ground spike. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After dispatching the majority of Zhu Ji's soldiers, Shen Fei's right hand continuously produced bamboo spears, piercing through Zhu Ji's powerful masters one by one. "Zhu Ji, where are you going?" At the palace's back entrance, Shen Fei directly blocked Zhu Ji and his daughter, Zhu Mei, known as the Poison Strain, as they fled with a small escort. "Who the hell are you?" Zhu Ji, usually fearless, now had his eyes filled with fear, his whole body trembling. A top-tier grandmaster himself, he knew that even if Ning Daoqi came to kill him, with thousands of soldiers around him, he wouldn't be able to do it. But the man who came in instantly annihilated thousands of his palace soldiers. Such terrifying power was simply horrifying. "Sir, do you know where we are?" Seeing her path blocked by the oncoming force, Zhu Mei, who considered herself quite beautiful, struck a seductive pose towards Shen Fei. Simply from her appearance, Zhu Mei was indeed a rare beauty, and with her voluptuous and alluring figure, she was the dream of many men. Sadly, the sight of Zhu Mei like this filled Shen Fei with nausea. A flash of controlled green light emanated, and Zhu Mei screamed in agony, clutching her right eye, where Shen Fei had blinded it with a bamboo spear. "Hey, Zhu Ji was about to say something when Shen Fei immediately met his fate, blinding it. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." Given the actions of Zhu Ji and his daughter, simply killing them would have been too easy. Shen Fei prepared to throw them before the people they had persecuted, leaving them to deal with them. "They're yours." Shen Fei found a slum in Champion City and threw the two men, their arms and legs severed and their meridians depleted, to them. Chapter 780, Pure Thoughts Zen, Part 1. Hearing the shrill cries of Zhu Ji and his daughter from behind, Shen Fei showed no sign of turning back. Given their actions, this was a fitting end. Within the cities ruled by Zhu Ji, the Emperor of Chu, 9 out of 10 houses were practically empty. Compared to them, even the 4 great bandits seemed kinder. Even so, Zhu Mei, relying on his striking looks, still had a considerable following. One of them was one of the 10 commanders of Cao Zhuang's army. Sadly, he didn't have the chance to turn to the light this time. Shen Fei had already killed him. The saying killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt was often true in ancient feudal society, especially during periods of dynastic chaos. The saying killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt was probably true. Despite Zhu Ji's behavior, if he had joined forces with others, he could have held a high position. As for his actions, aside from Shen Fei, few in this era cared. Even Li Shimin would have readily accepted his surrender, provided he didn't betray them. But for Shen Fei, such people had only one outcome, death. This wasn't just Zhu Ji, those who later defected to the Turks and pledged their loyalty, like Liu Washao, suffered the same fate. "There's quite a bit of wealth," Shen Fei said, looking at the wealth stored within Zhu Ji's palace. Then, using an incredibly large scarf, he seized it all. Zhu Ji had plundered a vast amount of wealth, but unfortunately, within his domain, wealth was of the utmost value. 9 out of 10 houses in the city were empty, and the social system had long since collapsed. Those who could escape had already done so, and the rest were unable to. In such a situation, even wealth couldn't buy what they needed. Even some prominent families, because of Zhu Ji's reputation, refused to do business with him. It wasn't that they didn't want to make money from him, but rather that he had no moral principles and was essentially a thief, robbing both the people and the goods. Boom. Having taken all of Zhu Ji's wealth, Shen Fei set the palace ablaze, burning it to the ground, along with the bodies within. There was no point in staying in such a sinister place. Next, it's time to rebuild this place. Although Zhu Ji had left Shen Fei with a mess, this wasn't all bad, it also had advantages. The aristocratic families here were extremely weak, and those who could escape had already done so. This meant that Luo Yuang's policies would face few obstacles here. Even if the aristocratic families returned, some things lost would be lost forever. Thank goodness a lot of people came from Pegasus Ranch, otherwise it would have been a real hassle. After dealing with Zhu Ji, the rest was much easier. To attack Zhu Ji, Shen Fei mobilized 10,000 men from Luo Yuang. Even though Zhu Ji commanded over 200,000 troops, without their leader, these 200,000 men immediately fell into disarray. Even before his attack could begin, internal fighting broke out, resulting in the majority of casualties. As the Tang army approached, the remaining forces fled or surrendered, and soon the Tang occupied all of Zhu Ji's territory. During his subsequent reign, there wasn't much disruption. Firstly, Shen Fei had been preparing relevant personnel, primarily from the Pegasus Ranch. As for those Confucianists willing to join him, Shen Fei would naturally accept them. However, he wouldn't even consider those who sought to elevate themselves. Such as the 3 visits to the thatched cottage scheme. Secondly, compared to Zhu Ji's brutal rule, Shen Fei's was a saintly one, and the people naturally cherished their current lives. Under such circumstances, those who sought to stir up trouble would have no support from the people. Without their support, they were nothing more than clowns. What? How is that possible? Shen Tang's lightning-fast capture of Zhu Ji's territory, after the news spread throughout the land, left almost everyone who heard it in disbelief, including Li Shimin. Zhu Ji was certainly not a man of great brilliance, but he commanded an army of 200,000. Even if their combat effectiveness was weak, with such numbers, even if they were defeated, they shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. They could never have imagined that Shen Fei's decapitation tactics would wipe out the entire leadership of Zhu Ji's army. Although rumors of this existed in the martial arts world, no one believed such far-fetched claims. Assassinating Zhu Ji amidst a vast army was far from easy, even 3 grandmasters couldn't pull it off. Shen Fei's reluctance to unify the empire didn't mean others wouldn't. Even Li Shimin, faced with such a situation, would have resorted to assassination, given its simplicity and speed. When this information reached Li Mi, his expression immediately darkened. Shen Tang seemed unconcerned about his impending attack. Even the front lines facing him didn't seem to be significantly affected. This suggested she was completely dismissive, or perhaps simply unconcerned. The thought of this possibility irritated Li Mi. Reason told him the second possibility was more likely. Shen Tang's strength had surpassed his expectations. Unfortunately, Li Mi was already in a difficult position. Putting aside the purpose of those who later supported him, he had made so many preparations for the Luo Yuang attack. Abandoning them would have been a fatal blow to his reputation and the morale of his army. Poor Li Mi, he estimated Luo Yuang's strength based on its strength during Wang Shicheng's reign. It must be said that he made a fatal mistake. Shen Fei was no Wang Shicheng. Upon taking over Luo Yuang, he began slowly reorganizing and expanding his army. It's clear that Wang Shicheng wasn't the type to conquer the world. It's no wonder Yang Guang chose him as the governor of Luo Yuang. He probably saw this in his eyes. The most important factor in conquering the world is, of course, the army. Both quality and quantity are crucial. Insufficient quality means insufficient combat effectiveness, and such an army is naturally ineffective. However, quantity is equally crucial. Without sufficient numbers, once the territory gained, it would be impossible to hold on. In the original novel, Wang Shicheng's army and territory remained largely unchanged. The only change was his claim to the throne. With the army at his disposal, he could have further expanded his territory after Yang Guang's death.
Whether it was Du Fuwei, Li Zidan, Shen Faxing, or the others, they were constantly attacking other cities, expanding their territories and armies. Only Wang Shichen remained calm and composed in Luoyang. Currently, all major factions in the Central Plains, save for those of lesser rank, possessed armies larger than his, who occupied Luoyang. Even Zhu Ji commanded 200,000 men, while the Li clan's forces numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Brother Shen, this is the young lady. After Shen Fei handed over all matters in Guanjin City to Su Xingzi, he returned to Luoyang. Cao Zhuang brought him an acquaintance, Zhairang's daughter Zhai Jiao. Because of Su, they had always called Zhai Jiao Miss. What a unique young lady. Upon seeing Zhai Jiao's appearance, Shen Fei immediately thought of Gongsun Linglong from the Qin dynasty. The two did bear some resemblance, though strictly speaking, Zhai Jiao was considerably more powerful than Gongsun Linglong. Shen Fei had met many young ladies, almost all of them stunningly beautiful. This was his first time seeing someone like Zhai Jiao. Of course, he didn't look down on her, beauty was a natural gift, after all. Greetings, King Tang. As Zhai Jiao saluted Shen Fei, a burly young man behind her also saluted. His eyes sparkled, clearly demonstrating considerable strength. You want revenge on Li Mi? No problem. This way, I have a better chance of success. After Cao Zhuang's explanation, Shen Fei understood that Zhai Jiao's motive for seeking his help was to avenge Zhairang. Zhai Jiao had originally hoped to seek revenge from Dao Giant. After all, Zhairang and Dao Giant had a very good relationship. Unfortunately, Dao Jian showed no interest in avenging Zhai Jiao and even attempted to annex the last remaining power left to Zhai Jiao. Furious, Zhai Jiao broke away from Dao Jian. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect caused by Shen Fei, Dao Jian, who should have been very considerate of Zhai Jiao at this time, has become suspicious, perhaps due to his increased power. Because of Shen Fei's influence, the Wagon Army is far less powerful than in the original novel, allowing Dao Jian to seize the opportunity. Dao Jian wants to take advantage of my battle with Li Mi to capture Luoyang in one fell swoop. He's quite ambitious, Zhai Jiao reported, and this was the fundamental reason for her separation from Dao Jian. Dao Jian's desire to annex Zhairang's remaining forces was quite simple. Zhai Jiao's original intention to join Dao Jian was to do so. After all, in the original novel, they still had the Shui army to join. But now that the Shui army was no longer available, they had little choice but to join Dao Jian. After all, Zhai Jiao was unlikely to re-emerge to fight for supremacy. Unexpectedly, Dao Jian wanted to annex them. Actively joining and annexing are two different things. This information is very timely. If possible, we can let you take action against Li Mi. It must be said that Zhai Jiao's intelligence was extremely timely. Although he was not afraid of Dao Jian, a surprise attack by him would also result in heavy losses. Shen Fei naturally wanted to minimize his casualties if possible. Thank you, Your Highness, Prince Tang. This is Zhuan Yang, my father's right-hand man. Zhai Jiao was overwhelmed by the opportunity to kill Li Mi. She then introduced the young man behind him to Shen Fei and explained their goal, to have Zhuan Yang take the remaining Zhairang troops and surrender to Shen Fei. Those who followed Zhai Jiao were naturally extremely loyal to Zhairang. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for them to continue to pursue revenge after Zhairang's death and Li Mi's power. Zhai Jiao naturally wanted a good outcome for these people. It would be a waste for them to follow her. After talking with Cao Zhuang, she decided to have them surrender to Shen Tang. General Zhuan Yang is willing to come. And I welcome you with all my heart. How about we discuss the details after we defeat Li Mi? Shen Fei had no impression of Zhuan Yang, but his presence with Zhai Jiao and his role in commanding the remnants of Zhairang's army led Shen Fei to suspect he was one of Cao Zhuang's 10 commanders, a rare talent. Thank you, Your Highness, the King of Tang, Xiao Zhuang. I'll leave the contact with them to you. Shen Fei had originally considered having Zhai Jiao and the others contact Shen Luan, but considering Shen Luan had previously served under Li Mi and their relationship was undoubtedly strained, he decided to leave it to Cao Zhuang. With the remnants of Zhairang's army, their chances of victory against Li Mi were significantly higher. After all, Wagang's was founded by Zhairang, and there were many within his ranks who remembered his past. While they might not dare to rebel against Li Mi, they certainly would have dared to leak intelligence. So that's how it is. Looks like we'll have to go to Luoyang, inside a small but elegant Taoist temple perched atop a secluded peak on Zhongnan Mountain. A tall, Robed elder glanced at a newspaper, nodded thoughtfully, then stood up and walked outside. Two Taoists were brewing herbs in the courtyard. Anyone who saw them would be surprised to learn they were the renowned Taoists Yuan Xiangang and Li Chunfeng. Uncle Master, Yuan Xiangang and Li Chunfeng saluted upon seeing the elder. Well, once these herbs are ready, you can leave. I need to be away for a bit, too, Uncle Master. Are you going to Luoyang? Yuan Xiangang asked hurriedly just as the elder was about to leave. Yes, the elder nodded gently. Could you please hold off for a few days? Luoyang is a turbulent place right now, so you're here to stop me, Uncle. If it were just the Buddhist sect, that would be fine, but the things he's doing are not suitable for the Taoist sect to get involved in. Yuan Xiangang and Li Chunfeng had been planning to go to Luoyang after their last meeting with Shen Fei, but after discovering the policies Shen Fei was implementing there, they immediately abandoned the idea. As intelligent as they were, they knew the consequences of doing so and what they would ultimately face. This matter was too big, so big that neither of them dared to get involved. For them, skilled in calculation, it was clear that this was simply going against the will of the times. Since ancient times, those who went against the will of the times have never met a good end. Not suitable for involvement? Do you mean that some Taoists are joining those people in the massive land grabbing? The old man's face suddenly grew serious as he spoke. Don't worry, Uncle. I've already had someone take care of it. A Taoist sect as vast as this naturally has its share of bad elements, but they're far fewer than Buddhists. Even if they were looking to amass wealth, Taoists rarely engage in lavish land acquisition. This is driven by the ideologies of both sides. After all, Taoists don't have the vast numbers of disciples that Buddhists do. Furthermore, Taoists can swiftly investigate and address such issues, while Buddhists can't. Since that's the case, what are you afraid of? Forget it. You've dealt with your difficulties. All of you, leave. The old man was about to say something, but with a soft sigh, he remained silent. After all, he was also a Taoist. And decisions in such a vast sect naturally required careful consideration of many factors. However, this didn't deter the old man. The emergence of new medical concepts made him eager to learn more. Even if it weren't for this, the newspaper article about the plague was enough to compel him to go. Every major unrest triggered a plague, and that was the first thing he needed to deal with. Chapter 781, Pure Thoughts Zen, Part 2. Plague was a deadly problem in ancient times. Besides the lack of medical care, frequent wars were also a significant factor. Wars of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people were particularly devastating, resulting in heavy casualties. If care was not taken to collect corpses and maintain sanitation after the battle, even the slightest inattention could lead to an epidemic. Historically, both Hua Tuo and Zhang Zongjing devoted considerable effort to addressing the plague, as did Sun Simiao. Shen Fei naturally took note of this, and as a result, much of the medical knowledge published in newspapers dealt with epidemic response. Under these circumstances, Sun Simiao naturally yearned to meet Shen Fei. Yes, this old man was none other than the medicine saint, Sun Simiao. Everyone's here, greetings, King Tang. Shen Fei nodded gently as he gazed at the crowd gathered in the courtyard. Everyone present was a master of the demonic sect, including several of the 8 great masters of the demonic path, such as Zhu Sword Zuo Yaoxin, Fat Jia Onlong, Dust-Breaking Rong Fengxiang, and Queen Yin Ziyuan. Except for the evil king Shi Zixuan, celestial monarch Zai Ying, and the now deceased Junaya Ajuan, everyone else was present. Also present were Yinka sects Kan and Bai Kinger, as well as the 4 enchantments, Rong Jai Ojio, and other masters from the 2 sects and 6 paths. This was the first time Shen Fei had summoned them all, and aside from the stubborn Hao Zibei, everyone else who was supposed to be there was present. Shi Fixuan's charm was undeniable, even as a bald nun. Fortunately, he only licked Shi Fixuan's side and didn't side with Sihan Jing's He. Otherwise, he might have had someone cleaned up Shi Fixuan's mess today. Zuyuan, I leave them here to you. I demand that none of them be spared, as you command. Seeing Zuyuan's eyes flash with excitement, Shen Fei waved his hand gently. The next moment, everyone present, led by Zuyuan, immediately launched into action and rushed outside. He had summoned the demonic sect experts this time because he was preparing to take action. His targets were naturally the Buddhist sects in Luoyang, led by the pure Nian Zen sect, as well as those from the major aristocratic families who had infiltrated Luoyang. Waiting for the enemy to strike first, then responding, was Shuanglong's style, not his own. In the original novel, Shuanggong was often resisting due to other people's calculations. For example, Xiang Yushan, knowing he was in trouble, didn't take the initiative. He also reacted passively against Li Shimin and Shi Fixuan. This time, to deal with the pure Nianzhen sect and the aristocratic families, the demonic sect experts were only one aspect. His personally trained personal guards were also deployed, and the rest was recruited from within the 6 gates. Finally, it was the army. 5,000 elite soldiers were mobilized from outside the city, along with another 5,000 from the Imperial Guard, for a total of 10,000 men, to completely quell the chaos in Luoyang. It's begun. It's time for me to take action. Watching the thick black smoke rising in the distance, Shen Fei knew the battle had begun. He wasn't worried about the battle within Luoyang. He vastly outnumbered the enemy in both numbers and quality. It was a formidable situation, a situation like a dragon galloping over their heads. How could he possibly lose? As for his own target, it was naturally the pure Nianzhen sect. By then, the sect was surrounded by his troops, practically making it difficult for even a bird to cross. However, Shen Fei didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he had his men use a loudspeaker to loudly proclaim the pure Nianzhen sect's crimes, from harboring criminals to amassing wealth, colluding with foreign enemies, and harboring ulterior motives. Almost every crime a Buddhist sect could commit was attributable to the pure Nianzhen sect. While some may have been exaggerated, there was no falsehood. Even if the pure Nianzhen sect hadn't engaged in some activities, Buddhism had. When it comes to publicity, Shen Fei adheres to the principle of not engaging in deception. Exaggeration and skirting the line are acceptable, but falsehood is absolutely forbidden. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. For individuals, deception is somewhat tolerable, but within the realm of national power, such practices are absolutely unacceptable. This concerns the government's credibility. Xiangyang's reforms, which established trust through the city gates, were designed to establish official credibility. Surrounded by the army, the pure Nianzhen sect's gates were sealed, and the monks within were on high alert. Even so, many of them were clearly visibly panicked. They had never imagined that Shen Tang would actually attack the pure Nianzhen sect, a genuine attack, not just a pretense. Several monks, relying on their status as the pure Nianzhen sect, had tried to leave the sect to speak, only to be pierced to death by thousands of arrows. The troops Shen Fei dispatched this time were all equipped with the latest crossbows, even including numerous siege crossbows specifically designed to counter expert opponents. Negotiation was simply not an option for Shen Fei. He would negotiate with a Buddhist sect, as long as his terms were accepted, Buddhism would naturally remain. However, this matter had nothing to do with the Jingnianzhen sect, Sihan Jingzhe, or even the so-called Four Sects. Master, what should we do now? In the main hall of the Jingnianzhen sect, a large group of monks gathered, anxiously gazing at Master Liao Kong, seated before a massive golden Buddha statue. The sudden change had many of them panicking, especially as Shen Fei showed no interest in conversation, which filled them with even greater fear. Among the monks present, only Liao Kong and the 4 Dharma protectors remained calm. The greed of the Buddhist sect was such that even a place as renowned as the Jingnianzhen sect was known for its mixed qualities. Amitabha, the hall, which had been somewhat noisy, immediately calmed down with a chant. However, the monks present then stared in shock at the person who had chanted. Master, one of the 4 Dharma protectors observed Monk Liao Kong's voice, and his expression suddenly twisted. If the chant had come from anyone else, it would have been fine, but Monk Liao Kong, who had always practiced a silent meditation, spoke at that moment, meaning that his decades of hard work had been undone. Silent meditation was something Liao Kong had practiced specifically to advance to the Grand Master stage. Sadly, as he practiced it, his already aged appearance began to transform into a youthful and handsome one. At first glance, no one would have believed he was nearly 100 years old. Even the 3 Grand Masters couldn't achieve this. Unfortunately, even with this, Monk Liao Kong still hadn't reached the level of Grandmaster. Otherwise, with decades of practice in silent meditation, he could have unleashed a Grandmaster level attack the moment he broke free. This was the buildup of power from silent meditation. Unfortunately, having already spoken, Liao Kong never had the chance to deliver this attack. Jinxin, I'm going to talk to His Majesty the Tang King. Having broken the silent meditation, Monk Liao Kong immediately stood up. He solemnly turned and bowed 3 times to the massive golden Buddha statue. Then, holding the bronze bell in his hand, He walked out of the main hall. "Master, I'll accompany you," the four Dharma protectors said in unison. Looking at the determined faces of the four Dharma protectors, Monk Liaquang was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. He knew full well that he wouldn't be returning from this trip. Similarly, the four Dharma protectors understood that their purpose was to secure a chance for the lives of the other monks of the Pure Minds Zen sect. The Pure Minds Zen sect was incredibly powerful, with nearly 1,000 monks, dozens of them at the Grandmaster level, nearly 100 at the Xiantian level, and hundreds of first-rate experts remaining. The weakest were third-rate experts. With such strength, it could be said that they were no weaker than any of the four great clans. The only difference between them and the clans was that they lacked sufficient weaponry. If the Pure Minds Zen sect had enough armor, bows, and crossbows to arm all their monks, they could have tried to fight their way out of the encirclement. But without these, the monks would be nothing more than a rake for crossbows. Amitabha, Liaquang greets the King of Tang. As the gates of the Pure Minds Zen sect opened, Liaquang and the four Dharma protectors walked out, seeing the heavily fortified army outside and the King of Tang seated on a wooden chair on the 888 marble steps. "Hey, you actually broke the silent Zen. How interesting. Have you ever thought of using the silent Zen you've practiced for decades to attack me and see if you can kill me?" If Liaquang's silent Zen were to be activated, even S.H.I.E.L.D and Zhu Yuan would probably be injured. Of course, this refers to S.H.I.E.L.D who had not yet become a Grandmaster. "Your Majesty, you're joking. Don't you think what your Majesty did today was a bit too much?" Monk Liaquang did not exchange any witty remarks with Shen Fei. He spoke some very lofty-sounding Zen sayings. For some people, such as the former Su Xiling, these words would make Su Xiling feel that Buddhism was indeed lofty. However, for Shen Fei, all those who dared to say so before had already fallen under the bows and crossbows. "But, I don't think so. Karma is not what you often say. The so-called cause and effect is not what you often say. The so-called cause today, result tomorrow. Today's result may not be the cause you sowed in the past because of your excessive greed. I don't know what the Tang King wants to do to let my temple go. If you want the lives of me and others, the Tang King can take them immediately. I only want a promise from the Tang King." "Ha? Promise? Who do you think you are? You are a bunch of traitors, and you are not worthy of the king to make a promise to you." Looking at the monk Liaquang who looked like a hero who was about to be executed, and the four Dharma protectors behind him, Shen Fei suddenly laughed out loud. "If the Tang King really wants to kill us all, then the Buddhist community in the world can only resist with all their might." After Shen Fei's smile faded, Liaquang stared at Shen Fei with a serious face. "If you use this to threaten me, anyone else probably wouldn't dare to offend you, the Buddhist sect, but unfortunately, I'm the only exception. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Song is very angry about Fan Qinghu and Ji Wei's plot against him. I'm afraid he has already taken action. After today, Lingnan will probably be free of Buddhism." Shen Fei still had some unspeakable concerns and was reluctant to completely destroy Buddhism directly, but the Song clan had no such concerns. As early as the incident at Duzan Fort, Song Zhi began to take action against Buddhism. After Song's appearance, he would probably formally launch the action. It's not that Song Zhi couldn't succeed because of Song's absence. In Lingnan, no force could oppose the Song clan. The reason why Song took action was to convey a message to Fan Qinghu, that is, from now on, both parties are no longer friends. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'm standing here. If you want to kill me, come on, Shen Fei said as he stood up from his chair and walked towards Luokong and the four Dharma protectors. He stopped about 5 meters away and raised his index finger to the 5 of them. Ah! Seeing the Tang King so close, Luokong closed his eyes and silently chanted the Buddha's name. Then, his eyes fluttered open, and a sound like the roar of a dragon or a tiger erupted from his mouth, a Buddhist technique called the lion's roar. Then, the exquisite bronze bell held in his right hand flew out like lightning, smashing into Shen Fei's head. At the same time, the four Dharma protectors behind Luokong, brandishing their demon-subduing staffs, charged at Shen Fei. Since negotiation was impossible, they had no choice but to kill Shen Fei, the enemy who had caused Buddhism so much loss. If they could kill him, even sacrificing the entire Pure Nian Zen sect would be worth it. The Pure Nian Zen sect could be rebuilt if destroyed, but as long as Shen Fei was dead, Buddhism would never find peace. Quite decisive, huh? But unfortunately, you're too weak, Facing the combined attack of Lekun and the 4 Dharma protectors, Shen Fei smiled. He thrust his right hand forward, grabbing the bronze bell, condensed with Kong's entire power. With a slight sway, he dodged the 4 Dharma protectors' attacks. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he swung the bell, slamming it hard into the right shoulder of one Dharma protector. There was a crack, the sound of shattering bones, and a scream. Puff! After dispatching the Dharma protector, Shen Fei grabbed the demon-subduing staff in his left hand and hurled it forward, piercing the left shoulder of the other Dharma protector. Moments later, seeing their 2 companions fall, the remaining 2 Dharma protectors flew into a rage. Unlike them, they remained irrational, swinging their demon-subduing staffs at Shen Fei with impenetrable force. Not foolish, not greedy, Lekun, watching the 2 fallen Dharma protectors, whose fate was unknown, also grew furious. He combined his demon-subduing palm with the 2 other Dharma protectors to strike Shen Fei. Don't worry, they are not dead yet. It would be too easy for you to die so easily, looking at the 3 people attacking. Shen Fei flicked his left hand and flicked the magic wands of the remaining 2 Dharma protectors. The powerful force made the 2 Dharma protectors retreat continuously, exposing Monk Lekun alone. Ah! Monk Lekun then screamed and fell to the ground with twisted limbs. Just now, Shen Fei used his bronze bell to smash his limbs and completely destroyed the meridians in his body. Master, don't be so anxious, you can't escape. The same method was repeated, and the last 2 Dharma protectors also fell to the ground. After the battle, someone immediately stepped forward and captured Monk Lekun and the 4 Dharma protectors. Just watch this place being destroyed. Attack! After Shen Fei gave the order, the white-armored soldiers took action. A large number of ice spears rained down from the sky and shot into the pure Nianzhen sect. At the same time, the other crossbowmen also began to attack. He had no shortage of crossbows, so there was no need to be frugal. He would just start with a crossbow attack. Neither Fan Qinghu nor Ning Daoqi were found. You're lucky. After the crossbow attack, the attack officially began. However, Shen Fei was a little depressed at this time. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could capture Fan Qinghu or Ning Daoqi. I leave this place to you. Once you have counted the wealth, there is no need for this place to exist. Although the pure Nianzhen sect's buildings were luxurious and might have other uses, Shen Fei finally ordered his men to completely destroy the pure Nianzhen sect and rebuild a small town there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782, Unifying the South, Part 1. Monk Liaquang and the 4 Dharma protectors witnessed a complete destruction of the pure Nianzhen sect from beginning to end, causing the 5 to spit out a mouthful of blood. Centuries of hard work had been destroyed, leaving Liaquang with a pang of regret. He closed his eyes and chanted the Buddha's name in his heart. As for the 4 Dharma protectors, no trace of Buddhist demeanor remained. They cursed and even cursed Shen Fei, but their voices were soon cut short by the soldiers guarding them. Zuling, this is not the time to be soft-hearted. You should know what their purpose is. While Shen Fei was dealing with the pure Nianzhen sect, the battle in Luoyang City was in full swing. Cao Zhuang, holding the moon in the well, looked at Su Xiling, who held his sword with a hesitant expression. After slashing an enemy away with a single blow, he spoke coldly. I understand. Su Xiling, having received Cao Zhuang's reminder, let out a sigh of relief, his gaze instantly firm. Compared to Cao Zhuang, Su Xiling was somewhat more indecisive, but when the time came, he could be decisive. The sword he held was a sure sign of this. Normally, Su Xiling wouldn't wield a sword. On the battlefield, weapons were far more effective than bare hands. After all, this wasn't a battle of martial arts. Not only Su Xiling, but even Zhu Yuan and Shi's Haxun would be armed on the battlefield. Su Xiling had considered everything carefully before making his move, his hesitation stemming from the fact that his opponent was protecting the monks at the temple. Having calmed his mind, Su Xiling struck without mercy. Yu Chuhong, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? A middle-aged man with disheveled hair roared angrily at Yu Chuhong's ruthless attack. As fellow aristocratic families, after these people infiltrated Luoyang, they naturally began contacting the other aristocratic families there, attempting to incite them to revolt. The Dugu clan, one of the four major clans, was naturally the first target. These people believed that the Dugu clan's submission to Shen Fei must have hidden reasons and was certainly not voluntary. After all, Shen Fei's policies had significantly weakened the power and interests of the aristocratic families. Smaller clans were fine, but the larger ones would never willingly relinquish their power and interests. As one of the four largest clans in the Central Plains, how could the Dugu clan, one of the four largest clans in the Central Plains, willingly accept the loss of their power? This assumption was undoubtedly correct. The Dugu clan had certainly not voluntarily submitted to Shen Fei. Unfortunately, however, these people miscalculated one thing: they lacked the courage to betray Shen Fei. Submitting to Shen Fei would at most mean less benefits, and the Dugu clan could still maintain their status and luxurious lifestyle. However, if they betrayed, that would be the day of their demise. In this situation, it was an easy choice. Afterwards, Yu Chuhong played along, pretending to cooperate with them, and then easily sold them to Shen Fei. As for the Song clan's submission to Shen Fei, these people didn't care too much at all. After all, they and the Song clan were not on the same page. The Song clan's choice was clearly just betting on Shen Fei. Of course I know what I'm doing, but you, I'm afraid, don't understand who you're going against. Let's go. As Yu Chuhong spoke, she attacked without hesitation. The jade crutch in her hand hit one person's chest directly. The burst of true energy caused the sound of bones breaking to be heard. The man's chest caved in directly under this blow, and a big hole was almost blown out of his chest. A wise bird chooses its tree to roost in. Let's go. Kui Lao Sen. After recovering from a long-standing injury, Yu Chuhong's martial arts skills improved dramatically. Even Zhu Yuan wouldn't dare claim victory over her. For Yu Chuhong, the current situation was actually the best. Apart from anything else, the mere presence of Dugu Fen was enough to guarantee the Dugu family's future status. In the future, the Dugu clan would no longer be at the bottom of the heap. Even if it couldn't surpass the Song clan to become the first of the four great clans, it would surely surpass the Yuan and Li clans to become second. This time, to ensure victory in the battle within Luoyang City, Shen Fei attacked the Jingnian Zen sect without a single expert, sending all of them to deal with those who had infiltrated Luoyang. Now tell me your choice, Master Fa He. My patience is limited. The future of Buddhism rests with you today. In the abbot's meditation room at the White Horse Temple, Shen Fei stared at the white-haired old monk before him, asking him to make his final choice. His unique Buddhist name made Shen Fei scrutinize him carefully. It was a pity this wasn't Jinshin Temple, otherwise, with a golden bowl, it would have been even more recognizable. There's a pagoda inside the White Horse Temple. Amitabha, I agree. After a long moment of silence, Fa He, counting his Buddhist beads with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes and, after a deep sigh, nodded, agreeing to Shen Fei's terms. Master, you are indeed a virtuous monk. I'll leave the rest to you. Upon receiving Fa He's nod, Shen Fei immediately turned and led his men away. While Buddhism is difficult to completely destroy, it can be fragmented. Just as there are different factions within Taoism, and Ning Daoqi's betrayal of Taoism, Buddhism also has significant factions within it. The two largest factions are naturally the South and the North. The conflict between the North and the South was extremely serious in this era, affecting aristocratic families, Buddhism, and Taoism alike. This is also the reason why the Song clan couldn't get along with the other aristocratic clans. Of the four major clans, with the exception of the Song clan, which was located in the south, most of the others were located in the north. There are many reasons for this, but there are only two main ones. One is the Five Barbarians' invasion of China, which caused heavy casualties among the Han people in the north. The vast majority of people in the north are now of mixed descent, and even the Li clan has Hu blood. The other is naturally the rapid development of the south, which has shifted the center of the Central Plains. Chang'an was once a strategic stronghold. It could be said that as long as Chang'an was occupied, the world could be basically conquered. However, with the development of the south, Chang'an's shortcomings were immediately exposed, especially with the development of Luoyang and the emergence of the Grand Canal, which immediately increased Luoyang's status to rival Chang'an. The Central Plains can now be divided into the north, centered on Chang'an, and the south, centered on Luoyang. Only those who occupied these two places were qualified to compete for the world. People in other places were basically just supporting roles. However, the south was newly developed after all, and was naturally much weaker than the north. Aside from the Song clan, which was an old aristocratic family. Most of the families that emerged in the south were new aristocratic families, and even the Buddhist sect was the same. Wow, that number is truly beyond words. 3 days later, the Luoyang rebellion had largely subsided. Thanks to Shen Fei's strategic planning, the damage in Luoyang was minimal, with only a few streets destroyed. After all, the enemy was formidable. However, compared to the losses, the gains were immense. Due to his previous policies, his forces were already running low on resources, not money, but food and other essentials. He had been considering using the supplies he had brought with him, but this harvest solved their immediate problem. Speaking of which, Wang Shichen is truly pitiful. If he had dared to act like this, even a siege by Li Shimin wouldn't have mattered. Perhaps due to the war, temples and aristocratic families had stored vast quantities of supplies. This harvest was enough to sustain him for a year. With that much time, the modern, high-yield grain he had brought would surely yield a bountiful harvest. This sheer volume of supplies made Shen Fei pity Wang Shichen once again. It also deepened his understanding of Buddhism and led him to realize that he had been a bit too gentle. This was just the necessities of life. If one added in the wealth, the sum would be even greater. The wealth gained from the Jingnian Zen sect alone was enough to cover his military expenses for 6 months. This was the army he commanded now, not the army under Wang Shichen's command. If one added in the other resources, it would cover several years' worth of military expenses. Publish it. Many people, both inside and outside Luoyang, were deeply dissatisfied with the destruction of temples like the Jingnian Zen sect. As for the destroyed aristocratic families, no one seemed to care. However, after seeing the details of the Jingnian Zen sect's wealth, supplies, and lands published in the Datan Daily, along with Shen Fei's calculations of how much a single Jingnian Zen monk spent daily, and the value of their robes, Buddhist beads, and other belongings, the voices of discontent immediately subsided. Even those who were extremely stubborn and refused to believe what the Datan Daily reported were silenced upon seeing the mountain of treasure piled atop the ruins of the Jingnian Zen sect. Seeing was believing. Furthermore, Shen Fei distributed all the land belonging to the pure Nian Zen sect to the refugees who had fled to Luoyang, and his fame skyrocketed. I originally wanted to build a small town, but now it seems a bit wasteful. How about building a school? The pure Nian Zen sect was in a prime location, surrounded by beautiful scenery. After surveying the area, Shen Fei immediately decided to abandon the town and establish the first academy in the Tang dynasty. Now it's time to deal with them. Starting with Bu Chen, Shen Fei didn't need to worry much about establishing the academy. A single order would suffice. After that, it was time to deal with Li Kong and the 4 Dharma protectors. He had captured them alive for precisely this reason, a public trial. Li Kong, Fan Qinghu, and Ning Daoqi were the 3 individuals Shen Fei had decided to publicly try. He wanted the world to know that even a grandmaster who dared to collude with a foreign enemy would face certain death. I wonder if anyone will come to disrupt the execution grounds. In an age where becoming a monk could evade all guilt, including murder and arson, the public trial of a Buddhist monk would have a profound impact. With the Tang Daily's publication of the incident, everyone in the Central Plains was abuzz with discussion. This was utter offense to Buddhism. If you say it's the king of Shen Tang, then that's fine. But he's a lunatic. Indeed, in the eyes of many, Shen Fei is a lunatic, especially those from the aristocratic families who have always held high positions. They completely misunderstand why the king of Shen Tang would offend them so desperately for a bunch of lowly people. The 9-rank system, such a brilliant institution, has been completely abandoned. Damn it, inside the Sihan Jingzhe on Emperor's Peak, Fan Qinghu read the newspaper's report on the crimes of Monk Kong and the 4 Dharma protectors, and angrily slammed his palm, shattering the pavilion's stone table. Fan Qinghu was filled with rage. A series of plans that should have been proceeding smoothly were immediately overturned by the entrance of this disciple of the Taoist Xianzong. Luoyang's plan to select the emperor on behalf of heaven ended before it even began, and it also severely damaged the Buddhist community in Luoyang, with nearly half of the temples and the pure Nian Zen sect destroyed. This has already caused some in the Buddhist community to question her. Not to mention that after the Dusan Fort incident, Song personally killed 3 Lingnan Buddhist masters. The damage to these 3 masters was not a big deal. After all, they were not top-tier masters. The key was Song's attitude. Then there was Ning Daoqi's defeat and injury at Song's hands, and Shi Feixun's return to Sihan Jingzhe with a shaved head, questioning the origins of Sihan Jingzhe and questioning her. and Bizixen's death, which caused Shi Qingsong to lose control, left even Fan Qinghu feeling overwhelmed. It seems we have no choice but to give up on the south. We must accelerate our efforts to unify the north. If that doesn't work, we'll have to divide and conquer. After taking a few deep breaths, Fan Qinghu forced herself to calm down and began to reflect on the current situation. With the fall of the Jingnian Zen sect, and Ning Daoqi's decline due to his Taoist heart, he was no match for Song. Consequently, Shen Tang, with the support of the Song clique, was completely unstoppable in the south. Du Fuwei, Li Zidan, and Shen Faxing were no match for the Song clique's army. As for Li Mi's current plan to tackle Luoyang, after Shen Tang's swift victory over Zhu Ji's army, Fan Qinghu is not optimistic about Li Mi's actions. This was not just her opinion, but also Li Shimin's. If those who had infiltrated Luoyang could successfully assassinate Shen Fei or seriously injure him, there might still be a chance. Otherwise, with Luoyang's high walls and deep moats, as long as they were tightly sealed, Li Mi would be doomed to fail. Shen Fei's appearance led to more frequent exchanges between Li Shimin and Fan Qinghu. Li Shimin had considered sending the Li clique to attack Luoyang while Li Mi was attacking, but unfortunately, this plan was vetoed by Li Yuan. It wasn't that Li Yuan didn't see the threat posed by Shen Tang, but rather that if he launched a large-scale attack on Luoyang, he'd be vulnerable to Liu Wuzhao and his men from the north who would have attacked his current hometown of Chang'an. Liu Wuzhao had previously sent troops to attack his hometown of Taiyuan during a Li clique attack on Chang'an, and if Fan Qinghu hadn't reacted quickly, Liu Wuzhao would have nearly succeeded. Also eyeing the Li clique's territory was Liang Shidu. Looks like I have to send that guy, but first, I need to see Li Shimin. After reviewing the current situation, Fan Qinghu immediately looked in a certain direction, muttering to herself. It was indeed quite impressive to sit back in Sihan Jingzhe and watch the world unfold under her control, but unfortunately, her current circumstances no longer allowed her to do so. Divide and conquer. Inside the Qin Palace in Chang'an, Li Shimin surveyed a map of the Central Plains and sighed. Limited by his status, even his prodigious talents meant he couldn't call the shots within the Li clan. With the Li clan now intensively preparing to attack Liu Wuzhao, they naturally couldn't split up their forces to attack Luoyang. In contrast, Shen Fei had complete freedom of movement, backed by the unconditional support of the vast Song clan. With this powerful alliance, if Li Mi were defeated, the other factions would likely consider surrender. Chapter 783, Unifying the South, Part 2. Hulao Pass and Luoyang. When Shenlong and Shuanglong arrived, Yang Guangqing and his men had already been waiting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they immediately headed to a room in the general's mansion at Hulao Pass, where a sand table displaying a topographical map of the area surrounding the pass was displayed. They began to discuss the battle against Li Mi. Li Mi's army is currently stationed here, approximately 60,000 men, but we haven't discovered the remaining 40,000. Yang Guangqing immediately shared his intelligence. This time, Li Mi's forces had reached over 100,000 men, and fierce scouting battles had been raging between the two sides. Yang Guangqing's scouting efforts had yielded a rough estimate of Li Mi's army's strength. Unfortunately, this was only the apparent figure. Another 40,000 men on Li Mi's side were missing. According to Yang Guangqing, these 40,000 men were Li Mi's true main force. It was precisely because he didn't know where these 40,000 men were hiding that Yang Guangqing refrained from launching a surprise attack while Li Mi was camped and precariously positioned. The troops at Hulao Pass were originally small, numbering only 10,000. It wasn't until Li Mi's army arrived that Shen Fei sent another 10,000. Even then, they were far outnumbered by Li Mi's forces. While Li Mi himself was suspicious and prone to taking shortcuts, this didn't necessarily mean he lacked military talent. In fact, while his military strategist skills weren't as impressive as those of Li Jing, Li Shiji, and others, he was far superior to those of Wang Shichen, Dao Jian, and others. For example, his plan to attack Luoyang was well planned. The use of two forces, one visible and one hidden, bought him considerable time to set up camp. Siege warfare is difficult to resolve quickly unless the strength of the opposing forces is vastly different. The most reliable strategy was undoubtedly siege, a tactic Li Shimin mastered. Countless cities were captured by Li Shimin using this tactic, including Wang Shichen's former Luoyang. Brother Shen's assessment of Li Mi is that he's a qualified military strategist and counselor, but not a qualified leader because he prefers to take shortcuts. A man like him, if he wanted to attack Hulao, would definitely not follow a straightforward, step-by-step siege. His plan would be to lure us out of the city to fight. To achieve this goal, he must have a prerequisite. What does military advisor Shen think is this prerequisite? Cao Zhuang looked at the sand table diagram of the entire Huliao prison and spoke confidently, but he stopped talking mid-sentence and threw the question to Shen Luan. Find a way to burn our food supply. With insufficient food and fodder, victory can only be achieved quickly. Wars are fought on logistics. When Shen Luan was still under Li Mi's command, during the battles between the Wagon Army and the Sui Army, Li Mi often used this tactic, sending in experts or paying off traders to carry out his plans. Many of these were Shen Luan's doing, so how could she not know? But that was before. Whether the Wagon Army can do it now is beyond question. Even if they could, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Thanks to temples like Jingnian Zen Monastery, Shen Fei now has ample supplies. The advent of technologies like mechanical beasts and hot air balloons has greatly reduced the manpower, resources, and time required to transport these supplies. This is without Shen Fei utilizing special abilities like his space ring, devouring sack, or the incredible large scarf. If he had used these, transporting supplies would have been even simpler. Indeed, but to minimize losses and achieve a swift victory, we must first locate those 40,000 men. It was Ma Chang, Yang Guangqing's trusted personal guard and his next successor, who spoke up. He had asked Ma Chang to come to establish good relations with Shen Luan and other younger members of the Shen Tang clan. Yang Guangqing was old, and official titles and rank no longer mattered to him. He cared only for two things: revenge for his family's deaths and the thousands of loyal Yang clan soldiers who had always followed him. In the original novel, Yang Guangqing led this army to join Cao Zhuang. Although Ma Chang wasn't currently renowned, he was in fact a rare military talent, even superior to Zhuan Yang in terms of military prowess. With Huliao Pass's current military strength, even if they stormed Li Mi with the help of the mechanical beasts, they would ultimately achieve victory. However, this would incur heavy losses, which was unworthy of a general. A qualified general, even if they held an absolute advantage, must consider what to do if the situation turned against them. Even with a flying dragon charging at them, they could still lose. That's right, Cao Zhuang confirmed, nodding in agreement. He then pointed to a peak northeast of Huliao Pass on the sand table and asked, "This is Qian Peak. Below is Qian Valley, which is home to numerous temples. You're suggesting the Wagon Army is hiding there?" "That's quite possible," Ma Chang briefly explained Qian Valley to the group present, but then, as if remembering something, he looked at Cao Zhuang in surprise. "Buddhism? While that's a strong possibility, I suspect it's a trap. Li Mi couldn't have failed to predict our investigation. The relationship between Buddhism and Shen Tang was now at loggerheads. Given this situation, a valley near Huliao Pass, mostly filled with temples, was a natural place to investigate. No qualified general would wage a war based on a single guess, even if the probability was 99%. "I'll go," he said. Before Cao Zhuang could even decide who to send, Su Xiling volunteered. Then, "Young Master Ling, thank you." Cao Zhuang had great faith in Su Xiling's abilities, especially his mastery of the Wind God leg. Even if Ning Daoqi wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Cao Zhuang, despite also practicing the Wind God leg, was slightly inferior to Su Xiling in this area. Su Xiling and Nai Feng did bear a resemblance. With time, he might even reach Nai Feng's level of wind riding prowess. Su Xiling soon returned from Qian Valley. A few kilometers wasn't much for him, using the Wind God leg. "It's a trap. There are only about 2,000 people inside." Su Xiling immediately shared all the information he had observed. If the tents were counted within Qian Valley, there were indeed 30 or 40,000 people, but that was just an appearance. In reality, those tents were all decoys. If they were mistaken for Li Mi's main force, the Huliao Pass army would be deployed, and they would fall prey to a trap. This is going to be troublesome. I wonder if the young lady has any information. 40,000 people sounds like a lot, and if they gather together, it would seem even more. After all, over 10,000 people seem endless. However, if these 40,000 people entered the Mangshan Mountains, 40,000 would become a mere handful. Send out the Suzaku machine to observe the situation in Mangshan from the air. Also, have people investigate the surrounding villages to see if anyone is missing or hasn't returned. While Cao Zhuang was thinking about how to contact Zhai Jiao and the others, Shen Luan suddenly spoke out her thoughts. "So that's how it is. I understand." As soon as Shen Luan spoke, Everyone present immediately understood what she meant. With 40,000 people moving through Mangshan, even if they were careful, they were bound to be discovered by those entering the mountains to cut firewood or hunt. Given Li Mi's stealthy march, encountering such people would only result in their being silenced. Therefore, if they investigated the village and found anyone who hadn't returned on time, they were likely to have encountered the wagon army and been silenced. Found it, with a two-pronged approach, they spent a day, using the villages of missing hunters around Mangshan and the Suzaku system in the sky to search, and finally located Li Mi's main force. They're actually trying to bypass them. Comparing Li Mi's marching route, Cao Zhuang and the others immediately guessed his intention. Shen Luan, looking at the wagon army camp, shook his head. Perhaps out of confidence that they would never be discovered, the wagon army's camp was somewhat perfunctory. While the overall terrain was well chosen, a hillside that was easily defended and difficult to attack, the front of the camp lacked many defensive features. Setting up camp during a march is crucial. Not only must the terrain be carefully chosen, but all defensive measures must be in place. No one can skimp on the idea that an enemy attack is unlikely. It's better to be prepared than to be safe. Li Mi, a seasoned warrior, wouldn't have made such a rudimentary mistake, but he did, a truly baffling mistake. It's indeed the main force of the wagon army. We can prepare to attack, as the saying goes, when the false is real, the true is false. After identifying the 40,000 troops, Cao Zhuang and his companions carefully observed the army, fearing they might be deceived into thinking the 40,000 were merely ordinary wagon troops, with a true elite hidden within the 60,000. After confirming this, Cao Zhuang and his companions immediately returned to Huliao Pass on the Suzaku and began deploying their troops, deploying 10,000 men, accompanied by 8 white tigers, 4 Po-2 samurais, 8 Suzakus, and 20 bats. The Shen Tang army, emerging from Huliao Pass, set up camp approximately 3 kilometers from Li Mi's camp, preparing to launch an attack early the next morning. The deployment of 10,000 troops naturally couldn't match the speed of Cao Zhuang's earlier troops, and naturally required time. While this operation was underway, Cao Zhuang relayed the relevant intelligence to Zhai Jiao. Action. With a command, the Suzaku, vermilion bird, machine immediately began to move, hurling black kerosene from its mouth in 4 directions towards the Wagang's camp. Simultaneously, the Xia family's thunderbolt smoke balls and divine fire-flying crows began to unleash their power. While existing firearms were quite weak, they were very effective at creating chaos. These poison gas bombs, primarily composed of a mixture of arsenic, saltpeter, and other materials, weren't lethal. But they could significantly weaken the enemy's fighting capacity. It seems the dynamics of future warfare are about to change. Cao Zhuang, Shen Luan, Ma Chang, Yang Guoqing, and the others observed the effects of the mechanical Suzaku from the rear, sighing in unison. With the advent of the mechanical Suzaku, the dynamics of warfare had radically shifted. It was no longer a matter of head-on confrontation, but rather a matter of air superiority. With a sufficient number of mechanical Suzaku, coupled with a large supply of black kerosene, it would be a groundbreaking aerial assault in this era. What was that? The sudden chaos sent Li Mi roaring in anger. He tried to rally his troops. Unfortunately, the wagon troops, facing the onslaught, had lost much of their fighting spirit. Fortunately, Li Mi's personal guards reacted quickly, executing those wagon soldiers who had attempted to flee out of fear, ultimately restoring morale. Kill Li Mi and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks. The poisonous smoke quickly dissipated. This was a forest, after all, and with the gunpowder's materialization, the casualties it caused to the wagon army were minimal, but the impact on morale was significant. Monster, the wagon army, whose morale had recovered slightly, saw the mechanical white tiger and Po-2 Sanlang appear not far from them, and many immediately lost their fighting spirit. Shen Luan, I know you're here. Come out. Gazing at the imposing mechanical white tiger and Po-2 Sanlang, Li Mi immediately realized he was too late. The towering mechanical white tiger and Po-2 Sanlang were clearly no mere decoration. Not to mention his wagon army was already in disarray. Even if they were intact, they would be powerless to resist them. He had just witnessed a formidable Nanhe sect master attempt a sneak attack on the mechanical white tiger, only to be struck by a blow that left his chest shrunken and him collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his body. It was clear he was doomed. Li Mi, today is the day you pay the price. Shen Luan didn't emerge. Instead, Shuanglong appeared. Cao Zhuang held the moon in the well, while Su Xiling clutched a long spear. Long weapons always have advantages on the battlefield. Kill. With that, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling rushed toward the location. Simultaneously, two mechanical white tigers charged at Li Mi. Bang! As Su Xiling's spear clashed with Li Mi's body trembled several times, and he involuntarily retreated several steps. In contrast, Su Xiling only took one step back. Li Mi, you're dead today. Li Mi, having retreated, was immediately met with Cao Zhuang's moon in the well. Shu Onglong hated Li Mi. If it weren't for him, Su wouldn't have suffered the fate she suffered. Now that Wang Baden had been killed by Shen Luan, killing Li Mi was the only way to avenge Su. Bang! Facing Cao Zhuang's commanding strike, Li Mi's spear trembled, meeting Cao Zhuang's moon in the well. However, the moment their attacks made contact, Li Mi felt a surge of icy yin energy coursing through his meridians, forcing him to retreat several steps. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Facing Cao Zhuang's attack, Li Mi had assumed it was the same scorching ki as Su Xiling's, and had prepared for it. However, he never expected Cao Zhuang's ki to be of a cold yin nature, a level of ice and fire from the ninth heaven. This was a painful blow for Li Mi. It wasn't just physical pain, it was emotionally agonizing. Back then, he had held the Shuanglongs in contempt, but now, even in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't sure of victory. Li Mi, accept your fate. As he silently dissipated the icy and fiery ki within his body, Zhai Jiao, Zhuan Yuang, and the others charged towards Li Mi. Zhai Jiao bravely led the charge, wielding a large Guandao sword, brandishing it with ferocious force. Under the cold glare of the sword, no one could stand up to her. After Zhai Rang's death, Zhai Jiao diligently trained in martial arts, precisely to slay Li Mi today. Chapter 784, Unifying the South, Part 2. Zhai Jiao. Seeing Zhai Jiao and the others charging from behind, Li Mi snorted coldly and immediately led his personal guards to meet them. At this point, the situation was practically hopeless. They were already considering escaping, but with Shen Tang's troops swarming ahead, their only option was to break through from the rear. Li Mi had initially lingered, hoping to salvage the situation. However, when Zhai Jiao and the others charged from behind, he realized that if he didn't leave, he'd have no chance once the troops had arrived. With this thought in mind, Li Mi brandished his spear and charged at Zhai Jiao. Her presence made Li Mi suspect that her plan might have been exposed, so even if he had to flee, he had to kill her first. If possible, there was one other person Li Mi was determined to kill, Shen Luan. The more Shen Luan gained respect from Shen Fei, the more furious Li Mi became, as it suggested he lacked the ability to judge people. By this point, Li Mi had already attributed his failure to both Zhai Jiao and Shen Luan. As for himself, he certainly had done nothing wrong. With this in mind, Li Mi naturally struck without mercy. Tu Shufeng and Zhuan Yuang, flanking Zhai Jiao, were about to step forward to shield her from the blow when several of Li Mi's personal guards rushed forward, blocking the path. Zhai Jiao's vast Guandao and Li Mi's steel spear collided fiercely in midair. The shockwaves of the collision simultaneously shook their bodies, sending them reeling backwards. Li Mi's face paled instantly. He had never imagined that Zhai Jiao, whom he had always despised, could be so formidable. Having underestimated Zhai Jiao's strength, Li Mi's internal ki surged under the blow. He immediately prepared to calm it down through his internal ki. Unfortunately, Zhai Jiao gave him no time to react. The direct collision with Li Mi was a painful experience for Zhai Jiao, but with Li Mi right before her, she couldn't afford to worry about anything else. With a loud shout, she charged at him, brandishing her vast Guandao. Under normal circumstances, Zhai Jiao's strength was far inferior to Li Mi's. Even after Zhai Rang's death, she had been diligently cultivating. But that was under normal circumstances. After all, she knew Shuanglong. Because of Su, Shuanglong treated Zhai Jiao like a daughter. He asked Shen Fei for his Henrin pill and a Juxin pill. These two pills greatly improved Zhai Jiao's strength. While still inferior to Li Mi, the gap was no longer as stark as before. Li Mi had previously used Zhai Jiao to plot against Zhai Rang, and it was he who personally captured Li Mi, masked of course. Facing the frenzied Zhai Jiao, Li Mi's face paled even further, and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Although he was much better off than Zhai Jiao, whose hair was disheveled and her body was covered in blood, Li Mi did not forget that this was a battlefield. If he continued to be entangled by Zhai Jiao, he would not even have a chance of escape. Madman, Li Mi cursed inwardly as he watched Zhai, who hadn't even dodged a spear thrust at his chest, instead swinging her massive guandao at him, and he had to change his stance to block the sword. Zhai might not care about her own life, but Li Mi couldn't. While Zhai would have been dead if he had continued his attack, he would have been seriously injured at worst, and in this chaotic battlefield, being seriously injured was practically the same as dying. Asshole, damn it, Zhai's suicidal tactics infuriated Li Mi. Even more infuriating was the heavy casualties suffered by his personal guards, and the fact that none of the experts who were supposed to support him had shown up. The Nanhe faction members, including Wang Gaoku, who were supposed to break out with him, were nowhere to be found. Not only the Nanhe faction, but also the others under his command, including Pei Renji, the master of the Twin Tigers. It seemed they had all abandoned him. After all, whether it was Shen Tang's army or Zhai and the others, their target was Li Mi. Being with him would naturally make him a prime target. Instead, having Li Mi stand out on the open to draw fire, given the strength of Wang Gaoku and the rest of the Nanhe faction, the others had a much better chance of escaping. At this thought, Li Mi's face darkened, and he immediately made up his mind. This time, even at the risk of injury, he would eliminate Zhai. If he didn't, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape. Li Mi was a powerful figure, and once he made his decision, he naturally didn't hesitate. Unfortunately, he acted a little too late. Zhuan Yang, with the help of his own men, had escaped and began to attack Li Mi. Damn it, Zhuan Yang's arrival intensified Li Mi's pressure. He had originally considered killing Zhai before leaving to vent his frustration, but he had to give up. Immediately, Li Mi took advantage of Zhai's attack, blocking her large guandao with his steel spear. At the cost of a minor injury to his left shoulder, he used the force of Zhai's blow to escape and leap towards the dense forest to the side and rear. Once he entered the dense forest, with his strength, he had a high chance of escape. Seeing Li Mi about to enter the dense forest, Zhai desperately wanted to rush forward, but it was too late. Mid-air, Li Mi sneered smugly at the charging Zhai. As long as he survived, there was always a chance of recovery. Just as Li Mi was about to fall into the dense forest and was about to enter and quickly escape, he suddenly felt a whirlwind around him. Then, a figure appeared in front of him, its legs transforming into countless phantoms, kicking him with a wind god kick. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to change direction in mid-air, Li Mi swung his spear with all his might, attempting to block the incoming attack. Desperately, Li Mi blocked most of the incoming kicks with his spear, but several still managed to break through and strike him directly in the chest. The powerful force from his chest caused Li Mi to spit out a large mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying backwards. Well done, Xiling, Zhai exclaimed upon seeing Li Mi being kicked back. The attacker was none other than Su Xiling. In this battle, because Shen Tang had the upper hand, he hadn't taken up arms. Su Xiling disdained to kill unless necessary. Noticing the movement of Li Mi's flag, he consulted with Cao Zhang, suspecting that Zhai and his men might be making a move, and so he used his wind god kick to rush over. Zhai is Su's eldest daughter, so Shuanglong naturally doesn't want her to suffer any harm. In the original novel, when Zhai's goods are stolen, Shuanglong rushes to the scene immediately. Cao Zhang even abandons his own wealth and travels to the frontier to help recover the goods. This clearly reveals Shuanglong's attitude towards Zhai. Anyone else would hardly make the same choice as Cao Zhang. You're the leader of the young marshal's army, a man determined to dominate the world. Going to the frontier to recover goods is a complete waste of time. It's precisely for this reason that Shuanglong first asked Shen Fei for the elixir for Zhai, a privilege not even Ba Feng'an could afford. Few people could inspire Shuanglong to kill. Yuanzi is undoubtedly the first, followed by Wang Baden. Now that Wang Baden is dead, it's Li Mi. Killing me won't be that easy. Li Mi, having been kicked back to the ground, looked at Zhai, Zhuan Yang, and the others surrounding him. Knowing that this time, he was doomed, he immediately abandoned everything, grasped his spear, and attacked Zhai. If possible, Li Mi certainly didn't want to die, but after all, those surrounding him were brought by Zhai. Even if he surrendered, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. If Shen Luan were here, despite his deep hatred for her, he would have surrendered immediately. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In this situation, Li Mi just wanted to take someone with him before his death. Turbulent wind, thunderous and resolute. As Li Mi attacked Zhai Jiao, Su Xiling attacked, using 2 consecutive moves from the Wind God kick. While kicking Li Mi's spear away, he dealt him another heavy blow. If he hadn't wanted to leave Li Mi to Zhai Jiao, Su Xiling could have killed him with a Wind God kick. By this time, Su Xiling's martial arts skills had surpassed Li Mi's. Combined with the Wind God kick and the previous injury, it was clear that he was no match for Li Mi. Li Mi, seeing Li Mi, covered in blood and with his right arm broken, Zhai Jiao roared. She struck him in the chest with her large Guandao sword, nearly severing it in 2. Then, with another counterattack, she severed his head. Seeing Li Mi's head flying, Zhai Jiao burst into laughter. Her body slumped, and she was about to collapse. But the next moment, Su Xiling appeared beside her, catching her and channeling the ki from the Luk Chang Sheng Ju to heal her wounds. Even with his Henrin Pill and the Juxin Pill, Zhai Jiao's martial arts were no match for Li Mi. Previously, she had relied on a sense of mutual destruction to keep Li Mi cautious, resulting in a mutually devastating battle. Now, with Li Mi dead, the aura of his death sent Zhai Jiao surging through her body. Fortunately, the Chang Sheng Ju was a sacred healing agent, and combined with this special healing medicine she received from Shen Fei, Zhai Jiao's injuries were quickly healed. Li Mi is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. With Li Mi's head suspended high in the air, the majority of the resisting wagon army, stunned for a moment, immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered. Only a few, loyal to Li Mi, continued to resist, but were quickly defeated. Miss, your revenge has been taken. Please hand over Lord Mi's head. I want to bury him. At the end of the battle, Shen Luoyan and Zhai Jiao confronted each other, each holding their own views, leaving Shuanglong unsure what to do. The reason for the confrontation was simple. Zhai Jiao wanted to use Li Mi's head to commemorate her father, while Shen Luoyan wanted Li Mi buried. The argument ensued. Lord Mi didn't desecrate your father's body back then, Zhai Jiao initially disagreed, but after Shen Luoyan's words, she considered it and immediately agreed. I didn't expect Brother Qin to. Well, in the meeting room at Huliao Pass, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling sighed as they reviewed the documents in their hands. Let them go. I hope they won't regret it later. Shen Luoyan's expression was remarkably calm. With 40,000 of Li Mi's main force either dead or surrendering, and Li Mi himself dead, the remaining 60,000 surrendered immediately upon confirming this intelligence. Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling approached Qin Shubao to persuade him to surrender, but were rebuffed. Qin Shubao had been recruited by Shen Luoyan, and after Shen Luoyan left the wagon army, Li Mi no longer trusted him and placed him with the remaining 60,000 men. Besides Qin Shubao, Chang Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and others also rejected Shen Tang's offer. It was Shan Xiongxin who unexpectedly surrendered. While Shuanglong was somewhat disappointed by the situation, Shen Luoyan wasn't too disappointed. The wagon army's mass surrender presented an opportunity for her. It was also an opportunity for Zhuan Yuang. The two of them had a tacit understanding and split the surrendered wagon army into 2. Even though Shen Fei trusted Shen Luoyan deeply, she was also very measured in her actions. Of course, not all the surrendered wagon soldiers could continue to serve in the army. They needed to be selected, and those who were unqualified would be removed from the army and transferred to civilians, logistics, 6 gates constables, etc. Let's go to Chang'an. The escaped Wang Gaokuo took the disciples of the Nanhe faction with him. After some consideration, he immediately took a group of disciples to Chang'an. Wang Gaokuo did consider joining Shen Fei, but when he thought about the Song clan, he was afraid that joining Shen Tang would be targeted by the Song clan, so he decided to join the Li clan first. In fact, Wang Gaokuo was overthinking it. If the Nanhe faction really joined Shen Fei, the Song clan would not be able to target them. To put it bluntly, the Song clan never took the Nanhe faction seriously. Wang Gaokuo probably thought that he was not weak because he had fought Ning Daoqi for hundreds of moves that year, but he didn't know that Ning Daoqi was afraid that he would lose too badly and deliberately let him lose after Shen Fei had it revealed that the Siheng sword manual was flawed and couldn't reach the Grandmaster level. This tome, known as one of the 4 Great Masters, became widely despised. Even for the vast majority, achieving even Grandmaster status, let alone Grandmaster, seemed out of reach. Yet, that didn't stop them from harboring a hope. As long as there was a chance, even a 1 in 10,000, 1 in 10,000 chance, there was still hope. But the Siheng sword manual completely extinguished that hope, giving it zero hope. Even Ning Daoqi sneered in disdain. The reason was simple. A Grandmaster, reading a manual that couldn't reach Grandmaster status, would actually cause you to vomit blood. Could you be a fake Grandmaster? Li Mi's death is truly a shame. I was counting on him joining the Li clan and causing some trouble, given Li Mi's unyielding character. He definitely wouldn't be a good-natured person. Chapter 785, Unifying the South, Supplement. With the exception of a few like Shen Fei, most people felt no pity for Li Mi's death. In this respect, Li Mi couldn't compare to Zhirang. After Zhirang's death, at least many sought revenge, such as Zhuan Yong and Tu Shufang. But Li Mi's only true loyalty was to Shen Fei. In the original novel, even Wang Baden, whom Li Mi considered a confidant, betrayed him in the end. Truth be told, Wang Baden's loyalty was impossible. His only loyalty was to himself, and only Li Mi would foolishly consider him his confidant. Li Mi's downfall wasn't without reason. He had always backstabbed those who had done him a favor. Even if many didn't speak of it, they knew it. It was fine when they had no other choice, but given the choice, no one would choose an ungrateful person. Consider Wei Jing and Su Shiji. Even before Li Mi's defeat, they were flirting with the Li clique, and they were far more valued within the Li clique than under Li Mi's command. Next up is Dao Jian. After we reunite with the Song clan, things will be much easier. Looking at the map of the Central Plains displayed by Red Queen, Shen Fei silently planned his next steps. Even though he'd tried his best to delegate power, he was still short on talent, forcing him to handle some matters personally. Su Xingzi, while capable, was still only one man. He was currently responsible for matters in Quinjet City, which was in ruins due to Zhu Ji's actions, and he was already quite busy. But before that, let's have the Song clan send some political talent. Li Mi had been defeated, and his territory naturally needed to be taken over. Dao Jian's forces were likely to take over his territory soon, too. Considering the current situation, Shen Fei had no choice but to have the Song clan send some personnel. As a long-established clan, and with Song's long-held ambitions for global dominance, the Song clan had always been diligent in cultivating talent. Add to that the support of the aristocratic families controlled by the demon sect, and they would have a sufficient supply of talent. The reason he wanted so many talents, rather than relying on the existing personnel, was naturally to implement his new policies. As for whether this would allow the Song clan and the demon sect to become more powerful, Shen Fei didn't care at all. With him around, such a thing wouldn't happen. He wasn't like those idiots like Sengoku and Garp, who, fearing rocks would become the next celestial dragon, would even join forces with the pirates they considered filthy to fight the Rocks pirates to maintain celestial dragon rule. Furthermore, if one becomes too powerful and doesn't want to join the navy, they'll worry about becoming a pirate and endangering the world. This is truly ridiculous. Choosing to defend the celestial dragons out of what Shen Fei considered to be unfounded concerns is like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. According to this logic, the most likely candidates for celestial dragon status are Sengoku and Garp. For Shen Fei, all he needed to do now was establish the overarching framework, the system. The rest would be much simpler. In 10 years at most, once the students graduated, he could enter a virtuous cycle. Shen Fei wasn't worried about Dao Jian's battles. Dao Jian was a capable leader, but he lacked the ability to dominate the world. He lacked a broad perspective. Thus, among the major factions throughout the Central Plains, few truly set their sights on unifying the country. Most sought to dominate and establish their own territorial claims. Only Shen Fei, Song, the Li family, Li Mi, and Du Fuwei had their sights set on the entire Central Plains. While Du Fuwei's Jianghui army might not have been a force to be reckoned with, he possessed a truly long-term vision. Du Fuwei's greatest challenge lay in his humble origins, initially relying on rapid plunder to build his capital and compete for supremacy. Given enough time, he might have become an even greater threat than Li Mi. Du Fuwei also faced another challenge, bad luck. In the original novel, Shuoglong disrupted several of his plans, particularly the plan to capture Jingling and attract the arrival of the Fima Ranch. This would have been a turning point for the Jianghui army, but Shuoglong's failure ultimately led to disillusionment. Dao Jian, already somewhat inflated, could be dealt with by simply following Li Shimon's original battle plan against him, show the enemy weakness and lure him into a trap. Miss Zhai, from the Great Wall, how about a collaboration? After defeating Li Mi, Zhai Jiao looked much more relaxed. After thanking Shen Fei, she prepared to leave and return to her chamber of commerce in the Great Wall. Zhai Jiao was a talented businessman. After leaving Daojian, she brought many of her subordinates and established a chamber of commerce in the Great Wall, focusing on the fur trade, earning a fortune and supporting her numerous followers. The current period of turmoil in the world was extremely unfriendly for merchants, let alone trading with the various ethnic groups in the Great Wall. The danger was that they would be exploited by their own gangs. However, Zhai Jiao's subordinates were very powerful. Cooperation, yes, cooperation. What do you think of this? Shen Fei said, pulling out a set of glass tea sets. Under his guidance, the glass factory had finally met his requirements. Coupled with the relationship between Shuanglong and Zhai Jiao, they finally gave Zhai Jiao a chance. This is colored glass, Cao Zhang exclaimed in amazement at the intricate patterns on the tea sets. Glass, to be precise, the appearance of something so epical was naturally too much for Zhai Jiao to refuse, especially after hearing about its low cost. Because of the Shuanglong connections, Shen Fei didn't conceal the cost of the glass. There was no point in hiding something that would eventually be exposed. The two sides reached a series of agreements, ultimately settling on a selling price of 1,000 to 10,000 times the cost. From now on, foreigners traveling from the Silk Road to the Central Plains would have an additional commodity, glass. You're going to meet Du Fuwei. Yes, we're going to persuade Dad to surrender. After introducing Zhai Jiao to Bai Qinger, Cao Zhang and Su Xiling shared their thoughts. With Li Mi and Zhu Ji now defeated in the south, the only major powers left were Du Fuwei, Dao Jian, Shen Fei, Li Zidan, and Lin Shihen. As for the smaller factions, there was no need to mention them. Once the main force arrived, they would have no choice but to surrender. Okay, but take this with you to avoid any accidents. Considering the relationship between Shuanglong and Du Fuwei, Shen Fei agreed to their decision and gave them several talismans. Even though they were already very powerful, with peerless martial arts skills like the Wind God leg, they would still be in great danger if surrounded by a large army. While the relationship between Du Fuwei and Shuanglong was delicate, the outcome of a struggle involving the entire world was unpredictable. Did you see how Li Shimin killed his own brother for the sake of a position? Just like Shen Tang, the demon sect had already largely surrendered to him, but other factions with the support of the demon sect, such as Du Fuwei's partner Fu Gaogaiyao and Lin Shihen, remained ambiguous. Fu Gaogaiyao could still argue that Du Fuwei held the reins of power, so he couldn't make any moves. However, Lin Shihen, who held complete power, refused to surrender under such circumstances. One can imagine what he was thinking. If Lin Shihen surrendered, the unification of the South would have been much faster. There's still something this good, Brother Shen, give me a few more. After learning the talisman's effect, Cao Zhang immediately asked for a few more with a playful smile. Too much of this stuff won't help you improve your strength, just like how Lu Miaozi had thrown away the flying divine escape that he'd given Shuanglong. Relying on external resources can easily lead to laziness for warriors aspiring to higher realms. Despite this, Shen Fei still gave Cao Zhang a few more. Thank you. By the way, Brother Shen, when you attack Yuan Huiji, can you wait until we get back? For Shuanglong, everything else could be put off, including the struggle for world domination, but killing Yuan Huiji was their unwavering goal. Having swallowed up Li Mi's territory, Shen Tang naturally bordered Yuan Huiji's. Once Dao Jian was dealt with, Yuan Huiji, Shen Fei, Li Zidan, Du Fuwei, and the others would be next. No problem, I'll leave that to you. Shen Fei naturally agreed to Shuanglong's request. Yuan Huiji's situation was a minor matter to him, but it was a major one for Shuanglong. Considering the relationship between Yuan Huiji and Zhen Cao in the original novel, it was a very difficult choice for Shuanglong. Outside the gates of the Jianghui army's Liang camp, Du Fuwei, whose expression was usually stern and expressionless, smiled once upon seeing Shuanglong. Haha, my two children have finally become world-renowned figures. Shuanglong had come to Liang without resorting to trickery, but had openly visited Du Fuwei. The battle between Cao Zhang and Fu Jin at Manking Tower had officially established Shuanglong as a top figure. Dad, long time no see, Cao Zhang and Su Xiling said in unison. Du Fuwei's expression froze for a moment, then he burst into laughter again. If the three men's previous relationship had been casual and haphazard, it was now officially established. Alright, let's go, Du Fuwei said as he led Shuanglong towards Liang City. His personal guards tried to follow, but he stopped them. Liang was the territory of the Jianghui army. With his own strength and Shuanglong by his side, It was clear that even one of the three grandmasters would be unable to kill him at that moment. Let's not discuss anything else for now. Let's have a nice drink together today, father and son. Inspired by Du Fuyi's enthusiasm, Shuanglong, Du Fuyi and the others enjoyed a good meal at a Liang restaurant before heading to a wasteland outside the city. Your purpose is clear to me, and I agree. But before that, Du Fuyi said, not saying the rest. He flashed his famous golden arm guard, and his meaning was clear. Father, please give me some advice. Cao Zhang glanced at Su Xiling, and when he saw him nod, he immediately took the Jingzhonggayu and walked to a distance of about 5 meters in front of Du Fuyi, with Jingzhonggayu poised to invite him in. How unpredictable things are. Du Fuyi glanced at Su Xiling, who walked off to the side, and sighed with emotion. Back then, he could easily defeat the combined forces of the twin dragons with a single hand. Now, even in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't sure of victory. As he spoke, Du Fuyi suddenly clashed his hands together, and a strange sound emanated from the clashing arm guards. Du Fuyi, the master of the world, had earned such a formidable reputation in the martial arts world. It's called every generation has its own talented individuals, each leading the charge for centuries. Seeing Du Fuyi's attack, Cao Zhang immediately stepped forward, simultaneously raising the moon in the well, radiating a yellow blade light as it charged towards Du Fuyi's chest. The strange sound Du Fuyi had just emitted from his arm guards might have affected anyone else, but it had no effect on Cao Zhang, who had cultivated the art of immortality. Having frequently sparred with Su Xiling, Shen Fei possessed considerable experience in countering sonic attacks. Shen Fei had devoted considerable effort to Su Xiling's instruction, imparting to him virtually all of the Taoist Xianzhuang's martial arts. While the Chen Shengju, Eternal Life Secret, was a truly remarkable skill, the Taoist Xianzhuang's techniques were not to be underestimated. Among them, the sunshine after the snow, the world lost its color, heavenly sounds transmitted, and spring rejuvenation were all taught to Su Xiling, who then integrated and adapted them into his own unique techniques. Cao Zhang's moon in the well clashed with Du Fuyi's arm guard, resulting in a crisp clash of blades. Du Fuyi's body instantly trembled, and he involuntarily took several steps back. A hint of frost covered his battle-hardened arm guards. The spiraling key, combined with its icy cold properties, dealt Du Fuyi a minor blow upon contact. Father, be careful. As he spoke, Cao Zhang advanced again, unleashing the 6 cold arts. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, forcing Du Fuyi to retreat several steps again. After dissolving the spiraling icy key within his body, he used his golden arm guard to meet Cao Zhang's moon in the well. The yellow blade light and the golden arm shadow clashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Let's stop here, Su Xiling, who had been silently observing the battle, said immediately after watching the two exchange nearly 100 moves. By this point, the situation between the two was clear, there was no need to continue. While Du Fuyi was formidable, he was only slightly stronger than Li Mi, while Shuanglong was now close in strength to Kan Kan, Zhu Yuan, and the others. I was originally planning to fight Xiling, but now it seems there's no need. Father, if you have any conditions, you can mention them. I've agreed to them on behalf of Big Brother Shen. Big Brother Shen, you've always called him that. Yes, that's not necessary. I trust my two sons. Cao Zhang and Su Xiling's way of addressing Shen Fei surprised Du Fuyi greatly. After confirming it, even Du Fuyi was filled with emotion. With Shen Fei's strength and status, address was a very important matter. Just like Li Shimin, everyone else basically called him the King of Qin. Shuanglong had actually wanted to change his address, but Shen Fei refused. It would be too boring to be an emperor without even a familiar name. Shen Fei didn't care what others thought, but his side was different. Chapter 786, Unifying the South, Supplementary Part. After Du Fuyi agreed to surrender to Shen Tang, Shuanglong was delighted. This prevented a conflict between the two sides. Naturally, they didn't want to confront Du Fuyi if possible. Knowing Shen Fei well, they knew that no one in the world could defeat him. If Du Fuyi didn't surrender, the outcome would undoubtedly be defeat and death, something Shuanglong didn't want to see. The current situation was a win-win for everyone. Dad, why do I feel like you don't care about the Jianghui Army's foundation at all? With Shuanglong and Du Fuyi now officially established as father and son, Cao Zhang spoke more casually, immediately raising a question. Before meeting Du Fuyi, The two hadn't been confident they could convince him to surrender, simply trying their best and leaving the rest to fate. After all, Du Fuyi was now a powerful and influential leader, but surrendering would mean all that was gone. After Du Fuyi surrendered, Shen Tang naturally treated him well. High positions and generous salaries were inevitable, but it was clear that these were nominal positions, devoid of real power. Du Fuyi's subordinates still had a chance to be promoted, but Du Fuyi had no such chance. It wasn't that Shen Fei feared what Du Fuyi might do, but rather the unspoken rules of the warring factions. Some things, even at Shen Fei's current power, couldn't be changed. If they were changed, the consequences would be, if not endless, but certainly endless. There's a saying that goes, it's not the lack of power that's worrying, but the inequality of power. Once Du Fuyi set a precedent, what would happen to those who surrendered later? Not everyone would surrender without any conditions, as Du Fuyi did. Others would definitely negotiate various conditions before surrendering. For example, what official position would be offered after surrender, how much property could be retained, and so on. Even if it was a nominal position, the title was equally important. Salary, on the other hand, was less of a concern. To be blunt, at Du Fuyi's level, money was rarely a concern. To put it bluntly, those in high positions of power generally don't worry about money, and don't even need to engage in corruption or bribery. Simply receiving certain information in advance, through legitimate means, is enough to keep them from being distracted by money. I've tried my best. Losing is losing. The alliance between the Song clan and the Shen Tang clan has already determined the fate of the entire world. It's impossible to say that Du Fuyi completely disregards the Jianghui army. After all, this is his life's work. It's just that, compared to the others' wishful thinking, Du Fuyi is more realistic. He wouldn't have been able to defect to the Li clan later in the original story. With Shen Tang's current power, and the Song clan's influence, the outcome in the south, not to mention the north, is already decided. Others refuse to concede, partly due to wishful thinking and partly because they can't let go of their power. Even if they truly want to surrender, they can wait until the full force of the army is on the march. Under these circumstances, defecting early versus surrendering under the full force of the army will naturally be treated differently. Du Fuyi will be left idle in the Jianghui army, but the rest of the Jianghui army will be different. If they possess the ability, they will naturally be given important positions. Let's go. Du Fuyi was decisive. After deciding to surrender and making some general arrangements for the Jianghui army, he immediately prepared to go to Luoyang with Shuanglong to meet Shen Fei. Since Du Fuyi had already decided to surrender, Fu Gaogiao naturally wouldn't say much. The entire demon sect was now on Shen Fei's side. If it were just Zhu Yuan, Fu Gaogiao might have had some other ideas, but even Enlong was in Luoyang. Fu Gaogiao was very clear about what this meant. Everyone in the demon sect knew that Enlong was Shi-Hixuan's man. His presence meant that Shi-Hixuan had also defected to Shen Tang. Although Zhu Yuan was very powerful within the demon sect, she was still far inferior to Shi-Hixuan. I never imagined Zhu Ziyazhong would have such a close relationship with Miss Song. Song is truly worthy of being called Song, agreeing to something like this. I have to say, Ziyazhong, you're quite lucky. Du Fuyi, unaccompanied by his guards, set out with Shuanglong. On the way, upon learning of Caozhong and Song Yazi's relationship, he was deeply shocked. He had previously assumed Shen Fei would marry into the Song clan, but unexpectedly, it was indeed the case. Du Fuyi also began to admire Shen Fei. Anyone else, not even Li Shimin, wouldn't have cared about the relationship between Song Yazi and Caozhong. After all, marriage was the easiest way to build trust between the two parties. If Shen Fei insisted, Song, no matter how much he loved her, would have had to agree. After all, compared to the entire world, the happiness of a woman, even his own daughter, pales in comparison. Fortunately, Caozhong and Shen Fei were from the same clan. Under these circumstances, Caozhong and Song Yazi's marriage constituted another form of marriage, which was enough to convince the rest of the Song clan. Sihun Jingzhe, Ning Daoqi, I used to respect them. As the three of them walked, they inevitably discussed Buddhism and the plans of the Jingnian Zen sect. Du Fuyi's face darkened at the mention of this. Sihun Jingzhe, thanks to its long-standing reputation, had become a highly respected figure in the martial arts world. If it weren't for Shen Fei's appearance, the Buddhist sect wouldn't even have needed to intervene. S.H.I.E.L.D alone would have been enough to stir up trouble. In the original novel, S.H.I.E.L.D played an invaluable role in Du Fuyi's defection to the Li clan. Without her intermediary, Du Fuyi wouldn't have defected so soon, given that the Li clan hadn't yet captured Luoyang. But now, thanks to Shen Fei's revelations, Du Fuyi had lost all interest in Sihan Jingzhe and Buddhism. Later, he even took advantage of the war to rob several temples. After all, the wealthy Buddhist sect was a much better target than the impoverished common people. Du Fuyi wasn't the only one acting this way, others like Li Zidong and Shen Fei followed suit. Without definitive evidence, they refused to admit their crimes, leaving the Buddhist sect powerless. Hey, wait a minute, what are you all panicking about? The three of them traveled all the way to Liangcheng, preparing to take the waterway to Luoyang. They were surprised to discover that the people of Liangcheng were fleeing to the mountains with their families. Cao Zhuang immediately grabbed a young man carrying a bag and questioned him directly. The captured young man was about to explode, but upon seeing the impressive demeanor of Cao Zhuang and the other two, he immediately explained the reason. It turned out to be the impending arrival of pirates from the East Sea Alliance. Chaos in the Central Plains presented a golden opportunity for foreign invaders, much like the 5 barbarians and 16 kingdoms. If it weren't for the civil wars that crippled the Central Plains during the 3 Kingdoms period, the subsequent events wouldn't have occurred. The East Sea Alliance? Shuanglong's expression immediately turned cold upon hearing the East Sea Alliance. They knew a little about it, a group primarily composed of kittens, with a small number of other ethnic groups and scum from the Central Plains Han people. They specialized in looting coastal towns without the protection of larger powers. Who's in charge here now? Since they'd encountered them, Shuanglong naturally couldn't just ignore them. However, given his complete ignorance of the East Sea Alliance's strength, Cao Zhuang didn't simply intend to rely on the 3 of them to wipe them out. It's the Penglian Society, the young man said, immediately shaking off Cao Zhuang's arm and fleeing in panic. The Penglian Society, old acquaintances, Cao Zhuang said, glancing down at Su Xiling and Du Fuyi. Father, are you interested in a big fight? Since my son is so interested, as a father, I can only accompany you. With that, the 3 of them immediately headed against the flow of people towards Liangcheng. Upon entering Liangcheng, they quickly encountered someone from the Penglian Society, none other than Ren Mimi, whom they had met before. Master Du, Cao Zhuang, and Su Xiling. Ren Mimi was startled upon seeing the 3 of them, especially Shuanglong, since she had harbored ill intentions towards them in the past. Where's Ghost Claw Nijing? Du Fuyi's expression immediately hardened upon seeing that only Ren Mimi had come to greet them. Given their identities, the Penglian Society's headmaster must have come forward. The Penglian Society was one of the 8 gangs and 10 associations, and as the name suggests, its strongholds were in Pengcheng and Liangcheng. Sorry, the headmaster passed away. Ren Mimi's expression darkened upon hearing Du Fuyi mention the headmaster, and she explained the reason. As one of the 8 gangs and 10 associations, the society enjoyed considerable power during Yang Guang's lifetime. However, after Yang Guang's death, its headmaster, Ghost Claw Nijing, had become ambitious, aiming to establish himself as a regional lord, using Pengcheng and Liangcheng as bases. Initially, they maintained firm control over the 2 cities. However, after Yuan Huiji retreated from Yuanzhou, the Penglian Society confronted him. Had Li Mi not been attacking Yuan Huiji at the time, both Penglian and Penglian would likely have been captured by him. Even so, Ghost Claw Nijing was severely injured by Yuan Huiji's ice mysterious energy. Later, he faced the Kitten Kyugo of the East Sea Alliance, and his injuries compounded his previous ones, resulting in his death. Under the threat of the East Sea Alliance, the Penglian Society practically collapsed, with only a few veterans like Ren Mimi remaining. The 8 gangs and 10 societies retained some strength in relatively peaceful times, but in times of chaos, the situation was completely different. Today, less than half of the 8 gangs and 10 societies remain. The Heisha Gang, Jukan Gang, and Penglian Society are practically defunct, while the Bailing Gang and Iron Cavalry Society are confirmed extinct. The only remaining members who remain are the Water Dragon Gang, the Poyuang Society, and others, who either have strong backing or have been kept out of the conflict. The Water Dragon Gang's backing is the Song clan, so naturally there's no problem. As for the Poyuang Society, it was founded by Lin Shihan with support from the Demon Sect. While it's currently enjoying a comfortable existence thanks to Lin Shihan's dominance, the future is uncertain. Neither Shuanglong nor Du Fuwei paid much attention to the death of Ghost Claw Nijing. After all, such incidents were commonplace in this era, and besides, the two sides had no real ties. How many members of the Penglian Society are still here? Cao Zhuang asked Ren Mimi directly. What are you planning? Cao Zhuang's words startled Ren Mimi, but she quickly realized that Cao Zhuang and the other two were clearly planning to deal with the impending attack from the East Sea Alliance. After the loss of Ghost Claw Nijing, the surviving members of the Penglian Society could only warn the East Sea Alliance and then hide, waiting for them to leave before returning. It wasn't that Ren Mimi and the others didn't want to deal with the East Sea Alliance, but rather that they lacked sufficient strength. If you three are willing to take action, I can gather over 100 people, Ren Mimi replied immediately after a brief silence. Where are the weapons? Everything we need. How many people are there in the East Sea Alliance? We'll have to wait and see, but it shouldn't exceed 500. After a brief conversation with Ren Mimi, Cao Zhuang nodded and explained his plan. With an enemy force of 500, a head-on confrontation was impossible, so they would have to outsmart them. Bring your best bows, and plenty of arrows. After a brief discussion, the plan was finalized, and preparations began. Ren Mimi immediately began gathering the remaining members of the Penglian Society in Liangcheng. Upon learning of Shuanglong and Du Fuwei's arrival, their morale immediately rose, and they immediately began preparing according to Cao Zhuang's division of labor. The majority of the Penglian Society members hailed from Pengcheng and Liangcheng, true locals who, if possible, would not want their hometowns plundered. Don't worry. Even if we can't completely wipe out the East Sea Alliance this time, the Tang Dynasty's influence will soon expand here, and then we'll be able to wipe them out. The East Sea Alliance itself was only a minor issue. The key issue lay with the Han scum collaborating with them, such as the Luoma gang and other syndicates. In these turbulent times, all sorts of evil spirits and demons have emerged. Just like the Penglian gang's control over Pengcheng and Liangcheng, some smaller gangs can't control the city itself, but they can still control villages and towns. Here they come. A figure swiftly crossed the drawbridge at the city gate and approached Cao Zhuang and his companions. Cao Zhuang immediately ordered the others to hide. Shuanglong, Du Fuwei, and the other two set up a banquet by the window of the restaurant closest to the city gate. Following a frenzy of horse hooves, Quinjet of the East Sea Alliance arrived at the Liangcheng gate with hundreds of his men. Seeing the gates wide open and the drawbridge lowered, Liangcheng immediately waved his men to halt. This strange situation clearly looked like a trap. However, Quinjet probably felt that no one in Liangcheng could threaten him. After a moment's silence, he immediately led his men into the city. The empty city, and the sight of 3 people drinking on the second floor, made Quinjet's face size narrow. Quinjet was certainly not a true pirate. In Kitten, he was the son of a tribal leader. His mind was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he immediately waved his hand. With his wave of his hand, 3 kittens behind him immediately drew their bows and arrows, shooting at Cao Zhuang and his men. Quinjet, you will die here. Facing the 3 powerful arrows, Cao Zhuang waved his hand and held the 3 arrows in the palm of his left hand. After a loud roar, the 3 arrows in his hand immediately shot back with lightning speed, instantly piercing the bodies of the 3 kittens in Quinjet's team. After Cao Zhuang's roar, a large number of figures suddenly emerged from the previously empty houses on the street. Immediately upon their appearance, they ignited the incendiary materials they had prepared and threw them at the East Sea Alliance. Instantly, a vast cloud of black smoke rose, enveloping the East Sea Alliance. Simultaneously, the silent drawbridge began to slowly rise. Retreat. Hearing the sound of the drawbridge rising, Quinjet immediately gave the order to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Screams echoed around Quinjet. Chapter 787, Unifying the South, Part 2. Damn it! Damn it! The screams of the kittens echoed around him, irritating Quinjet. He was about to order his men to hold their ground, but at that moment, a sense of utter danger seized him. The next moment, Quinjet rolled to the right side of his horse, and at that moment, a sharp arrow pierced the horse beneath him. If he had reacted even a moment later, the arrow would have pierced him instead of the horse. Charge! Kill them! Sensing the danger, Quinjet, who had originally wanted his men to retreat, now wanted them to cover his escape. After issuing the order, he immediately hid himself among the crowd to avoid being targeted by arrows. At first, some followed Quinjet's command and rushed out of the smoke, but soon more screams were heard. Brother Ku, accept your fate. With a roar that echoed throughout Liangcheng, A massive blue blade of light descended from the sky, enveloping Brother Ku as he attempted to escape. Even before the blade's impact landed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and blue ice crystals appeared on the ground. 6 cold-defying techniques. Watching those around him begin to freeze beneath the blade's light, Brother Ku knew that if he couldn't block it, his fate would be no better than those around him. Instantly, Brother Ku unleashed a powerful burst of true ki. Wielding his twin axes, he slashed down towards the blade's light. Boom! The collision of blade and axe shook the entire street several times. The powerful surge of true ki blew away all the kittens around Brother Ku. As for the kitten, he fell to one knee, his right leg sinking deep into the ground. Only one of his 2 axes remained in his grasp, the other, covered in ice crystals, fell not far in front of him. Cao Zhang's long-prepared strike was no match for the hastily reacting Quinjet. Protect the prince. Seeing Quinjet in danger, many kittens roared and urged their horses to charge Cao Zhang. Quinjet was the eldest son of a kitten chieftain. Influenced by Central Plains culture, many tribes outside the Great Wall now use titles resembling those of the Central Plains, such as prince. Of course, Quinjet's status as a prince couldn't compare to Fu Jin's, given the vast difference in strength between them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The kittenites charging towards Shen Fei were pierced by a barrage of arrows before they could even reach Cao Zhang. On the 3rd floor rooftop of the restaurant where Cao Zhang and the other 2 had been drinking, S.H.I.E.L.D, armed with a powerful bow, continuously drew arrows from a quiver. To S.H.I.E.L.D's right and about 5 rooms away, Du Fuwei, also armed with a bow and arrow, continuously harvested kitten lives. The bow and arrow are a powerful weapon on the battlefield, and this is the reason Cao Zhang, along with his 3 companions, is confident in his fight against the East Sea Alliance. In the original novel, Cao Zhang, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Ba Fenghan, facing the Zhili siege outside the Great Wall, relied on the 3 exceptionally powerful bows they possessed to achieve such remarkable success. While Shuanglong may not possess such a powerful bow now, he possesses a number of comparable ones. With Shuanglong's strength, even a standard bow can unleash formidable power. As for archery, he learned it from Shen Fei and Luoyang. Archery is one of the 6 arts of Confucianism, and Shen Fei occasionally practices it in his free time, as he possesses the cane-chasing moonbow. Both of them possess exceptional talent. And even after just a few days of practice, they surpass even those archers who have trained for over a decade. Dang! Facing the kneeling Quinjet, Cao Zhang uttered no more words, swinging the moon in the well again. Having long since learned from Ren Mimi what the East Sea Alliance had done, Cao Zhang struck with relentless force. In this life-or-death crisis, Quinjet, oblivious to his trembling body and the chaotic flow of his inner ki, barely managed to block Cao Zhang's blow with his axe. The overwhelming force emanating from Cao Zhang's blade weakened Quinjet's hand, already trembling from the cold, and the axe flew off. Then, Quinjet saw a flash of blade light. Disoriented, he seemed to see his own body before plunging into darkness. Cao Zhang's blade decapitated him. Revenge the prince, the initial chaos of black smoke had dissipated considerably. Upon seeing Quinjet's demise, many of the remaining kittens paled. Quinjet was a distinguished figure, and his death would undoubtedly hold the kittens present responsible upon their return, potentially implicating their families. In a frenzy, many kittens drew their bows and arrows, intent on killing Cao Zhang and avenging Quinjet. However, Cao Zhang had already rushed into an empty room off the street, making all their arrows miss. Next, it's time for the guerrilla warfare Brother Shen mentioned. After the black smoke cleared, Shuanglong and Du Fuwei immediately took cover, occasionally harassing the kittens within the city with bows and arrows. Quinjet had brought a total of 500 men with him. 100 remained outside the city for security, while the remaining 400 entered Liangcheng. Even with Shuanglong's current strength and Du Fuwei, it was impossible to defeat these 400 men head-on. They could only employ harassment tactics and slowly defeat them. Without Quinjet, the remaining kittens lacked a leader capable of leading them, and infighting soon ensued. The reason was that the kittens began targeting the Central Plains scoundrels who led the group, believing them to have betrayed them. As the two sides engaged in a fight, they began to argue. Due to local infighting and the fact that they were inside Liangcheng, the cavalry's advantage was completely untenable. Led by Cao Zhang and his 2 companions, and aided by Ren Mimi and others from the Penglian Society, the 400 men who entered the city were slowly crushed. These were the kittens inside the city. The 100 outside, upon discovering the drawbridge had been raised, were disoriented and bewildered. While Liangcheng wasn't a large city, it had a moat, walls, and other necessary defenses. It was simply too much for the East Sea Alliance, unequipped for siege equipment, to capture. Liangcheng's previous fear of the East Sea Alliance stemmed from its lack of leadership. When Ghost Claw Nijing was still alive, the Penglian Society wouldn't flee from the East Sea Alliance. With Quinjet dead, the East Sea Alliance won't dare attack again anytime soon. Maintain order here first. Someone will arrive soon to take over. After nearly completely annihilating the invading East Sea Alliance, Cao Zhuang immediately instructed Ren Mimi on what to do next. Then, to the grateful eyes of the Penglian Society and others, he departed Liangcheng. The Luoma Gang and the East Sea Alliance, it seems, will have to wait until later to completely eliminate them, while the East Sea Alliance suffered heavy losses this time. They weren't completely wiped out. They lost the kittens, as well as other Koreans, Tibetans, and others, not to mention those scumbag gangs that had taken advantage of the chaos to collaborate with the East Sea Alliance. Even though the annihilation of Kyugo was incredibly successful, Cao Zhuang wasn't so arrogant as to storm the enemy gang's base and wipe them out alone. Kyugo's complete defeat this time stemmed from his arrogance. As expected of Shuanglong, Shen Fei wasn't surprised that Shuanglong had persuaded Du Fuyi to surrender. Out of respect for Shuanglong, he accorded Du Fuyi the highest privilege, personally meeting him and offering him a good position. Of course, there were no royal seals or golden medals of immunity from death. He then handed over the subsequent handling of the Jianghui army to Shen Lian. Discipline in the Jianghui army was a major issue, one that required strict attention. East Sea Alliance, Luoma Gang, no problem, I'll leave it to you. Du Fuyi's case was simple. After it was resolved, Cao Zhuang immediately brought up the East Sea Alliance, causing Shen Fei to glare. He then ordered Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling, along with his personal guards, to dispatch them in the Suzaku mechanical machine. No one came to rob the execution ground. Fan Qinghu is truly ruthless. While Shuanglong and his men were dispatching the East Sea Alliance and Luoma Gang, in Luoyang, following extensive publicity and trials, the executions of the 4 Dharma protectors of the pure Nianzhen sect began. Shen Fei had initially expected Fan Qinghu to be somewhat tempted by the situation, and accordingly, he had made some arrangements around the execution ground. However, nothing unexpected happened. The 4 Dharma protectors were not executed all at once, but one by one. As for Lu Kong, he was undoubtedly the last to be executed. At the same time, Zen Master Fat He of the White Horse Temple began to debate the definition of a true Buddhist disciple. He claimed that, driven by the greed of certain scum, the Buddhist sect had been infiltrated by numerous individuals with ulterior motives. Those who couldn't even read the Buddhist scriptures were considered disciples, thus officially introducing the term ordination certificate. Meanwhile, Shen Fei officially used the He as his imperial seal. As for the He origins, it certainly wasn't obtained from the pure Nianzhen sect. Zen Master Fat He testified that Seihan Jing's pure Nianzhen monastery, and Ningdaoki didn't possess the genuine He. Their supposed chosen emperor was a deliberate attempt to deceive people with a fake He. The genuine He was recently discovered in an ancient tomb and immediately presented to the king of Shentang. This immediately boosted Shen Fei's prestige, while simultaneously causing a further decline in the prestige of Buddhism. As for the truth behind the He, the common people simply didn't care. They would naturally support whoever made their lives better. If the lower classes were destitute, not just one He, but even 100 or 80 would be useless. Outrageous. How dare he, Fan Qinghu, at the Jade Crane Temple in Chang'an, couldn't help but vomit a large pool of blood as he read the latest regulations for Buddhist disciples in the Tang Daily. These new regulations directly deprived Buddhism of its transcendent status. It must be placed under official management, pay taxes, and have no right to accept land or other fixed assets from believers. Therefore, Buddha statues could only be made of clay or stone, and bronze, gold, and other precious materials were prohibited. Shen Fei had adapted modern religious regulations and combined them with the current state of the Twin Dragons world. This system, coupled with Fat He's backstabbing, naturally proved unacceptable to Fan Qinghu. However, even if he couldn't accept it, it was reality. Mahis mechanical beasts, how do you think we should deal with them? Inside the Prince of Qin's palace in Chang'an City, Li Shimin solemnly shared the intelligence he had on Shen Tang's mechanical beasts with his subordinates, urging them to consider how to resolve the mechanical beast issue. After the Mahis mechanical beasts appeared, Li Shimin immediately understood that Li Tang was in deep trouble. If mechanical beasts could be deployed on a large scale, the current landscape of warfare would be completely altered. After reviewing the information on the mechanical beasts, Li Shimin began to consider how to respond, but ultimately came to a complete loss. A small number of mechanical beasts would be enough, but if they were deployed en masse, even his meticulously crafted black armored soldiers would be vulnerable to the mechanical beasts. I see. Su Shiji frowned as he examined the information on the mechanical beasts. He understood why Shenlong had chosen Shen Tang. Had he known this, he probably wouldn't have chosen Li Tang. As a military expert, Su Shiji was well aware of the potential role that the mechanical white tiger and vermilion bird could play in warfare. Li Jing, like Su Shiji, frowned. What Su Shiji saw, he could see too. Qin Shubao and Chang Yaojin, sitting at the edge, saw the mechanical beasts and, like Su Shiji, realized why Shenlong had lost interest in recruiting them. When Shenlong was with the wagon army, he had offered numerous conditions and even made a bet to recruit Qin Shubao. But when he was with Shen Tang, he only mentioned it briefly to Qin Shubao and, after being rejected, never brought it up again. This was completely unnatural. Qin Shubao hadn't cared about it before, but now he understood that Shenlong didn't care whether he joined Shen Tang or not. Even if you don't want to, there are plenty of others who do. Li Jing, what do you think we should do? Li Shimin, noticing that Yonsei Mansion members below him, remained silent for a long time. He turned his gaze to Li Jing. For now, the best thing to do is to get the specific data of these mechanical beasts and see if we can find a way to obtain some samples, Li Jing said after a moment's silence. Li Jing's words elicited a gentle nod from Li Shimin. He shared this sentiment and had even devised several strategies, but ultimately abandoned them, fearing a miscalculation that would cost him both his wife and his army. Li Jing had a close relationship with Shuanglong, and Li Shimin had initially considered leveraging this connection. However, he considered the possibility of Li Jing leaving and never returning, a truly disastrous outcome. The Song clan, coupled with the Maha's mechanical beasts, were a threat in this war-torn era where loyalty was unchecked. Even Li Shimin, even his own subordinates in the Yonsei Mansion, were skeptical. It was thanks to Shen Fei's growing power that Li Shimin had initially been deeply feared by Li Yuan. But as the threat posed by Shen Tang intensified, Li Yuan felt compelled to rely on his son, a son of exceptional military prowess. Everyone should consider it, Li Shimin said, noting that no one else seemed inclined to speak after Li Jing's words. After the Yonsei Mansion's members departed, a smug smile played across Li Shimin's face. Shen Tang, while currently at the height of his power, had a fatal weakness that he had discovered. In Champion City, Su Xingzi, having just finished his work for the day, was about to go back for a rest. As he opened the door to his room, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a sea of sword light. The boundless sword light completely obscured Su Xingzi's vision. Then, the sky full of sword light suddenly disappeared, leaving only a pitch-black longsword silently appearing before Su Xingzi's forehead, about to pierce through him. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared around Su Xingzi's body. Chapter 788, Unifying the South, and Ling. The determined sword stopped about 3 inches from Su Xingzi's forehead. This sudden change made the black sword's wielder's pupils dilate unconsciously. Shadow assassin Yang Zuian, seeing the figure suddenly appear before him, dressed in black night clothes, with only his eyes exposed, Su Xingzi immediately guessed his identity and quickly retreated, shouting loudly. Assassin, die! Yang Zuian, stunned for a moment, had no time to reflect on what had just happened. He immediately chased after Su Xingzi. At the same time, his left hand suddenly turned pitch black, emitting an eerie aura, and he punched directly at the golden light on Su Xingzi's body. Boom! The pitch-black left hand struck the golden light emanating from Su Xingzi's body, instantly crushing it. It then continued its attack, but just then, another golden light emanated from him. This time, the pitch-black hand failed to crush the golden light, merely dimming it slightly. This result made Yang Zuian's eyes suddenly become extremely cold. He cast a murderous glance at Su Xingzi, then with a flash of his body, he quickly retreated, dodging 4 crossbow bolts aimed at his vitals. Protect the Lord? Having dodged the crossbow bolts, Yang Zuian was about to retreat when he felt a sudden rush of wind overhead. Looking up, he saw a massive man, carrying an unstoppable aura, descending from the sky towards him. HMPH, Facing the approaching person, Yang Zuian snorted coldly, the black sword in his hand transforming into a blazing sky as he charged forward. However, his expression changed immediately. The sword struck the opponent, but instead of flesh, it felt like piercing steel, with a repetitive clanging sound. The blow left a dozen holes in the opponent's clothing, but caused no damage at all. Instead, the approaching person's palm struck the black sword, causing Yang Zuian's right arm to tremble. He then quickly deployed his agility, retreating back into the room and exiting through the left window. "Master, hurry and leave." 8 guards appeared around Su Xingzi, escorting him away. The others immediately rushed towards Yang Zuian. Despite Yang Zuian's unpredictable agility, he was hampered by the crossbows fired by the mansion's secret sentries, preventing him from escaping immediately and instead becoming trapped. Su Xingzi paid no attention to the trapped Yang Zuian, instead immediately leaving the dangerous area with his guards. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. Remaining there without being certain that Yang Zuian was the only assassin was extremely dangerous. After all, he was not Shen Fei or Shuanglong. Even with his impressive cultivation, he had very little combat experience. He was, after all, a civil official, so under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be required to fight tooth and nail. Technically speaking, Su Xingzi's current strength was indeed considerable, a true grandmaster, but this was simply due to Shen Fei's medication. As Su Xingzi was now responsible for most of Shen Tang's internal affairs, Shen Fei naturally didn't want him to suffer any losses. After his surrender, he quickly boosted his strength with his Henrin pills and Juxin pills. He consumed 10 Henrin pills and 2 Juxin pills. Under normal circumstances, 1 Henrin pill or Juxin pill would suffice, taking more would be a waste. However, Shen Fei couldn't afford to waste money, and considering Su Xingzi's importance, he naturally wouldn't skimp, even if it didn't improve his combat effectiveness. However, increased strength would improve his physical fitness, allowing him to perform better at work. As for his safety, that was simple, just equip him with a few more protective magical instruments. To prevent any accidents from happening to Su Xingzi and Shen Luan, besides elixirs that boosted their cultivation, they also needed protective magical instruments. Shen Fei had provided them with several protective magical instruments. Yang Zuian's previous failure was due to this. In addition to the magical instruments, Shen Fei also sent Su Xingzi a number of his own personal guards to protect him. These guards primarily practiced hard skills like the Golden Bell Cover and Armored Skill, specifically designed to block bullets in critical moments. It could be said that with the configuration Shen Fei had given the two, killing them wouldn't be easy, not to mention Yang Zuian. Even if 3 grandmasters attacked, killing them wouldn't be easy. The struggle for world dominance naturally involves resorting to any means necessary. Shen Fei didn't resort to such tactics because he disdained them. The tide of power was in his favor, but the others wouldn't share his sentiments. Shen Fei's thinking proved correct. Otherwise, if Yang Zuian attacked, Su Xingzi would have been hard-pressed to evade his assassination. If Su Xingzi were assassinated, Shen Fei would be in trouble. Such capable subordinates are hard to find. Fang Mu and Du Duan are formidable, but they're not on his side. Of course, if such an event were to occur, Shen Fei would be in trouble, but the enemy would be even more troublesome. He knew the lesson of tit for tat. Escaped? I see. Su Xingzi, having retreated to a safe location, wasn't overly surprised to hear of Yang Zuian's escape. After all, he was known as the world's greatest assassin, having assassinated countless powerful figures and martial arts masters. Despite his deliberate actions, Yang Zuian's assassination attempt proved difficult to evade, aside from a few top masters like the 3 grandmasters, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Shuanglong. The Immortal Seal, as one of Shen Fei's most important subordinates, much of the information was naturally no secret to him, such as Yang Zuian's identity and the martial arts he practiced. S.H.I.E.L.D's luck was truly unfortunate. His only 2 disciples had both betrayed him. Hao Zibei was betrayed by S.H.I.E.L.D, and Yang Zuian's situation was even more complicated. His identity inherently presented challenges. Yang Zuian was the son of Crown Prince Yang Yuang, son of Emperor Wen of Sui. After Yang Guang murdered Yang Yuang, he intended to exterminate his entire family, but S.H.I.E.L.D saved Yang Zuian's life. However, this did not change Yang Zuian's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D had supported Yang Guang, and for Yang Zuian, this was more than just revenge for his father's murder. If Yang Yuang succeeded to the throne as the 2nd emperor of the Sui dynasty, He, Yang Zuian, would have been the next crown prince. As a member of the Yang clan, Yang Zuian naturally had no desire to see his family's kingdom renamed. It could be said that all those aspiring to the throne in the Central Plains were his enemies. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for him to obey S.H.I.E.L.D's orders to aid Shen Tang. Even from the time he became S.H.I.E.L.D's disciple, Yang Zuian had been a coward, secretly attempting to break free from S.H.I.E.L.D's control. The Great Ming Zun sect was a perfect choice. Yang Zuian's previously darkened left hand was a manifestation of the black hand magic he had learned from the Great Ming Zun sect's martial arts manuals. Even Su Ziling's carelessness had caused him to suffer a severe loss. Looks like he's getting anxious. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the news of Su Xingzi and Shen Luan's assassinations. He didn't even need to investigate. He knew the mastermind behind the assassination was likely Fan Qinghu, Li Shimin, or someone within the Li clan. The appearance of the Maha's mechanical beasts had surely made the Li clan anxious. Li Shimin had been given this opportunity to make a significant contribution thanks to Yang Zuian's influence. He's so stubborn. Power really can change a person. Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched Dao Jian lead his army in a head-on confrontation with the mechanical beasts. Dao Jian was an interesting figure. According to investigative intelligence, Dao Jian initially rebelled for peace, but once he gained a certain amount of power, his personality drastically changed, becoming suspicious and arrogant. Shen Fei naturally had no fondness for such a man. Furthermore, since he wasn't familiar with Dao Jian, he showed no mercy. He dispatched over a dozen mechanical white tigers, sending Dao Jian fleeing in dismay. Under the watchful eyes of the mechanical Suzukis, Shen Tang's experts dispatched and beheaded Dao Jian, denying him even the chance to surrender. Li Shimin has finally marched against Liu Washao, but unfortunately, the Song army has also arrived. Unlike the original novel, where Song personally led a 100,000-man army to support Cao Zhang, this time the Song army dispatched troops in batches, with a first batch consisting of 30,000 men. In the original novel, Song personally led an army of 100,000 troops to launch the first snowfall, exploiting the weather to prevent the Li clique from waging a winter war. This was because Cao Zhang was too weak at the time. If Cao Zhang hadn't withstood Li Shimin's attack, the Song clique would likely have held on to the south, as they had done before against Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, continuing their reign as the Duke of Zhenan. Song hoped to use the winter to sweep across the south, thus creating a north-south confrontation across the Central Plains. However, Shen Tang was now far more powerful than the former young marshal. Under these circumstances, there was no need to utilize winter to unify the south, and the unification could have been achieved much more quickly. Originally, the Song clique's army had intended to deal with Du Fuyi's Jianghui army first, but with Du Fuyi's surrender, the Jianghui army became their own, eliminating the need for confrontation. The two sides even collaborated to deal with Li Zidan, who had previously seized Yangzhou. While Du Fuyi and the Song clique were jointly attacking Yangzhou, Shen Fei launched his campaign against Yuan Huiji. Perhaps because he had given up on himself, public security under Yuan Huiji was now in shambles, with civilians fleeing en masse. His reputation seemed to rival that of the Jianghui army. Finally, Shuanglong and his men were thrilled to learn of the attack on Yuan Huiji. They ignored their recent annihilation of the Donghe League and the Luoma Gang and immediately requested to lead their troops, to which Shen Fei naturally agreed. I didn't expect Yuan Huiji to be so inconsolable even at the brink of death. As Shuanglong led his men to Yuan Huiji's location, Hao Zibei accompanied them. Although relations between Hao Zibei and Shen Fei were strained due to Shen Fei shaving Shi Fixun's head, Hao Zibei and Su Ziling surprisingly enjoyed a very good relationship. This Lady Zhen was his favorite. Perhaps they planned to be buried together. Hao Zibei sighed softly at this point. The amorous young man Hao Zibei's fame in the martial arts world stemmed not from his martial arts but from his words, which was also how he made his money. Money was essential for the Jianghu, especially for someone like Hao Zibei who loved spending all day in brothels. Without sufficient funds, such expenses could not be sustained. Speaking of which, Cao Zhang and Su Ziling always encountered trouble when they entered brothels. Perhaps it was because they were usually penniless. If something went wrong, they naturally didn't have to pay the bill. I won't accompany you anymore. I need to finish the scroll as soon as possible. The amorous young man Hao Zibei's greatest wish was to see every beautiful woman in the world and paint a painting of 100 beauties. For the sake of such a masterpiece, He even dared to enter the Li family's palace. To prevent his painting from being finished, Shuanglong and the other two killed Yu Wensi, and Hao Zibei made a rare use of his Qingguang to hasten his journey. The attack on Yu Wenhuiji's Wei capital, Zhejiang, went remarkably smoothly, so smoothly that even Cao Zhong was somewhat incredulous. This was because Yu Wenhuiji's soldiers were ineffective, and many surrendered immediately upon seeing Shen Tang's army. It wasn't until the attack on Yu Wenhuiji's palace that they encountered fierce resistance. Yu Wenhuiji, get out here! In the palace square, Shen Tang's troops and Yu Wenhuiji's imperial guards faced off. Cao Zhuang, clutching the Jing Zhuangyu, shouted loudly into the palace hall, his voice piercing with emotion. It was you two brats. I should have killed you back then, regardless of the consequences. Amidst Cao Zhuang's furious roar, Yu Wenhuiji emerged, clad in his dragon robes. This Yu Wenhuiji looked so different from the high-spirited Yu Wenhuiji Shuanglong had seen before that he was stunned for a moment. Stop talking nonsense. No one can save you today, Cao Zhuang said this, looking at the imperial guards across from him, and continued, you should know you've already lost. Let them surrender and avoid causing more casualties. Even Cao Zhuang didn't want to take lives unless it was necessary. I did lose, but not to you. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Wensi ordered the imperial guards around him to lay down their weapons. As Cao Zhuang had said, he was now powerless to change the situation. After Li Mi's defeat, Yu Wensi's fate was sealed. He then sent his brothers and members of his clan away. The outcome was already determined, and there was no need to let others die with him. Come on, all of you, come together. After the imperial guards surrendered, Yu Wenzi took a few steps forward and arrived at the center of the square. You don't have to tell me. We'll attack together. No one can save you today, with Shuanglong's current martial arts prowess. Even in a one-on-one fight, Yu Wenhuiji would be no match. However, this time, to avenge Fu Juner, neither Cao Zhuang nor Su Xiaoling would give up. So, the two of them had to join forces. As he spoke, Cao Zhuang's figure flashed, appearing before Yu Wenhuiji. The moon in the well streaked across the sky, slashing towards him with a mysterious trajectory. Bang! Facing Cao Zhuang's blow, Yu Wenhuiji snorted coldly. Without even a shred of evasion, he clenched his right fist and struck Cao Zhuang's moon in the well. The instant the fist and blade collided, a powerful chill permeated the entire area, causing ice crystals to form on the surrounding ground. The next moment, Yu Wenhuiji's body involuntarily retreated 5 steps, and a hint of cold air emanated from his right fist. This time, Yu Wenhuiji's icy power was outmatched by Cao Zhuang's. Just when Yu Wensi was using his internal energy to dissolve Cao Zhuang's spiral key, Su Xiaoling made a move. With one punch, the air around him immediately became scorching hot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Wei's Henson. Bang! Yu Wensi, who had blocked Su Xiaoling's attack with his left fist, felt a faint flush on his face. A faint warmth rose from his left hand, a chill from his right. At this moment, Yu Wenzi experienced the 9 realms of ice and fire. Yu Wenzi, you never imagined you'd end up like this. After Fu Juner's death saving them, Yu Wenzi had become their target. Even Shuanglong and the others hadn't imagined this day would arrive so soon. HMPH, Yu Wenzi ignored Cao Zhuang's words and snorted coldly. He unleashed his ancestral ice-profound energy with all his might, battling Shuanglong alone. After several rounds of fighting, the 3 of them soared to the roof of the palace's main hall, where Shuanglong surrounded him from left and right. Boom! Facing the combined might of the 2 dragons, Yu Wenhuiji took a powerful blow from Su Xiaoling, crashing through the roof of the imperial palace and falling downward. This sudden turn of events stunned both dragons for a moment. Until then, Yu Wenhuiji's attitude had suggested a fight to the death, with no chance of escape. As a powerful figure, dying here was the best option for Yu Wenhuiji, at least it would preserve his dignity. Over there, even if Yu Wenhuiji wanted to escape, the 2 dragons wouldn't let him. Su Xiaoling, with his exceptionally keen perception, instantly sensed Yu Wenhuiji's location. Instead of entering the palace, the 2 of them immediately rushed towards the harem. After landing in the palace, Yu Wenhuiji quickly darted out in the other direction, sprinting towards the harem. Seeing this, The two dragons immediately launched into pursuit. Where is this? Shuanglong chased Yuan Huiji to a small but very quiet courtyard in the harem. Shuanglong originally wanted to catch up with Yuan Huiji and kill him immediately, but after seeing the situation in the room with the door open in front of them, their pace unconsciously slowed down. What appeared in their sight at this time was Yuan Huiji and a woman with a gorgeous dress and a slim figure cuddled together. Although they could only see their backs, Shuanglong seemed to see the love between them. The reason why Yuan Huiji escaped before was now found out. He wanted to see this woman for the last time. Yuan Huiji actually had such a tender side, which made Shuanglong look at each other in surprise. However, this did not dispel their determination to avenge Fu Junior. It can be said that no one can stop their determination to seek revenge at this moment. Yuan Huiji, come out and die, Cao Zhang whispered as Shuanglong reached the door. Shuanglong's style was to never implicate innocent people, even if they were Yuan Huiji's concubines. By this point, Shuanglong already knew who the woman was. Hao Zibei had mentioned it to them earlier. Xiaozhong, Xiaoling, long time no see. You've grown up. Seeing Yuan Huiji's lack of reaction, Cao Zhang, clutching the moon in the well, was about to enter the room when the woman snuggled with Yuan Huiji turned and smiled at them. Sister Zhen, seeing the woman's face, Cao Zhang and Su Xiaoling both cried out in unison. They had never imagined that Yuan Huiji's beloved concubine would be Sister Zhen, the one who had cared for them so lovingly since they were little. For a moment, their murderous intent vanished, and they stared at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, the two men's scalps were numb, and they had no idea how to deal with the next thing. Just looking at the current situation, plus Zhen Shao's slightly bulging belly, they could tell the relationship between Zhen Shao and Yuan Huiji. Even if the two men had murderous intentions towards Yuan Huiji before, it was impossible for them to kill Yuan Huiji in front of Zhen Shao. At this moment, Shuanglong would rather fight a battle with three great masters than face such a choice. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. I, Yuan Huiji, have met you in this life. It is enough for me, Yuan Huiji, to go out and solve our problems. But before that, I, Yuan Huiji, have never asked for help in my life. Finally, I hope that after I die, you will take good care of Shen Fei. Yuan Huiji stood up as he spoke. He was extremely pale at this time. The punch from Sule and his desperate rush to get there later had already left him seriously injured. As he spoke, Yuan Huiji prepared to walk outside. No, Your Majesty, it is concubine Zhen's great honor to have met Your Majesty in this lifetime. If I must die, I will die with Your Majesty. Xiaozhong and Xiaoling, I hope you will grant our wish. Zhen grasped the hem of Yuan Huiji's clothes, looking at Cao Zhang and Su Xiaoling with a calm expression. That serene expression, as if she knew her impending fate, sent a wave of strange pain through Shuanglong's heart. Shuanglong had always held Zhen in deep respect and gratitude, a bond even Fu Junior couldn't match. Strictly speaking, Zhen was the first person to treat Shuanglong well. It's even fair to say that without Zhen, Shuanglong wouldn't be where he is today. Orphaned as a child, Shuanglong met Zhen at a young age and relied on her constant support to survive. Shuanglong valued relationships deeply, status and position were secondary. For example, after accepting Susu as his sister, Shuanglong treated her with extraordinary kindness. Looking at Li Shimin again, while he was known for his respect for the virtuous and humble, he was actually just looking at people to show them his favor. Just like when he first met Shuanglong, Li Shimin didn't think much of them, until their fame grew, and his attitude changed. This was precisely why Shen Fei was impressed by them. He had met many protagonists, but only Shuanglong could receive his comprehensive care, which was understandable. After all, when making friends, one's first choice was definitely those who valued relationships and were loyal to their friends. No one would say that he chose to be friends with someone like Blackbird, who harbored evil intentions. However, precisely because of this emphasis on relationships, Shuanglong was now in turmoil, unsure of what to do next. He had finally met Zhen, and naturally didn't want her to die, not to mention she was pregnant. This made it difficult to kill Yuan Huiji, but if he didn't kill Yuan Huiji, it would be difficult to explain to Fu Junior. Please help us. Seeing Zhen Shao's determined expression, Yuan Zi sighed softly. Naturally, he didn't want Zhen Shao to die. With Shuanglong around, Zhen Shao wouldn't have any problems. However, after spending so much time together, Yuan Zi knew Zhen Shao's personality intimately. Once she'd made up her mind, he couldn't stop her. Wait a moment, Zhen Shao, Cao Zhang waved for them to pause, allowing him to consider. But before he could finish his words, Su Xiaoling's face changed. He rushed to Zhen Shao's side, his right palm against her back. Dark blood stained the corners of Zhen Shao's mouth, and it looked as if she had committed suicide by poison. Master Zhang, medicine, medicine, I understand, Su Xiaoling suddenly called out to Cao Zhang, his palm against Zhen Shao's back. Cao Zhang reacted immediately, pulling out a pill from his pocket and giving it to Zhen Shao. Although the true key of the Changsheng Ju has many effects such as recovery and detoxification, Shen Fei still gave Shuanglong a lot of things, such as talismans, and elixirs for healing and detoxification. After taking the elixirs, Zhen Shao, whose breath had been almost inaudible, slowly recovered, and her pale face began to flush. This scene made Cao Zhang breathe a sigh of relief. Whether to kill Yu Wenzi or not can be discussed later, but since Zhen Shao had seen them, he naturally would not let her die in front of them. In the original novel, Zhen Shao died in front of the two men because they were not strong enough and there was no way to save her. But now it is different. With the help of the elixirs given by Shen Fei, they saved Zhen Shao this time. Zhu Ling, seeing Zhen Shao recovered, Cao Zhang immediately looked at Su Xiaoling, asking him with his eyes what to do next. Child, I need to take Zhen Shao to see Brother Shen immediately, or it will be too late. Young Master Zhang, I'll leave this to you. However, Su Xiaoling ignored Cao Zhang. After retracting his right palm, he immediately picked up Zhen Shao and, after a brief explanation, unleashed his wind god kick to charge outside. While the detoxification pill Shen Fei had given him was incredibly effective, that only affected Zhen Shao. The child in her belly had only just been born, so naturally, she had little resistance. Watching Su Xiaoling disappear, Cao Zhang remained speechless for a long time. Now, Su Xiaoling had gone to rescue Zhen Shao, leaving him with the next challenge. Regardless, Yuan Huiji was Zhen Shao's husband, and the two appeared to be deeply in love. Under these circumstances, Cao Zhang naturally couldn't kill him. This was unlike Xiang Yushin in the original novel. In fact, if Xiang Yushin had truly treated Su Su well, Shuanglong wouldn't have killed him. Just like Yuan Huiji, he ultimately died because Zhen Shao committed suicide by poisoning herself and severing her meridians. We'll discuss your matter later. Cao Zhang no longer had any interest in killing Yu Wenzi. After briefly explaining this to him, he immediately headed for the front hall of the Imperial Palace. He still had many matters to attend to. Return to Luoyang as quickly as possible, Su Xiaoling, carrying Zhen Shao, quickly reached the rear of the Shentang army and dispatched a mechanical Suzaku to escort him back to Luoyang. Even with Su Xiaoling's advanced wind god leg, it would have been impossible for him to use it the entire time to carry Zhen Shao from Zhejiang back to Luoyang. Fortunately, the Shentang army had brought along a number of mechanical beasts during their expedition, allowing Su Xiaoling to use the mechanical Suzaku to return to Luoyang. Don't worry, the child and mother are both fine. Inside Luocheng, at Shen Fei's residence, after resolving the potential danger to Zhen Shao's pregnancy, Shen Fei immediately informed Su Xiaoling of the situation. Hearing that both the child and mother were safe, Su Xiaoling finally relaxed. I didn't expect it to end like this. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see Su Xiaoling relax, and to recall how he had rushed back, nearly exhausting his ki. Judging from Su Xiaoling's attitude towards Zhen Shao, it was clear that the two had given up their vendetta against Fu Juner. However, Shen Fei was still very satisfied with this outcome. Zhen Shao was undoubtedly a kind and good person, and such a person shouldn't have suffered such a fate. Before meeting Yuan Huiji, Zhen Shao's life was deeply unfortunate. Her father was a gambler, her mother died young, and she was sold as a concubine. The man who bought her had a tigress, and Zhen Shao's efforts to conceal her appearance, coupled with her exceptional bun-making skills, helped her stay. In that era, the lives of concubines were extremely humble, and being passed around was even more of a romantic affair among Confucian disciples. Emperor Yuan Huiji of Wei and his beloved concubine committed suicide by burning themselves to death. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he read the contents of the Tang Daily. This was all arranged by him. Of course, he didn't kill them, but instead allowed them to live in obscurity in Luoyang. He didn't care whether Yu Wenzi was still alive. Since the two dragons were both capable of stoking Fu Juner's hatred, he naturally didn't care about Yu Wenzi's previous status as emperor. After Yu Wenzi's Wei kingdom was destroyed, Cao Zhang brought Yu Wenzi to Luoyang and met the now recovered Zhen Shao. The four of them seemed to have a discussion, and then the matter seemed to be over. Zhen Shao's steamed bun shop, Yu Wenzi and Zhen Shao, living in seclusion in Luoyang, changed their names and opened a steamed bun shop to make a living. Yu Wenzi was once wealthy, but now, he relied on Zhen Shao's cooking skills to support him. Zhen Shao's steamed bun skills were truly exceptional. It's no wonder she was drafted into the imperial kitchen during Yang Guang's lifetime. At that time, even Shen Fei couldn't have imagined that Zhen Shao's steamed bun shop would become a global phenomenon, becoming a renowned chain and a Fortune 500 company. Wei Henson's reputation would become a model for many businessmen to emulate, but that was only in the future. After the surrender of Du Fuwei of the Jianghui army and the destruction of Yu Wenzi's Wei state, the situation in the south immediately calmed down. Li Zidan, Shen Fei, Lin Shen, and others, who had previously been engaged in war against each other, immediately withdrew their forces and strengthened their defenses. At the same time, they seemed to be colluding with each other, as if attempting a last-ditch effort. Shen Fei paid no attention to the actions of these three major factions. The situation in the south was now decided, and they were merely clowns trying to resist. At this moment, Shen Fei's attention shifted to another matter, the return of the heavenly monarch Zai Ying. Heavenly monarch Zai Ying, this fellow is truly ignorant and fearless. What a pity. Upon his return, heavenly monarch Zai Ying immediately headed to Chengdu, seeking revenge on Deshi Temple. Upon discovering the great market had vanished, he immediately set his sights on Song and challenged him to a duel. Celestial Lord Zai Ying and Celestial Blade Song both have the character, Tian, in their names. Shortly after his debut, Song, claiming the title, Xianzi, was a taboo, forced Zai Ying to change his name. Naturally, Zai Ying disagreed. What a joke. He, one of the 8 great masters of the demonic path, was forced to change his name. Didn't Zai Ying have any respect for it? Then, Celestial Lord Zai Ying learned the price of his reputation. He was chased by Song with a sword for nearly 1,000 miles, fleeing to the desolate Gobi Desert beyond the Great Wall, only to survive. He returned this time because his purple key heavenly net had reached its peak, and he no longer feared Song. However, in Shen Fei's eyes, Celestial Lord Zai Ying was a joke. A man who could be defeated by Su Xiling, who hadn't even reached Chang'an, actually wanted to fight Song. What else could that be? From then on, things were simple. Song accepted the challenge and killed him in 2 strokes. This result surprised many. Many believed that even if Zai Ying was no match for Song, he shouldn't have lost so quickly. It was normal for both sides to engage in a battle of at least several dozen moves. Could it be that someone from the demon sect deliberately set him up? Shen Fei was speechless at Zai Ying's reckless challenge to Song. After all, he was one of the demon sect's 8 masters. Shouldn't he have done any research before arranging a fight? Chapter 790, The Great Ming Religion, Part 1. The death of Celestial Lord Zai Ying didn't cause much of a stir in the martial arts world, especially since his opponent was Celestial Blade Song. For Shen Fei, the only regret about Celestial Lord Zai Ying's death was that he didn't see his purple key heavenly net. It was said to be an incredibly powerful martial art. At its highest level, it possessed the ability to create an aura. The only problem was that it required time to develop. The purple key heavenly net was similar to Fu Kailan's swordplay, both required time to develop their power. Swordplay was like chess, like the layout of a Go game. While profound, it also had a weakness, the opponent's explosive power. For example, Celestial Blade Song was probably the opponent Fu Kailan least wanted to face, given their martial arts compatibility. Celestial Lord Zai Ying's death at the hands of Su Xiling was similar in reason. Overconfident of his mastery of purple key heavenly net, he underestimated Su Xiling's Tyrant Blade and was subsequently defeated by a series of Su Xiling's moves. Next up is Li Zidan from Yangzhou. The demon sect really isn't united enough. The demon sect's allegiance to Shen Fei naturally had their own agenda. Given the opportunity, they naturally didn't want anyone else to share the profits. With Zai Ying, the celestial monarch, emerging at this time, joining Shen Tang would inevitably divide the demon sect's interests. Under such circumstances, it's natural for someone to exploit Zai Ying's arrogance and lure him into a trap. This is where the demon sect falls short of the likes of Sihan Jingzhe. They're overly concerned with immediate gains, completely disregarding long-term interests. This is also why, throughout history, the vast majority of rebellious armies were initiated by the common people, yet it wasn't the common people who ultimately reaped the rewards. If it weren't for the saying that those with different ideologies wouldn't work together, Shen Fei might have even teamed up with Fan Qinghu. I didn't expect it was really you two. Of course, you seem to be doing well, having become incense masters. Outside Yangzhou City, in a secluded room in a small town, Cao Zhuang and Su Xiling met up with their childhood friend from Yangzhou, a disciple of the Bamboo Flower Gang. It's a bit ridiculous to say that Shuanglong and his friend had been hanging around in Yangzhou for so long, always being small-time thugs, unable to even become a member of the Bamboo Flower Gang. Meanwhile, his two friends had done quite well in the Bamboo Flower Gang, even reaching the position of incense master. Unfortunately, that was only in the past. For Shuanglong now, even the position of leader, let alone incense master, wouldn't be a concern. This time, Shuanglong came to Yangzhou to assist the Songclique's army in capturing the city. After Shen Tang defeated Zhu Ji, Li Mi, Dao Jian, and Yu Wensi, and even Du Fu Wei of the Jianghui army defected, Li Zidan was already considering surrender. Shen Tang had also sent people to solicit his surrender. The reason the situation had become so tense, with signs of war imminent, was mainly because Li Zidan's offer was a bit too high. If it were the Li clan, they might have agreed, at worst slowly reneging on their offer after being persuaded to surrender. However, Shen Fei chose not to do so. The idea of committing murder and arson to be recruited wouldn't work for him. Thus, the current situation has arisen. Shuanglong has found his old friends and is preparing to cooperate internally and externally to capture Yangzhou City. With Shuanglong's current reputation and the Song clan's existing arrangements in Yangzhou, even with its strong defenses, capturing Yangzhou would be time-consuming. For a city like Yangzhou, siege is the most despicable strategy. Compared to you, we're far behind. Not only do you have such a great reputation, you also have the eldest daughter of the Song family. As they spoke, the two men examined Shuanglong with curiosity. Even though they had known each other since childhood, Shuanglong's appearance hadn't changed much, but his temperament had indeed changed dramatically. Don't worry about it. Now's your chance, Cao Zhuang bluntly stated his thoughts to his two childhood friends. Yangzhou City couldn't possibly stop Shen Tang. Now it all came down to who surrendered first and who held the greatest value. Since many members of the Bamboo Flower Gang sided with Li Zidan, Cao Zhuang had no problem messing things up. Opportunity. Upon hearing Cao Zhuang's words, the eyes of G-Virus and the others immediately lost their glint of ambition. If anyone else had dared to tell them that, they wouldn't have believed it, but Shuanglong's words were a different story. Of course, the chance to become gang leader? G-Virus seemed quite tempted by Cao Zhuang's words, but he seemed hesitant, saying he'd consider it for 2 days before responding. Besides Shuanglong, Shen Moyan would naturally lead the siege of Yangzhou this time. Even the Song clan's army would be under her control. I've mastered some spatial overlap, but I wonder if I can achieve temporal overlap. While Shen Moyan and the others were meticulously preparing to unify the South, Shen Fei was practicing in a secret chamber with the time and space gems. After mastering this, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall that spatial cocaine, through folding and stretching, could achieve effects similar to a certain unlimited technique. But what about time? Shen Fei's current time-related abilities include prohibition, time reversal, and the ability to see the future. It occurred to him that if time could also replicate his previous spatial abilities, it would undoubtedly be even more powerful. However, at this stage, it's just an idea, and he hasn't yet fully explored it. That nerdy girl's abilities seem quite interesting. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to experience them myself. But it seems quite dangerous there. With my current strength, I'm not sure I could withstand it. Shen Fei never slacked off in his space-time training. After all, space reigns supreme, and time reigns supreme. Drawing on the power of the surgery fruit, he slowly analyzed the 2 infinity stones. It's time to teach the Li clan a lesson. It's not okay to keep letting them assassinate my people. After completing his training, Shen Fei drew a golden teleportation space in front of him and traveled to the Yanggong treasure vault beneath the Yuma Bridge in Chang'an, preparing to assassinate several key members of the Li clan. Li Yuan, and his 3 sons, 1 each. After some thought, Shen Fei decided to treat the 4 members of the Li clan fairly. With his current resources, such a matter was too simple. Chang'an City only discovered the deaths of the 4 men at home and subsequently imposed martial law. Unfortunately, Shen Fei had already returned to Luoyang by then. Next, wait for Shuanglong to return from Yangzhou, and we can leak information about Yanggong's treasure, going to Chang'an to retrieve Yanggong's treasure and the evil emperor's relic. If this information got out, Chang'an would undoubtedly be inundated with experts. Even the far-flung demon Marshal Zhadan would come to Chang'an to seize the evil emperor's relic. Jingyan Palace, the War God Temple, the 10 Absolute Passes, there's really no news at all. Curious about Jingyan Palace, Shen Fei had already assigned some idle Confucianists and some Taoists to research the relevant information. Shortly after the Limi campaign, Shen Fei met the medicine saint Sun Simiao. Leveraging his advanced medical concepts and strategies to promote the development of medicine, he successfully persuaded the Taoist priest to stay and take the initiative to establish a medical system and a medical school. This was a great joy for Shen Fei. While he could also establish this area, his prestige was far inferior to Sun Simiao's, not to mention that Sun Simiao could easily recruit a group of teachers from the Taoist school. He truly didn't dare let the demon sect handle this. Fu Keilin, there's movement. I haven't even looked for you yet, but you've arrived first. Ningdaoki, this time it depends on what you do. Shen Fei couldn't help but sneer at the intelligence provided by the Song clan. The chaos in the Central Plains would be closely watched by those who coveted or feared it. Therefore, Shen Fei, the soon-to-be unified overlord of the South, would undoubtedly catch their eye. Similarly, some far-sighted individuals in the Central Plains also monitor intelligence from foreign powers. For example, the Song clan has numerous deployments in Goguryeo, partly for business purposes and partly for intelligence gathering. This explains why the Song clan became aware of Fu Keilin's actions. Shen Fei's stated political philosophy suggests he possesses a strong character. Unifying the Central Plains would be a troubling prospect for some, and if possible, they would want to nip him in the bud. Shen Fei was optimistic about Fu Keilin's actions, as this would save him from having to travel to Goguryeo, not to mention the involvement of Grandmaster Ningdaoki. If a Grandmaster from another nation were merely strolling around, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if you were to cause harm and Ningdaoki didn't intervene, then there would be undeniable problems. Shen Fei immediately dispatched orders to report Fu Keilin's potential actions on the Tangsun, aiming to kill two birds with one stone. Whether Ningdaoki intervened or not, it would be a good thing for him. Amitabha, benefactor, aren't you afraid of divine punishment for such behavior? Inside a flame-ravaged temple, the elderly monk, the middle of the 3 surviving monks, looked at Duan Lang standing in front of him, tears of anger welling in his eyes. Divine punishment, ho ha ho ha? You really think you can understand the heavens just by saying a few words about choosing the emperor? If that's the case, I understand the heavens better than you do. Duan Lang swung the fire scale sword in his right hand, and blazing flames immediately enveloped the 3 monks. His expression remained unchanged as he watched the extinguished flames. By then, the entire magnificent temple was completely devoid of survivors. Amidst the flames, a shimmering golden plaque could be seen, S.H.I.E.L.D sect, one of the 4 hidden sects of Buddhism, the school of the wise master of the 4 great sages. After leaving Luoyang, Shen Fei's shadow clone, Duan Lang, had gone directly to the 4 hidden sects. Compared to other temples with open gates, the 4 hidden sects were located in a much more secluded area. This was understandable, however. Unlike other temples that thrived for the sake of believers, the 4 hidden sects thrived in isolated locations. The S.H.I.E.L.D sect, isolated and beautiful, was a place where no believers could find it. This made it quite interesting. They built such magnificent structures deep in the mountains and forests, yet kept them closed to the public. Even the financial resources they received were undoubtedly aid from other temples. Of course, this aid wasn't free, it came at a price. The price was simple. The 4 hidden sects were responsible for teaching the most exceptional Buddhist disciples. Simply put, the 4 hidden sects served as a training academy for high-level disciples. Upon discovering this, Shen Fei had initially intended to investigate the 4 hidden sects' situation. If they were genuine temples, he would have spared them. However, after seeing this, Shen Fei acted decisively. Hot breath, who are you? After Duan Lang transformed into a black dragon, blasting the temple with a searing flame, the survivors of the Sanlin sect stared up at the sky in terror. At that moment, their minds completely shut down. By heaven's command, we must crush the rebels, Huayan sect, Zen sect, the 4 hidden sects, all wiped out by Duan Lang in a single day, leaving no survivors. When word of this spread throughout the martial arts world, the assembled 4 great monks simultaneously spat out blood. Even the 4, known for their compassion, began to show murderous intent. They immediately abandoned their pursuit of Shi's Haxon and turned their attention to hunting Duan Lang. Meanwhile, Fan King, who also began dispatching forces to join the hunt for Dunlang. Shen Fei was already a formidable opponent in Luoyang, so how could he possibly defeat Dunlang? Dunlang naturally didn't know about this, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He had already arrived in Shanhai County, near Shanhaiguan, on the border of the Great Wall in the northern borderlands of the Great Wall. Zhai Jiao is quite swift. Upon entering Shanhai County, Dunlang nodded slightly, observing the influx of glass products. Zhai Jiao had already opened a trading company there, and the emergence of her exquisite glassware had immediately become a trend in the outer borderlands. Is that Duzing, the overlord of the northern Tyrant gang? It was a time of turmoil, and in a county located on the border, the government had no authority, leaving gangs rife. The northern Tyrant gang was hailed as the largest gang in northern Xinjiang, and its leader, Overlord Duzing, was considered the region's foremost expert. Duzing was said to be a man of unwavering generosity and righteousness. If problems arose in northern Xinjiang, such as robbery, he could be sought out for justice, and he would often provide free aid to the civilian population. Furthermore, his background allowed him to establish connections with the Turks, Kittens, and even Gagaria. It was said that they practically monopolized the transportation of goods within and beyond the Great Wall. The Great Wall passes are controlled by a mere gang. If Yingzhang were here, he would probably send a massive army immediately. Shen Fei didn't believe a single word of the rumors about Duzing. There were so many people like him who acted two-faced, not to mention the intelligence he had on him. Although the intelligence was vague and lacked any evidence, Shen Fei could still guess that he was at least collaborating with bandits outside the Great Wall. Otherwise, how could this happen so often? The Chamber of Commerce members were robbed just as they left Shanhaiguan. Later, Duzing pretended to be a good person, offering to negotiate and release the goods, but it would cost money. For some goods were extremely valuable, so they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. Similarly, when Shuanglong came to the Great Wall to recover the 8,000 sheepskin stolen from Zhai Jiao, he refused to pay a penny. After causing a commotion outside the Great Wall, Duzing was forced to surrender the goods. Shanhai County, once a prosperous place, has fallen to the rule of the Hu people. Duzing, of mixed Kitten and Turkic descent, discriminated against Han people. Therefore, in Shanhai County, Kittens, Turks, and other foreigners, such as the Koreans, were highly favored, while Han people suffered greatly. Zhai Jiao's ability to trade there was due both to her considerable strength and to the substantial protection fees she paid. Chapter 791, The Great Ming Religion, Part 2. Killing Demon Duanlang, Overlord Duzing. Duanlang immediately guessed the man's identity, clad in a magnificent brocade robe. While not handsome, his features were handsome. Add to that his piercing eyes and the double-edged axe wielded by one of the two guards behind him. Even though he had never seen Duzing before, he knew his weapon, the Overlord axe. And in Shanhai County, someone who arrived just as he sat down at a restaurant could only be a local tyrant. Beside Duzing stood a middle-aged man, also clad in a magnificent brocade robe, but much more imposing than Duzing, his face adorned with a confident smile. Killing Demon Duanlang, I don't care who you are. This is my territory. What you do elsewhere doesn't matter, but not here. Duzing approached Duanlang, unfazed by any politeness, and delivered his ultimatum. Duanlang's reputation was now even worse than that of the demon sect. After all, even the demon sect wouldn't dare do what Duanlang did. His arrival in Shanhai County would naturally raise many eyebrows. Even in the outer reaches of the Great Wall, the influence of Buddhism was not to be underestimated. Just look at Shi Fixun in the original novel, who could easily find a temple to rest in. Duanlang's arrival in the outer reaches of the Great Wall at this time, many believed, would soon unleash a bloody storm. Are you telling me what to do? Duanlang said, his eyes glancing coldly at Duzing, then fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man beside him. From his position, it was clear that he wasn't one of Duzing's men. Duanlang then glanced disdainfully outside the restaurant. His observation haki revealed that the area below the restaurant, the buildings across the street, and the surrounding area were all crowded with people, including a few bald men. If he hadn't seen those men, Duanlang might have thought Overlord Duzing was merely warning him. However, upon seeing them, he immediately understood that something serious was afoot. Duanlang was likely part of a plan to siege and kill him. Duanlang had encountered numerous ambushes along the way, and now that he had arrived in the Great Wall, the Buddhist sects outside would naturally strike first if they didn't want to suffer heavy losses. This realization naturally displeased Duanlang, especially since Duzing had been one of his targets in the first place. As for Buddhism, honestly, it wasn't Duanlang's target this time. He wasn't out to be a savior. If he truly wanted to bring order to the Buddhist sects outside the Great Wall, he would have to wait until his territory expanded beyond the Great Wall. Duanlang's words and gaze caused Duzing's expression to change immediately. His eyes filled with anger. He immediately reached out from behind his men, snatched the Overlord axe, and was about to strike. After years of dominating the northern border, this was the first time Duzing had felt so humiliated. Before this, even the DTZ ruler Ji Li and the rising star Tu Li had treated him with respect. Shen Fei County, located on the Great Wall, was the last stronghold before crossing the Great Wall. Chambers of commerce and merchants with business dealings outside the Great Wall typically stopped here to rest and resupply. Duzing, controlling this area, had some influence over the trade partners of these chambers of commerce and merchants. Both Ji Li and Tu Li inevitably needed large quantities of goods from the Central Plains. From basic necessities to luxury goods, all of which were in short supply outside the Great Wall. Luxury goods from the Central Plains were particularly attractive to tribal leaders outside the Great Wall. Besides these, there were also various furs from outside the Great Wall, which could only realize their maximum value when sold to the Central Plains. After all, in terms of craftsmanship, the outside world could not compare to the Central Plains. Therefore, Duzing's position became extremely important. "Brother Du, please be patient." Just as Duzing was about to take action, the middle-aged man beside him, with a confident smile on his face, stopped him. "I am Su Keishan, meeting Mr. Duanlang." After dissuading Duzing, the middle-aged man immediately introduced himself. Duanlang, who had not paid any attention to the middle-aged man's identity, immediately turned his attention to him after hearing Su Keishan's name, and a subtle smile played at the corner of his mouth. "Su Keishan, so it's you." Who was Su Keishan? On the surface, he was the leader of the Northern Horse Gang, the largest horse dealer in the northern border, trading with many tribes and factions. The main forces in the northern frontier consist of 3 gangs and 1 faction, the Biba Gang, the Walian Gang, the Samo Gang, and the Changbei faction. The Bima Gang is the strongest of these 4. Of course, this is only on the surface. In reality, if one truly measures strength, the Bima Gang is number 1. Su Keishan, in addition to being the leader of the Bima Gang, is also the leader of the Damingzun sect, known as the Grand Master. Although Shen Fei initially lacked a thorough understanding of the Damingzun sect, after reviewing the distribution map of the major forces outside the Great Wall provided by Shenloyan, some memories immediately surfaced. For example, Su Keishan, in addition to his 2 aforementioned roles, is also the leader of the Wolf Bandits, one of the 3 major horse thief gangs outside the Great Wall. Horse thieves are the greatest scourge outside the Great Wall. Even though Ji Li and Tu Li aren't good people, they are constantly being eradicated. With the exception of idiots like Heaton Dash, no powerful leader would be interested in serving under his command and becoming increasingly powerful. Mr. Duanlang, do you know me? Duanlang's words, along with his ambiguous smile, gave Su Keishan a nagging feeling, but he quickly dismissed it, for he had never seen Duanlang before. Of course, the leader of the renowned Bima Gang, the chief of the Wolf Bandits, and the Grand Master of the Great Mingzun sect, how could I not know him? Who are you? As Duanlang spoke, Su Keishan's smile vanished. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his entire body surged with energies, as if ready to unleash his full might at any moment. "Duzing, you're in league with the Wolf Bandits," Duanlang suddenly shouted, his voice so loud that nearly everyone in Shen Fei County could hear. Seeing that Duzing, standing beside Su Keishan, wasn't the least bit surprised by Duanlang's revelation of Su Keishan's triple identity, Duanlang immediately understood the reason. The reason was simple: profit. In reality, it wasn't just the Biba Gang. Several other factions, aside from the Changbei sect, likely knew what the Wolf Bandits were up to. After all, the Wolf Bandits had robbed so many items that, unable to sell them normally, they had to rely on other factions. The Changbei sect was excluded by Duanlang because, while their strength was also in the northern frontier, their focus was primarily in the Central Plains. Duzing's claim to be the northern frontier's foremost expert was clearly a boast. Not to mention Ji Li and Tu Li, who commanded numerous experts. Even within Shen Fei County alone, there were numerous experts on both sides of the Great Wall. For example, The Great Ming Sun sect boasted at least several who surpassed Du Xing in strength. Then there was the Northeast Gang, founded by Gao Kaidao's sworn brother, who had taken over several nearby cities. With Gao Kaidao's support, their power had nearly surpassed that of the Biba Gang. They likely didn't occupy Shanghai County because they feared the Turks outside the Great Wall. Looking for death, Du Xing's already gloomy expression darkened upon hearing Duanlang's voice. He immediately swung his overlord axe, striking Duanlang from above. Even if he were the leader of the Northern Tyrant Gang, if his collusion with horse thieves, especially the most brutal of them, the Wolf Bandits, was exposed, he would be doomed. While collusion with horse thieves was common in the western frontier, it was an unspoken rule. Once exposed, he would almost certainly become a target of public criticism, and even Ji Li and Tu Li would not protect him. When Du Xing attacked, Su Caishan, who was beside him, also took action. Like Du Xing, the exposure of his wolf bandit identity was fatal for Su Caishan. Conversely, the exposure of his identity as the leader and great venerable of the Great Ming Sun sect was less of a concern. Whether in the western frontier or in the Central Plains, the Great Ming Sun sect's notoriety had yet to be established, primarily in Persia. The reason they hadn't entered the Central Plains for so long was because they were blocked by the demonic sects of the Central Plains. While the Central Plains was vast and rich in resources, it was also home to numerous factions and could not accommodate another demonic sect, let alone one from the Hu people. The Great Ming sect was, in fact, too greedy. They had previously thrived among the various tribes beyond the Great Wall, with many tribes devoted to them. However, they insisted on expanding their presence in the Central Plains, angering Shi Zhixuan, who single-handedly eliminated more than half of their leadership. The remaining members then provoked the twin dragons and were subsequently slain by Su Xiling. The scripture of wisdom of the origin of all laws. Is this martial art worth examining? After Su Caishan's attack, Duanlang sensed the shifting key around him and gained some understanding of the Great Ming sect's most powerful divine power. Shen Fei had previously learned many of the Great Ming sect's secrets from Rong Jiaojiao, Shangwen Long, Wang Shichen, and others. Rong Jiaojiao, in particular, revealed all her secrets. Rong Jiaojiao and her father, Rong Fengxiang, had long been colluding with the Great Ming sect, and Song Jiaojiao herself was known as the Maya Feng Mingzi, one of the 5 Mingzi of the Great Ming sect. The Great Master, the Good Mother, the Atom, along with the 5 bright suns and the 5 types of demons, comprised the main body of the Great Ming Sun sect in sheer strength. It rivaled the Yinka sect of the 2 Six Paths. So confident? You're completely disregarding my previous battle record. Indeed. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so it's understandable that you don't believe it. Facing the combined might of Du Xing and Su Caishan, Duanlang suddenly laughed. His reputation as the killing demon had been fully earned, and the Buddhist sect had failed in numerous attacks. With this thought in mind, Duanlang flicked his right hand, unsheathing the fire scale sword from the table. A moment later, a blood-red sword shadow filled the sky, engulfing Su Caishan, Du Xing, and the 2 men behind him. 2 screams echoed, and the 2 men behind Du Xing collapsed immediately, wounded in various places. However, due to the scorching heat of the flames, not a trace of blood flowed. Du Xing and Su Caishan then cried out in agony. They both suffered identical injuries, both arms missing. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You still have use. Duanlang couldn't help but laugh at their expressions of fear and disbelief. The reason they dared to attack Duanlang was easy to guess: confidence in their own strength. Du Xing's strength might be a bit exaggerated, but Su Caishan was undoubtedly a top-tier grandmaster. In the original novel, it took Su Xiling, Kadazi, and young Master Dai to defeat him. With such strength, even against a grandmaster like Bijuan, it was impossible for him to have both arms severed in a single blow, while his meridians were completely destroyed. Attack! Du Xing roared in terror. The plan was for the 2 of them to first intimidate Shen Fei, then have the ambushers nearby take action, and finally, to eliminate the feared killing demon here. Good idea, but Alice, it's too late. Following Du Xing's roar, the people below the restaurant immediately rushed upwards. Simultaneously, a large number of figures appeared on the rooftop opposite the restaurant, most of them archers. Perhaps fearing the consequences, no one released their arrows. At the same time, Duanlang's left hand flicked, and a teapot appeared in his hand. He poured out the tea inside. Then, reaching forward with his left hand, he grabbed a bowl of tea and flung it towards the people on the opposite rooftop. A torrent of water instantly cleared the archers from the rooftop, like a hail of Murloc karate. Overlord Axe? Not a bad weapon. Borrow it for a bit. After dispatching the enemies on the opposite rooftop, the people from the ground floor also rushed up. Duan Lang immediately sheathed his fire scale sword, slinging it behind his back, and picked up Du Xing's Overlord Axe, which had fallen to the ground. Sweep the enemy, split Mount Huat, the earth trembles. Wielding the Overlord Axe, Duan Lang casually chanted a series of moves. It didn't take long for him to dispatch the intruders. It was undeniably satisfying to use a long weapon when facing a siege. Du Xing and Su Keishan were stunned to see how quickly Duan Lang dispatched their forces. Even with 3 grandmasters present, they couldn't have been dispatched so quickly. This scene filled them with deep regret. Unfortunately, this world offered no cure for regret. While they could turn back time, it was clear Shen Fei wouldn't use it for them. Wow, quite ambitious. He wants to use me as a token of his loyalty to bribe the Buddhist sects in the Central Plains. How clever. Through the Shu Inkwen hand, Duan Lang quickly understood Su Keishan's reason for being there. Du Xing wasn't surprised. He was under pressure from the Buddhist sects outside the Great Wall. It was Su Keishan's side that truly caught Duan Lang by surprise. However, one must admit that if he truly succeeded, it would be possible to allow the Great Mingzun sect to spread its teachings in the Central Plains. The Great Mingzun sect, a demonic sect, could be used to combat the 2 factions of the 6 paths in the Central Plains, a perfect way to fight poison with poison. Are there quite a few strongholds? We can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Rong Jiao, though one of the 5 Mingzi, clearly couldn't match the Great Zun's knowledge. Shanhai County is mine now. After learning all the information about the wolf bandits from Du Xing and Su Keishan's minds, Duan Lang laughed. He then chained the 2 together with chains found beside each corpse, dragging them across the ground. He then proceeded to the headquarters of the Northern Tyrant Gang in Shanhai County, revealing their actions. It turns out that the mastermind behind the wolf bandits wasn't Du Xing, but Du Xing, this man, while seemingly righteous, was secretly responsible for countless evil deeds. Many of the unsolved cases outside the Great Wall could be attributed to him. As for Su Keishan, he naturally played along. Chapter 792, The Great Ming Religion, Part 2. Du Xing had always believed he was using Su Keishan, but he didn't realize it was Su Keishan who had been using him from the beginning. It was the sudden arrival of the 2 dragons that interrupted Su Keishan's plan. Otherwise, Su Keishan would have long since planned to shift the blame for the wolf bandits onto Du Xing wolf bandits. How is that possible? After Duan Lang revealed the identities of Du Xing and Su Keishan, a large crowd immediately gathered in front of the gates of the Biba Gang's headquarters. These people were primarily the leaders of Shanhai County's major chambers of commerce. The rampage of the wolf bandits had caused enormous losses to the major chambers of commerce, not only financially but also in terms of personnel. Under such circumstances, they naturally hated the wolf bandits to the core. However, most people refused to believe that Du Xing and Su Keishan were actually wolf bandits. Forget Su Keishan's Northern Horse Gang. After all, their reputation here isn't exactly good, and forced sales are commonplace. In the original novel, when the twin dragons arrived in the Great Wall, their horses were spotted and they tried to force a sale, but their attempts were met with resistance. However, Du Xing's reputation in the Great Wall was truly unparalleled, and he had mediated many conflicts. That's not impossible. Don't you find it strange? Why does Du Xing always get his goods back from the wolf bandits? Why do the wolf bandits give him so much face? If they're all in the same group, that would explain it. While many believed Du Xing, others also doubted him. Previously, even if they had doubts, they would have kept them in their minds, not dared to speak them out loud. But now that Du Xing had fallen, there were naturally no more concerns. Yes, this guy is too greedy, actually wanting a double share. After this man spoke, many people nodded in agreement. Anyone who ventured into the Great Wall to do business was no fool. Of the 3 major bandit gangs in the Great Wall, only the wolf bandits had been wreaking havoc in Du Xing's territory. Previously, no one had suspected Du Xing and the wolf bandits were in cahoots, suspecting at most some kind of collusion. But if Du Xing was the wolf bandits, then he was simply trying to get a double share. He'd first steal the goods, then buy them back at the owner's expense, and the price he'd pay could be several times the price of the goods. Not everyone had the same kind of respect as Shuanglong, who ultimately let Du Xing return the goods for free. For others, even if they were upset, They had no choice but to buy back the goods. This wasn't just a matter of money, it was a matter of reputation. Failure to deliver the goods promised on time severely damaged your reputation, and if your reputation was compromised, the other party might switch partners. Doing business with the various tribes beyond the Great Wall is incredibly profitable. Just like Shen Fei's glassware, if future generations knew the prices he paid, they'd find it incredibly shady. I'm sorry, we had no choice. It was the leader who forced us to do it. Just as the people outside were arguing over whether Du Xing was a wolf bandit, the gates of the Biba Gang's mansion finally opened. Out stepped the Biba Gang's deputy leader and several incense masters. Upon their appearance, they immediately knelt and detailed Du Xing and Su Caishen's scheme. The honesty of these individuals was undoubtedly due to Dunlang's manipulation. He controlled them with his double-handed technique, but while he did so, he didn't manipulate them, relying solely on the facts. To prevent any disbelief, Dunlang even had them produce some treasures that had been stolen by the wolf bandits and vanished without a trace. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and some were eager to kill Du Xing and Su Caishen immediately. However, Dunlang stopped all this. He was planning a public trial for the wolf bandits, and to prevent anyone from arriving late, he had set it for 7 days. These members of the Great Ming sect are about to fall prey to the trap. Dunlang had deliberately kept Su Caishen's identity as the Great Ming sect's leader a secret. From Su Caishen, Dunlang knew that the members of the Great Ming sect were now scattered across the country, so scattered that even Su Caishen didn't know where everyone was. Although Su Caishen was the Great Ming sect leader, he wasn't the sole supreme leader. Within the Great Ming sect, Xiangmu was as famous as him. The Great Ming sect was divided into two major factions, the Ming sect and the Dark sect. The Ming sect, led by Xiangmu and the 5 Ming sons, was responsible for promoting religious ideals. The Dark sect, led by Yuanzi and the 5 types of demons, was responsible for eliminating dissidents and acting as the sect's executioners. Their actions were mysterious and their methods were extremely ruthless. Su Caishen led the Dark sect. Yang Zuian's status within the Great Ming Sun sect was Adam, a future Great Venerable. He cultivated the Root Wisdom Sutra, the root of all powers, which only Great Venerables could cultivate. Given Su Caishen's status within the Great Ming Sun sect, there was no doubt that others would rescue him. Just like when Shen Fei imprisoned Lu Kong, the 4 Dharma protectors, and others in Luoyang, many people attempted to infiltrate the heavenly prison and rescue them. For those people, venturing into the heavenly prison to rescue someone offered a glimmer of hope, but venturing into the execution grounds was simply courting death. The Scripture of Wisdom, the Medicine King Scripture, the Illumination Scripture, the 5-colored stone, there are quite a few valuable items here, but this Persian Empire is truly a formidable proposition. Dunlang had obtained many valuable items from Su Caishen. Besides the wealth he had amassed as a wolf bandit and leader of the Northern Horse Gang, he also obtained the cultivation manuals of the Great Ming sect. Its core texts were comparable to the Yinka sect's heavenly demon strategy. Why did Yang Zuian defect to the Great Ming sect? It was precisely for the Scripture of Wisdom, the Scripture of Wisdom. As a disciple of the evil king, defeating Shi's Haxun would be extremely difficult, so he would have to rely on external forces. As the son of the former Sui dynasty crown prince Yang Yuang, even though he was accepted as a disciple by Shi's Haxun, he harbored a deep hatred for him. After all, Shi's Haxun had claimed to side with Yang Guang and aided him in his rebellion. Dunlang naturally had no interest in the Scripture of Wisdom, but he did find some use for the medicinal applications documented in the Medicine King Scripture. However, the Root of Wisdom Sutra's uselessness against Dunlang, or Shen Fei, didn't mean it was useless to others. After all, it was a martial arts manual second only to the heavenly demon strategy. Even if one couldn't practice it, it was still useful to learn from it. Besides all this, there was also intelligence from Persia. The Great Ming sect outside the Great Wall couldn't strictly be considered the Great Ming sect. The true Great Ming sect was in Persia, the orthodox one. The Great Ming sect of Su Caishen and his companions was merely rebuilt outside the Great Wall after they escaped Persia. Technically, they were traitors. The orthodox Great Ming sect was extremely powerful, surpassing the major factions in the Central Plains. This was understandable, as they were the state religion, a dominant power. This wasn't the case in the Central Plains. Even if the Buddhist sect seemed powerful and gave them face, there were still the Taoist sect and the demonic sect on their side. The strength of the orthodox Great Ming sect prompted Dunlang to prepare, report the intelligence to his main body, and then gather the experts from the Central Plains to ensure they would be adequately equipped for future battles with Persia. The Central Plains boasts vast territory and abundant resources, boasting a wealth of experts. However, this presents its own challenges, such as the inability to mobilize the current elite. We really can't let Ning Daoki off too easily. We need to work on his mentality. After discovering the situation in Persia, along with the Turkic Bijuan and Gagaruya Fukalan, Ning Daoki's name resurfaced. Grandmasters from other factions, when engaged in external wars, would always contribute their utmost. Just like in the novel's final scene, when Li Shimin fought the Turks, Bijuan personally intervened, only to be stopped by Shuanglong, Ba Fenghan, and others. Meanwhile, Ning Daoki, the Central Plains' foremost grandmaster, remained completely silent. While he refrained from external battles, he engaged in unusually active internal conflicts, battling Song twice and ultimately wearing down a grandmaster like him. With this in mind, Duan Lang immediately took out a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and then, along with the wealth he had previously plundered, used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer it to his original form using an incredible large scarf. Ning Daoki, time to deal with him. And Fan Qinghu. Next, it's time for that damn bald donkey to rob me of my position as the nun. I never thought I'd have the time to draw this. Shen Fei's gaze grew colder as he watched Duan Lang's message arrive. He immediately picked up his brush and began to paint. This time, unlike before, he was drawing the original characters of Ning Daoki, Fan Qinghu, and Liaquang. Previously, Shen Fei had used his free time after training to draw a number of modern comic books, primarily for learning to read. For ordinary people, boring text is far more interesting than delicate illustrations. Besides his own drawings, he also commissioned artwork from several renowned artists, but the results weren't very promising. After all, the vast majority of those proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in this era were so-called Confucian scholars. Such comic books and strips were considered completely unorthodox by them. However, one person did submit a piece, which surprised Shen Fei somewhat, Hao Zibei. It had to be said that Hao Zibei was the real deal in this regard. Duzing and Su Keishan are wolf bandits. Doesn't that mean they were responsible for the Anil massacre? I'm wondering, how could someone wipe out the Anil gang so quietly? So it was them. The revelation of the wolf bandits' identities and the subsequent public trial sparked a massive backlash beyond the Great Wall. A major factor contributing to this was the Anil massacre that had occurred several months prior. Anil County, another major city north of Yueyang, was home to the Anil gang, the largest gang within. Its leader, Lu Ping, was highly respected and well-connected. However, while investigating a robbery that had offended members of Wolf Valley, the leader of the Wolf Valley bandits led his men into the city. In one night, they slaughtered Lu Ping's entire family, including over 100 people, including children and pregnant women. They then burned the Lu family home to ashes, spreading to the surrounding area, destroying dozens of homes and injuring hundreds of innocent people. This incident sparked public outrage in the northern border martial arts community, and for the first time, the previously independent gangs united, forming an alliance to investigate the wolf bandits and seek justice for the victims. Upon receiving the news, the alliance members immediately rushed to Shanhai County. Shangmu, what should we do now? As martial artists from across the northern frontier rushed to Shanhai County, Shangmu Shefan naturally received the news as well. Upon hearing that Su Keishan had been captured by the killing demon Duan Lang, her face immediately darkened. She was aware of Su Keishan's plan and nodded in agreement, but she hadn't expected that despite Su Keishan's strength and preparedness, he would ultimately fail. Gather the 5 Mingzi and the 5 types of demons, and have them go to Shanhai County. After all, he was their own great venerable, so naturally they had to rescue him. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to seize Shanhai County. Previously, Du Xing controlled Shanhai County because of his good relations with Ji Li and Chu Li, so even the great Mingzan sect didn't dare to do anything to him. By the way, have someone pay attention to Ji Li's reaction. Du Xing's control of Shanhai County undoubtedly came with Ji Li and Chu Li's consent. Of course, if the person who succeeded Du Xing could still provide them with what they wanted, Ji Li and Chu Li wouldn't care who controlled Shanhai County. Unfortunately, Duan Lang wasn't one to continue providing them with benefits. Du Xing's secret businesses weren't just wolf bandits, they also ran casinos, brothels, and human trafficking. This last part was what Duan Lang couldn't tolerate the most. Who are you? Be a good person in your next life. In a small tribe outside the Great Wall, screams rang out. Numerous bodies lay scattered around. Terrified by the horrific scene, many fled. Sadly, Duanlang didn't give them a chance. This tribe wasn't a true tribe from outside the Great Wall, but rather a stronghold of the Xiong family. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy to the Xiong family. Even Duanlang hadn't anticipated Du Xing's close connection to the Xiong family. Relying on what he'd learned from Du Xing's mind, Duanlang immediately eliminated all the remnants of the Xiong family. Quite a lot of people have come. I should be able to recruit quite a few from here. Duanlang suddenly laughed as he reviewed the intelligence regarding the forces and independent cultivators entering Shen Fei County. He then had a recruitment advertisement posted nearby. After he replaced the Biba Gang, the Biba Gang's members were naturally no longer available, as they didn't even have a single person from the Central Plains. Now that he was in control of Shen Fei County, he naturally had to manage it well, and that meant some things couldn't be handled so carelessly. Lai Xia is quite bold. He actually showed up so brazenly. Is he so confident his identity hasn't been exposed? Within the Great Ming sect, Lai Xia was the leader of the Five Mingzi, a role unknown to the general public. Beyond the Great Wall, Lai Xia also had another identity, a playboy and amorous wanderer. His exceptional martial arts, combined with his proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as his handsome appearance, had attracted many young women. It's undeniable that the Great Ming's occult selection of personnel is quite interesting. The men within the Wu Mingzi are handsome and elegant, and the women are exceptionally beautiful. However, within the 5 types of demons, several are extremely ugly, completely incomparable to the Wu Mingzi. Perhaps this is the difference between light and darkness. The horse bandits are coming. The 3 major bandit gangs are here. The day before the public trial of Su-Cation and Du Xing, an unexpected event occurred. A large number of horse bandits appeared near Shen Fei County. The sheer number of these bandits made many in Shen Fei County regret their involvement. It was obvious that the wolf bandits would not let their leader go unpunished. What a coincidence. Is this a decisive battle for me? Although Duanlang was somewhat surprised by the appearance of the 3 major bandit gangs, he was not afraid. Rather, it saved him the time of searching for them. Chapter 793, The Great Ming Respected Sect, and over 10,000? Looks like I can replicate Madara-sama's maneuver. The 3 major bandit gangs, each with around 3,000 men, totaled over 10,000. This number reminded Duanlang of the 4th Shinobi World War, when Uchiha Madara charged the allied shinobi forces alone. He immediately decided to replicate this move later. This was a rare opportunity. Under normal circumstances, neither Shen Fei nor Duanlang would encounter such a situation. Exposing their own strength was a minor concern, and it could serve as a powerful deterrent. Are there a lot of people running away? Duanlang didn't care about the 3 major bandit gangs, but others didn't share his confidence. Many in Shen Fei County fled overnight. The route to the Great Wall was a complete impossibility, with the 3 major bandit gangs all there. The only safer option was to head towards the Central Plains. The majority of those who fled were members of the Shen Fei County Chamber of Commerce, locals, and those who had come to watch the public trials of Su-Cation and Du Xing. Only a small number of them left. The emergence of the 3 major bandit gangs made the people of Shen Fei County unite in a rare way, and they began to spontaneously prepare to stop the attacks of the bandits. In the outer border areas, the bandits were the real public enemy because they left no one alive wherever they went. Under normal circumstances, no one wanted to have anything to do with them. In fact, under normal circumstances, the defense of Shen Fei County could stop the attacks of the bandits. Although the walls of Shen Fei County were not very tall and there was no moat, the bandits had no siege equipment. The Turks had repeatedly targeted the Central Plains, and the main reason for their failure was that they had no siege equipment. If it was a small town, the Turks could still fight with their lives, but if it was a strong city, it would not work. For example, the renowned Tongwen City outside the Great Wall was one of the most fortified cities in the Central Plains. The rulers of Tongwen City were considered the dominant factions outside the Great Wall. In the original novel, Xu Englong and Ba Fenghan battled Ji Li's Golden Wolf army here, holding them off for a day and a night. Xu Englong's fame spread across the grasslands, practically riding Ji Li's coattails to ascend to power. Sadly, over time, while Tongwen City still existed, it was no longer the strategic stronghold it once was. Today, It has become a mere market trading hub outside the Great Wall. Beware of traitors? Thanks for the heads up. I'll have someone keep an eye on this. Duan Lang nodded gently at the suggestion of Master Dai. With the power of the Biba gang now at his disposal, he could easily hold the city against the bandits. His only concern was that they would collude with the enemy and storm the city. Duan Lang hadn't anticipated this. After deciding to do the same thing as Madara-sama, he stopped thinking about the horse bandits. In reality, all he had to do was hold off the bandits' attacks for a few days, and they would naturally disperse. The three major bandit groups came from three major factions, and such cooperation was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, they not only belonged to different ethnic groups, but also to different countries. Their unwavering cooperation was a miracle, and their current collaboration had already surprised many. Furthermore, the presence of the three major bandit groups here had already spread, and if they remained here, they would face a siege by the various tribes outside the Great Wall. The greatest advantage of horse bandits is their swift movement and inconspicuous presence. If their tracks were exposed, not only would Ajili and Tuli, the two largest factions in the DTZ, but also the other tribes outside the Great Wall alone, be utterly annihilated. It's fair to say that among the numerous tribes outside the Great Wall, only a few have no grudge against the bandits. By the way, Master Dai, my main purpose for coming to the frontier isn't Buddhism, but the Xiong family, who traffic in people. After thanking Master Dai, Duan Lang remained silent for a moment before turning the conversation to the Xiong family. After briefly discussing Master Dai's Yin Zian, Duan Lang remembered something. His sister, Yin Ziaji, had once helped Cao Zhuang escape a catastrophic disaster, and his long time in the frontier was also to find his sister. Over the years, Yin Zian had gained considerable fame in the frontier, primarily through his killing of horse bandits. Recalling Yin Zian's situation, Duan Lang had an idea. Yin Zian was quite powerful. After all, in the original novel, he was the one who participated in the siege and assassination of Su Caishan. Without sufficient strength, he wouldn't have been able to participate. In terms of strength, he was almost on par with Hao Zibei. Coupled with his strong sense of justice, he was a perfect candidate for the position of constable. Now that Shen Fei had appeared in this world, he must do his utmost to prevent human trafficking, even if he couldn't completely eradicate it. A dedicated department would be set up to handle this matter. So it was them. Yin Zian's eyes immediately lit up with murderous intent after hearing Duan Lang's account of the Xiong family's situation. For years, he had not only been searching for his sister, but also for the person who had abducted her, but had yet to find any information. This was understandable. After all, he had always been a solitary person, and with his primary focus on finding his sister, he naturally had little information on the traffickers. His martial arts skills were honed through the search for his sister. Master Dai, what are you doing, my sister? Yin Zian took a deep breath and immediately recounted his sister's situation, promising to do his utmost to track down the Xiong family's whereabouts beyond the Great Wall. Do you know your sister's name, Yin Ziaji? So it's her. You know Ziaji's whereabouts. Yin Zian, who had been looking quite down, immediately stood up excitedly after hearing Duan Lang's words. After so many years without any news of Yin Ziaji's whereabouts, Yin Zian had already had a bad suspicion in his mind, but he would never give up until the last moment. Don't get excited. I've heard of this name. I'm sorry, I don't know her exact location, but I'm sure she's not outside the Great Wall, probably in the Central Plains. Duan Lang spoke, recounting the relevant information he knew. After killing the Xiangaishan father and son and the Bailing gang, he had also learned a lot from those who were rescued. Yin Ziaji was the most impressive of all because she had never surrendered. Shen Fei had been prepared to help rescue them, but unfortunately, Yin Ziaji had already escaped. As a result, even Shen Fei would have no way of finding her in the vast sea of people. Escaped. She's still alive, I'm glad. After learning from Duan Lang that Yin Ziaji was still alive, Yin Zian took several deep breaths to calm himself. After all these years, he finally knew his sister's whereabouts. Thank you for telling me. I'm deeply sorry I can't help you right now. I'll have to repay you later. After learning his sister's whereabouts, Yin Zian was eager to return to Zhanggyun and find her. However, thinking about the current situation in Shanhui County, he couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the place was dangerous, and he felt it was only right to stay and help Duan Lang resolve the situation at hand, given the accurate intelligence he had provided him about his sister. Ultimately, His sister's safety was paramount, and Yin Zian could only apologize to Duan Lang. Don't be so polite. I'm just sharing what I know. If it were me, I'd probably be even more anxious than you. But now that you've returned to the Central Plains, finding her amidst the vast crowds won't be easy. I do have a plan. After all, it was his biological sister who had been trafficked for so many years. Naturally, she would be the most vulnerable when suddenly receiving this information. Duan Lang understood this and gave her a tip. After arriving in the Central Plains, he should first search for Shen Fei and Luoyang and then publish a missing person notice in the Datan Daily. With the help of the Shen Tang officials, I think it would be faster. Besides, I believe your sister will reveal herself after seeing your message. Thank you. Without further delay, Yin Zian headed towards the Central Plains. This Lai Xia guy is truly amazing. After Yin Zian left, Duan Lang immediately set his sights on Lai Xia. Since arriving in Shanhai County, Lai Xia had been living in the city's renowned brothel, Beihuayan. His handsome looks and exceptional literary talent had allowed him to thrive there. Where is this? It's you, Lai Xia, having just returned to his room at the inn after leaving Beihui Garden, was suddenly struck by a startling, shimmering change of scene. He then spotted someone sitting in his room, Duan Lang, the current ruler of Shanhai County. Why, are you surprised? Miao Kong Mingzi of the Great Ming Sect, who are you? The information Duan Lang revealed made Lai Xia's face turn extremely grim. He had never imagined his identity would be exposed. Although the Great Ming Sect was known to many outside the Great Wall, after all, it needed to spread its teachings, he had never revealed his connection to the sect. I'm going to kill you, Duan Lang said with a leisurely smile. You're looking for death? Lai Xia spoke, his whole body brimming with authentic qi, as if poised to pounce on Duan Lang the next moment. However, he rapidly retreated, crashing into the inn's door. Lai Xia had previously investigated Duan Lang and knew he was a formidable opponent. Furthermore, the information he had revealed was potentially devastating to the Great Ming Sect. Lai Xia needed to return and discuss matters with Shen Mu. The best way to escape Duan Lang's clutches was undoubtedly to create chaos. Unfortunately, despite his good intentions, reality dealt him a heavy blow. His body collided with a door, but instead of instantly slamming it open, it felt like it had rammed against a steel wall. The recoil force caused him to vomit a large pool of blood. This result stunned Lai Xia. With his strength, he couldn't even force the door open. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it. Surprising? Duan Lang asked, gently raising his left hand. Suddenly, the entire room began to transform dramatically. The walls expanded outward, and the ceiling rapidly vanished. A moment later, Lai Xia found himself on an open-air balcony, his body bound by the morphing door. The bound Lai Xia also saw someone approaching outside the inn. He was about to shout, but suddenly realized the person seemed not to notice him and passed directly through his body. This was naturally a mirror dimension. To avoid causing trouble, and given that Duan Lang had his own plans for the Great Ming Sect, he used the mirror dimension to deal with him. You, snap. This bizarre sight made Lai Xia want to say something, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his cheek. His teeth, accompanied by blood, popped out of his mouth. Duan Lang had just slapped him in the face. You like to use poison? How about trying your own poison? Lai Xia was Miao Kong Mingzi, the leader of the five Mingzi. He naturally practiced the Shanmu lineage. Unlike Shanmu's Guangming Sutra, Lai Xia's practice was based on the Yao Wang Sutra, and his poison was mainly aphrodisiac. For such a person, Duan Lang would naturally fight tooth for tooth, poison with poison. As for the target, whether it was human or not, that was another matter. Regardless, when the time came, Lai Xia would not be able to resist. So they're hiding here? That's a good plan, but if they can unite the three major bandit gangs, Ji Li should have taken action. From Lai Xia's memories, Duan Lang learned of the Great Ming Sect's scheme to rescue Sucation. It was a brilliant plan, using the bandit gangs to draw the attention of most of the city. Then, the Great Ming Sect's masters would rescue Sucation and seize the opportunity to eliminate Duan Lang and Du Xing, effectively controlling Shanhai County. However, getting the three major bandit gangs to unite wasn't so easy. The wolf bandits were simple, as they were their own people, but the other two were a different matter. It wasn't something the Great Ming Sect could accomplish. Only Ji Li, the current Khan of DTZ, possessed the power to do so. Of course, Ji Li would clearly maintain no ties to any of the bandit gangs. With Dragon Technique, after learning the Great Ming Sect's hiding place from Lai Xia, Duan Lang immediately arrived at their residence, trapped them in a mirrored space, and then captured them using wood release. Initially, Duan Lang planned to completely wipe out all members of the Great Ming sect. However, after learning from Su Caishan about the sect's plans outside the Great Wall, Duan Lang changed his mind and decided to use them as pawns. Of course, Lai Xiao was a must-kill. The Great Ming sect's members were formidable. Shen Mushafen's strength was no match for Zhu Yuan. If it weren't for their unfortunate encounter with Shi Zixuan, or his recovery after absorbing the evil emperor's relic, they wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Killing such a powerful sect outright would be a waste. They could be fully utilized to prepare for the future destruction of the Turks. Over the years, the Great Ming sect has controlled many tribes through its teachings. Thinking further ahead, perhaps they could be used against a true Great Ming sect in Persia. What a pity for Duan Yuan. Duan Yuan, Shuangguan's junior and future alumnus of the Great Ming sect, lost his chance because of Shen Fei's appearance. Duan Yuan's aptitude was truly remarkable, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to become alumnus of the Great Ming sect and even exchange blows with Su Xiling. However, once something like this is missed, it's missed. Of course, if the scripture of the origin of the control of all laws were given to Duan Yuan now, and resources were provided for his cultivation, he should still be able to develop it. Unfortunately, Shen Fei had no such intentions, considering he wasn't Shuangguang's. Chapter 794 Ningdaoki. Duan Lang's reluctance to train Duan Yuan stems not only from his lack of a twin dragon status but also from his personality. In the original novel, he readily believed the Great Ming cult's words to kill the twin dragons. It was Su Ziling's soft-heartedness that led him to show mercy, otherwise he would have killed him long ago. In this respect, Duan Yuan bears some resemblance to Uchiha Obito, who often took out his anger. Obito blamed the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, for Rin's death, accusing him of always being late and absent at crucial moments. Duan Yuan, on the other hand, blamed the twin dragons for the deaths of his three brothers. His logic is truly remarkable. She's truly beautiful. Fortunately, I'm not that kind of person. Perhaps I could form a six-sword slaves here. As the benevolent mother of the Great Ming cult, Shafeng is one of the most beautiful women in the world, on par with Zhu Yuan. The water and fire maidens under her command are also exceptionally beautiful. The only unfortunate thing is that they aren't twins, a rare occurrence. Next, it's time to deal with those bandits. After instructing Shafeng and the others on what to do, Duan Ling dismissed them, preparing to deal with the three major bandit gangs outside the city. Although the wolf bandits were founded by Su Caishan of the Great Ming sect, at this point, even if he controlled the Great Ming sect, there was no way Shafeng could persuade the wolf bandits to leave. As bandits, their members were generally greedy. They wouldn't become bandits if they weren't greedy, but they were motivated by profit. This was a rare opportunity for the three major bandits to unite. If they invaded Shanhai County, they would undoubtedly gain a vast amount of wealth, even women. It was impossible for these bandits to pass up such a rare opportunity. They're quite clever, but that's all. Watching the three bandit gangs felling wood to build improvised siege tools, Duan Lang shook his head slightly. In his right hand, he grasped the Fangbian Huaji, a reforged halberd from Duzing's overlord axe, and leaped from the city wall. On the battlefield, long weapons undoubtedly held an advantage. While the overlord axe was a long weapon, Duan Lang was a bit unaccustomed to it. More importantly, the Fangbian Huaji looked quite impressive. Is he crazy? The defenders on the city walls had never expected Duan Lang to dare to face the three major bandit gangs alone. They numbered over 10,000 men. Even Bijuan, hailed as a god by the Turks, wouldn't have dared to do so. Not only the Shanhai County troops, but also those from the three major bandit gangs were stunned. Then, the bandit leaders, like Hu Yanjin of the Khitan and Shen Mahun of the Shui, were filled with rage. They had seen arrogance before, but never such. Duan Lang's actions betrayed his utter disdain for them. Even though they were bandits, they were seething with anger. Kill him, absolutely kill him. The enraged bandit leaders, after some deliberation, decided it was Shui's Shen Mahun who took action against Duan Lang. While the three major bandit gangs had united, they were still all bandits, constantly wary of one another. Had it not been for the substantial reward, they would never have joined forces. Under these circumstances, they could only fight on their own. If they truly united, they would likely have been fighting among themselves before they even started. Having secured the right to strike first, Shui's Shen Mahun immediately assembled 300 men and personally led the attack. The Shui Shen Mahuns were a renowned bandit couple beyond the Great Wall, known for their inhumane and unjust behavior. Countless individuals sought to take their lives, but their cunning and strength thwarted them. Are they here? This lineup still pales in comparison to Madara-sama's. Duanlang shook his head slightly as he watched the horse bandits charging forward like a whirlwind. Although both were facing tens of thousands, Uchiha Madara faced a united force, while he faced a ragtag army of scheming and those who didn't take him seriously. Even as he thought this, Duanlang swung his Fangbian Huaji and charged towards the hundreds of horse bandits charging ahead. Do you want to dance too? With words the bandits couldn't understand, Duanlang thrust his Fangbian Huaji forward. The powerful shockwave instantly destroyed the hundreds of arrows fired by the bandits ahead. A resounding explosion followed, and the dozen or so bandits in the lead, along with their horses, exploded. How is that possible? These were the last words uttered by Shui's Shen Mahun. He volunteered because he possessed the supremely powerful Fian Bow, which enabled him to traverse the vast frontier. For a typical bow, 30 Dan is considered quite impressive, and military archers generally wield bows of this caliber. However, the Fian Bow boasts a superb force of approximately 200 Dan. With such a powerful bow, even a weaker wielder wouldn't be able to draw it fully. However, once this bow is fully drawn, it poses a significant threat to the enemy. Even a master-level expert would be in grave danger against such a powerful bow. In the original novel, Shuanglong and Ba Fing'an relied on two superb bows of the same caliber as the Fian Bow to escape danger numerous times. With such a bow, the most desirable enemy is Duanlang, a person who would face direct confrontation. Unfortunately, Shen Mahun miscalculated this time. A mere 200 Dan bow posed no threat to Duanlang. Duanlang, wielding his Fangbian Huaji, charged into the bandit group like a tiger among a flock of sheep, unstoppable wherever he went. Every flash of the Fangbian Huaji sent scores of men and horses crashing down. Even without employing any powerful moves, Duanlang's casual swings prevented anyone from getting within a 10-meter radius. How is this possible? Is this guy a monster? Watching dozens of men and horses fall in the blink of an eye, fear gripped the bandits besieging Duanlang. Their fighting style relied primarily on their horses' speed to increase their momentum, a tool they relied on to prevail in all battles. But now, no matter how skilled their riders, a single flash of cold light would rip them in two, horse and rider alike. "Boss, I'm going to kill you." From the rear, Shen Mahun's wife, Mu Ling, had initially watched with confidence as Shen Mahun led his troops towards Duanlang. But upon realizing Shen Mahun's fate was unknown, she furiously charged forward with several hundred more men. While the ruthless couple, Shen Mahun and Mu Ling, were ruthless and heartless towards others, their bond was deep. Unfortunately, Duanlang paid no attention to her. In his eyes, the bandits were all equal. Whether Shen Mahun, Mu Ling, or the kitten Huayanjin, none could stand a chance against him. With a scream, Mu Ling, her horse, and her shield were cleaved in two. As the leader of the bandits, she was naturally Duanlang's first target. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? We're not going to make this deal. Watching Duanlang's single-handed display of prowess cripple the bandit couple, the kitten Huayanjin and wolf bandits immediately reorganized their forces and prepared to retreat, leaving their nearly completed improvised siege equipment unattended. After the deaths of Shen Mahun and Mu Ling, their bandits were eager to avenge them. They figured their numbers were so strong that even if they tired, they could tire the enemy out. However, upon discovering that most of their own men were dead or wounded, and the enemy barely even gasped for breath or even broke a sweat, the remaining bandits immediately turned their horses and fled, crying out for help. Duanlang didn't pursue the ordinary bandits. In this grassland landscape, it would be difficult to capture them all unless he unleashed his full might. While ordinary bandits couldn't handle it, the bandit leaders could. Kill. Duanlang's display of prowess frightened not only the bandits but also the people of Shanhai County. Immediately, someone opened the city gates and charged towards the bandits. Those who had come to Shanhai County to witness the public trials of Sucation inducing all held deep grudges against the bandits, and seeing this opportunity, they naturally sought revenge. Although the Shanhai County troops were vastly outnumbered by the bandits, they were unfortunately daunted by Duanlang's slaughter and had no desire to resist, only to flee in the chaos. Truthfully, the deaths caused by the bandits' disarray, the attacks, and the trampling they endured were greater than the number Duanlang himself had killed. A single man's direct defeat of nearly 10,000 men would have crushed even a regular army, let alone these selfish bandits. I never imagined they were involved in this bandit attack. Buddhism is truly a powerful force, a true enemy of the Buddha. Duanlang had initially assumed the coordinated attack was primarily driven by the actions of the Great Ming sect. However, as he prepared to seize the bandits' wealth with his two-handed tactics, he discovered the involvement of the Buddhist sect and Ji, offering a tempting reward for Duanlang's destruction. The Great Ming sect's Shen Fei and others had merely instigated the wolf bandits' attack. Shanhai County's strategic location, combined with Duanlang's previous actions, perfectly aligned the Buddhist sects and Ji outside the Great Wall to coordinate their efforts to eliminate him. "I'll leave them to you," he declared. After defeating the bandits, Duanlang returned to the city and handed Su Caishan and Du Xing over to the public trial. Among them were relatives of the Anil gang leader. Although Lu Ping's entire family had been wiped out, he still had distant relatives. Then there were the members of the Chamber of Commerce, the sects, and fellow disciples who had been attacked by the bandits. With such deep hatred, they naturally wouldn't let Su Caishan and Du Xing off so easily. After some discussion, the group decided to burn them to death. How is this possible? As the news of Duanlang's single-handed defeat of nearly 10,000 bandits in Shanhai County spread, the overwhelming response was one of disbelief. After all, it was too incredible. That's right. With such strength, I'm afraid even Martial Honor Bijuan and the others can't achieve it. The objection was simple. If 3 Grandmasters couldn't do it, how could you do it? Would that mean you were stronger than them? Sure enough, things became much simpler after you showed your strength. Those who hadn't witnessed Duanlang in combat naturally didn't believe it, but those in Shanhai County who had witnessed it were convinced. As a result, Duanlang's reforms to some of Shanhai County's systems went surprisingly smoothly. Even though many people were dissatisfied, no one dared to complain. It's true that a man can't grow fat without grass at night. Duanlang didn't care about what others said about him. He cared about the wealth of the 3 major bandit gangs. This was another huge amount of wealth, enough for Shen Fei to do many things, including reforming the military system and changing the military conscription system to a recruitment system. Soldiers would no longer be assembled only in times of war, but would be kept on a constant basis. How dare you do such a thing? Come, report this to Lord Wuzun. Some of Shanhai County's institutional reforms had caused a huge backlash outside the Great Wall. Ji, in particular, was furious upon hearing about it, as much of the information was directed at him. While the DTZ was now primarily divided into 2 major factions, Ji and Tu, without the aid of the Shuanglongs, Tu was significantly weaker than Ji. If it weren't for Martial Master Bijuan, Ji would have likely annihilated Tu long ago. 1 against 10,000. Come, investigate this thoroughly. Martial Master Bijuan quickly received Ji report, but Bijuan didn't immediately believe it. Instead, he instructed his disciples to verify it. While 1 against 10,000 might seem unbelievable, it wasn't impossible under certain circumstances. For example, the 3 Grandmasters could achieve this feat if they so desired, just as Fu Cailin had done back then. Gagaria, 5 swords. Sounds impressive. We can take them out all at once. Although Duanlang had eliminated the 3 major bandit gangs, one group hadn't appeared, leaving him somewhat frustrated. That group was the Gagaria bandit gang. In reality, they weren't just bandits, they were pirates as well. They were the ones who had previously colluded with Kyugo of the East Sea Alliance in the Central Plains. Kyugo was capturing people in the Central Plains and then using these Gagaria pirates to transport them to the outer reaches of the Great Wall, or perhaps even to sell them as slaves. Duanlang naturally wouldn't forgive such people. Honestly, none of the 3 Grandmasters were good people. Ning Daoki aside, Fu Cailin was also known to have ties with pirates and horse thieves. For example, Han Cheoan, the leader of the current Gagaria pirate group, had a good relationship with Fu Cailin's female disciple. Ning Daoki, you're here quite quickly. You truly deserve to be called the Buddha's #1 lackey. What price has Fan King Hu pay this time? Speaking of which, I eliminated Kong, your great love rival. Shouldn't you thank me? Just as Duanlang was about to dispatch Han Cheoan, the 5 Blades, an unexpected arrival interrupted his plans. Ning Daoki, the Central Plains' foremost Grandmaster. Duanlang wasn't surprised by Ning Daoki's appearance. Given what he'd done, Fan King Hu would have been surprised not to have asked Ning Daoki to deal with him. Ning Daoqi's previous absence was simply due to Duanlang's erratic movements. After all, Ning Daoqi was the Taoists' foremost grandmaster. Even if he was helping the Buddha, it was impossible for him to personally pursue Duanlang. Now that Duanlang had a permanent location, Ning Daoqi naturally sought him out. Duanlang's words immediately silenced any pretense Ning Daoqi might have been about to offer. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Duanlang was the first person to dare to speak these words to his face. Chapter 795 Bijuan. Before Shen Fei arrived in this world, Ning Daoqi was admired by countless people. Virtually no one dared disrespect him. Zhu Yuan retreated whenever she heard Ning Daoqi's flute. Ning Daoqi played a significant role in the demon sect's continued suppression by S.H.I.E.L.D. But after Shen Fei arrived in this world, everything changed. It was like being cast down from the heavens. Even Ning Daoqi's state of mind couldn't handle this immense psychological drop. His mind was shattered, and his strength dwindled significantly. Before, Ning Daoqi could still contend with Bijuan and Fu Keilin. The three had fought against each other. After all, at the time, there were only 3 grandmasters in the world, and even to test each other's abilities, they would test each other. Later, at the grandmasters' battle at the Round Table Banquet, Ning Daoqi narrowly defeated Bijuan and Fu Keilin. But now, Ning Daoqi was the weakest grandmaster. This vengeance was enormous, especially for someone like Ning Daoqi, whose goal was to shatter the void. This was a vengeance that blocked his path, a vengeance even greater than the annihilation of his entire clan. Such a deep hatred fueled even Shen Fei's murderous intent, even for someone who practiced tranquility and inaction. The concept of tranquility and inaction depended on the circumstances. For example, the 4 great monks of the 4 reclusive sects of Buddhism appeared to be hermits, never having committed any murder. However, their supreme grandmaster's strength revealed that this was impossible. Such power could not be achieved through closed-door cultivation. Even with vast resources, even closed-door cultivation could cultivate masters. However, without sufficient combat experience, such masters would struggle to unleash their full potential. For example, Yun's Hongjin of the Yin-Yang school, one of the 5 great elders, failed miserably against the young Xiaoyu. The 4 great monks, powerful enough to hunt down Shi's Hixun, could not have emerged under such circumstances. The person Ning Daoqi most wanted to kill was undoubtedly Shen Fei. Not only him, but also Fan Qinghu, Li Shimin, and others all thought so. Even Fu Keilin of Kagurilla shared this idea. However, an idea is only an idea, whether it could be put into action was another matter. Putting aside Shen Fei's own strength, the power around him alone was beyond Ning Daoqi's ability to counter. If he couldn't kill Shen Fei, then he could only eliminate Duanlang, the Buddha's enemy. It was said that by this point, Ning Daoqi had already felt some regret, especially after learning that the so-called Siheng sword cannon was merely a castrated version of the demonic path. This thought only intensified. However, it was too late now, he had no choice but to go down this path. What do you mean by you? Honestly, I've seen plenty of shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. You're so shameless as to call yourself the greatest grandmaster of the Central Plains. It's truly disgusting and makes me want to vomit. He naturally sensed the murderous intent in Ning Daoqi's eyes, but Duanlang, likewise, felt a surge of murderous intent. The mere thought of the actions of Siheng Jingzhe and the others made him want to slaughter Ning Daoqi right in front of him. If Siheng Jingzhe truly cared about the empire, they wouldn't have taken any action during the borderlands, the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians, and later the Shattered Void. Only the Siheng Jingzhe of Kinmingai Aozera was still respectable. Originally, Shen Fei had his own plans for Ning Daoqi. He'd personally eliminate him, but now that Ning Daoqi had found his shadow clone, the plan had to be slightly altered. Is that Ning Daoqi? So he looks like this? It's totally unexpected. As Duanlang and Ning Daoqi faced off on the street in front of the former Biba Gang's main gate in Shanhai County, people nearby, having overheard their conversation, began pointing and joking at Ning Daoqi, their words being extremely harsh. This included not only people from the Central Plains, but also members of many ethnic groups from the Outer Great Wall. Collaboration with foreign powers is unpopular in any era or country. The Central Plains people in Shanhai County were arguably the most disgusted with Ning Daoqi. Having long traded between the Outer Great Wall and the Central Plains, they held certain insights that were unmatched by those in the Central Plains, the fundamental difference between a powerful nation and a powerful one. During the Sui dynasty's heyday, coupled with S.H.I.E.L.D's strategy that led to the split of the Turkic people into the Eastern and Western Turkic peoples, merchants from the Central Plains enjoyed far better treatment in the Outer Great Wall than they do now. In the Outer Great Wall, if they were robbed by bandits, they could seek legal redress. But now, if they were robbed, they could only blame themselves. Under Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, Du Xing was nothing. If he had dared to act so arrogantly, he would have been dealt with long ago. Although many merchants in Shenhe County were smugglers, that didn't mean they lacked a sense of honor. The powerful Sui dynasty fell, and there was no way to seek official resolution. Whose responsibility was it? Sihun Jingzhe and Ning Daoqi. Furthermore, Shen Fei had statistics compiled showing that the fall of the Sui dynasty resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of civilians from the 72 smoke and dust storms. This, too, was the responsibility of Sihun Jingzhe and Ning Daoqi. These bloody figures were the most tangible evidence. Thanks to Shen Fei's tireless propaganda, Ning Daoqi's reputation finally fell into disrepute. Duan Lang's words, along with the whispers of those around him, thoroughly infuriated Ning Daoqi. As a grandmaster, even the whispers of those around him didn't escape his ears. "You're courting death," and enraged Ning Daoqi lost all trace of his Taoist elegance and transcendental grace. Anyone whose reputation was being trampled upon would likely struggle to maintain his composure. Now, Ning Daoqi simply wanted to kill Duan Lang, who had humiliated him. As he finished speaking, Ning Daoqi's figure suddenly grew taller, his hands shifting into various shapes. Meanwhile, the sounds of birdsong filled the street, echoing through his renowned Sanshao 8 pounces technique. Seeing Ning Daoqi about to strike, the onlookers, momentarily stunned, immediately retreated, even though they were dozens of meters away from Duan Lang and Ning Daoqi. Sanshao 8 pounces, that's it. Feeling the air around him sluggish as Ning Daoqi's movements progressed, Duan Lang suddenly laughed as he observed the various birds formed by his ki around him. His figure vanished instantly. Ning Daoqi, who had been locked onto Duan Lang with his grandmaster spirit, suddenly felt his face change when he sensed Duan Lang's disappearance. Just as he was about to react, his vision suddenly darkened, and a large foot suddenly appeared in his sight, striking his cheek. Bang! Ning Daoqi's body suddenly flew backwards, flying dozens of meters before landing heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Who do you think you are? You want to shatter the void? Who do you think you are? Sword Immortal Yan Fei, Heavenly Master Sun En, Supreme Grandmaster Ling Donglei, or Fuaijian Lang Fanian. Ning Daoqi, having just climbed to his feet, felt a pain in his cheek. Duan Lang kicked him again, sending him flying again. This cycle continued. Ning Daoqi, known as the Central Plains' greatest grandmaster, was like a football, being kicked around at will by Duan Lang. This scene stunned everyone in Shenhe County. For a moment, the entire county fell silent. Ning Daoqi's character aside, he was one of only 3 grandmasters in the world. Most people were unaware of Song's strength. Yet, for such a grandmaster to be completely powerless against Duan Lang was simply appalling. Ning Daoqi was actually stunned. He had imagined many scenarios facing Duan Lang, but never had he imagined this, a situation where he was completely defenseless. Ning Daoqi, you're so weak. You can't even please me, Duan Lang spoke, looking at Ning Daoqi, now lying on the ground with both arms broken, his eyes glazed over, his face etched with the marks of a deep footprint. He walked over to him and placed a foot on his right shoulder. The force of his foot pierced Ning Daoqi's body, completely destroying his meridians. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. After destroying Ning Daoqi's meridians, Duan Lang waved his right hand, drawing a rope from the side. He wrapped it around Ning Daoqi's left leg and dragged him away like a dead dog. Is that Ning Daoqi? Could he be a knockoff? A long moment passed after Duan Lang dragged Ning Daoqi away before the fascinated crowd around him finally realized what was happening. They had imagined a fierce battle, but the abrupt end felt unreal. It's possible, I told you, Ning Daoqi, how could you be such a loser? The disparity in strength between the two sides left the people of Shenhe County in disbelief. What a speed! Some refused to believe it was the real Ning Daoqi, but others believed Ba Fenghan was one of them. Since leaving Luoyang, Ba Fenghan had been hunted by Bijuan's disciples. After killing most of his pursuers, he returned to the grasslands beyond the Great Wall. This trip to Shenhe County was naturally due to the wolf bandits. Ba Fenghan deeply hated the horse bandits. His own tribe had been annihilated by them, and with only himself escaping, everyone else was tragically killed, including a little girl he had a fondness for in childhood. Horse bandits were a scourge in the Great Wall. Later, Ba Fenghan witnessed Duan Lang's battles against 3 major bandit groups, and now against Ning Daoqi. Having witnessed the entire battle, Ba Fenghan had only one word in mind: fast. Duan Lang's attack on Ning Daoqi required no tactics, only quickness. What? Ning Daoqi lost to the Killing Demon and had no chance to fight back. Who's talking nonsense? News of Ning Daoqi's defeat, a defeat without even a chance to fight back, spread throughout the martial arts world, instantly igniting a furor among the major factions. Their first reaction was, naturally, disbelief. It was sheer nonsense. As more details spread throughout the martial arts world, some people believed the story, while many remained skeptical. However, a subsequent incident immediately convinced everyone that it was true: Shen Tang's public execution of Ning Daoqi. Traitor Ning Daoqi, behead him immediately. Duan Lang captured Ning Daoqi, obtained the Sanshao 8 pounces technique from his mind, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to transmit it to his true form, leading to Ning Daoqi's execution. The public execution of a Grandmaster was arguably unprecedented, and whether it would be repeated was uncertain. However, this incident also prompted a surge of martial artists to flock to Yangzhou. In Yangzhou, the combined forces of Shuanglong, Song Yazi, and Shen Wen quickly defeated Li Zidan and occupied the city. As for Li Zidan, before he could even surrender, he was beheaded by Cao Zhang. This outcome was truly fascinating. Back when Cao Zhang was a small-time thug in Yangzhou, he had even considered joining Li Zidan's rebel army. Ning Daoqi and Lekan were executed in Yangzhou, rather than Luoyang, because Yang Guang's cenotaph was located there. This was Shen Fei's original promise to Yang Guang, and now half of it had been fulfilled. The remaining half, naturally, was the heads of Fan Qinghu and Fu Kailan. It seems Fan Qinghu has given up on you. I have to say it was a wise decision. No one came to disrupt the tombstone at Yang Guang's cenotaph until the execution began. Shen Fei had hoped that Buddhists and some Taoists would come to rescue the two. Behead. With Shen Fei's command, the heads of Ning Daoqi and Lekan rolled to the ground under the executioner's blade. This act greatly shocked the normally lawless Jianghu people. This was Shen Fei's true reason for executing Ning Daoqi and Lekan, much like the public executions of Pirate King Roger during the Warring States period and Ace during the Battle of Marineford. It was to shock the world. However, Zhang Guo and his team failed, while Shen Fei achieved their goal. Despite Zhang Guo's reputation as a brilliant general, and his chief of staff, Crane, also possessing incredible wisdom, they couldn't grasp the situation clearly. Zhang Guo, this wise general, was, more accurately, mentally retarded, not much better than that blue guy. The vast majority of pirates in the pirate world were driven to piracy by the world government and the navy, driven to extinction. Without improving their situation and ensuring their survival, executing more Rogers and Aces, or even killing Whitebird, would be futile. Those who needed to pirate would still go out to sea. In contrast, Shen Fei's side was different. How is this possible? How could they possess such strength? Inside the Jade Crane Temple in Chang'an, Fan Qinghu lost control of her emotions for once. Ning Daoqi's public execution was a crushing blow. If there had been a glimmer of hope for victory before, it was now completely gone. This situation even led to voices of surrender within the Li clan. While they were quickly suppressed by Li Yuan, they did emerge nonetheless. Ning Daoqi has been defeated. It seems I must personally confront this killing demon. On a cliff somewhere in DTZ, a burly middle-aged man, seemingly only about 30 years old, with a perfect physique and long legs, looked down at the cliff below, his eyes gleaming with a strange brilliance. This man was none other than DTZ's martial master, Bijuan. Master, why don't you let me go? Behind Bijuan stood a man and a woman, none other than his disciples Chunai Wei and Tuobayu, who had returned to report after a fruitless pursuit of Ba Fenghan. If even Ning Daoqi is no match for me, what's the point of you going? If I don't come back, you can leave and stop worrying about the Turkic people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 796, Dominate the World, Part 1. Master, Just as Tuoba Yu and Chun Yu were about to stop Bijuan leaped from the cliff face. After a few leaps, he vanished from their sight. Watching Bijuan's disappearing figure, Tuoba Yu and Chun Yu exchanged worried glances. At other times, neither would have cared much about Bijuan's actions, for in their hearts, he was invincible. But this time was different. Ning Daoki had been easily defeated. Even with their confidence in Bijuan, they couldn't help but worry. However, they also knew that stopping Bijuan was impossible. Bijuan was now nearly 100 years old, and even a grandmaster with a long lifespan could hardly withstand the ravages of time. While protecting the Turks was Bijuan's wish, his greater aspiration was to advance further in the martial arts. For a grandmaster, shattering the void was paramount. Duan Lang's appearance gave Bijuan a glimmer of hope for shattering the void. Even if that possibility was infinitesimal, even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't waver. Just look at the price Ning Daoki paid to obtain the Siheng sword manual. Seek the truth in the morning, and die the next day, that's Bijuan's current thought. He's really here, and quite fast. In front of the north gate of Shanhai County, Duan Lang looked ahead at the imposing young man in his 30s, wielding the moon wolf spear. He had slender legs, a bronze complexion, and a face that looked about 30. He shook his head inwardly. Duan Lang knew who this man was. He had already thoroughly investigated the information regarding the three grandmasters. Take Bijuan, for example. His spear had once been a weapon that had dominated the prairie, but after becoming a grandmaster, he had rarely used it. But now, facing Duan Lang, he picked it up again. After defeating Ning Daoki, Duan Lang suspected Bijuan would arrive and understood his purpose. As much as I want to say you shouldn't have come to me, I also know it won't shake you. Of the three grandmasters, aside from Ning Daoki's alleged blackmail that could shake his convictions, Bijuan, Fu Keilin, and Duan Lang haven't seen any evidence of this. Unless Ning Daoki gets involved with the chosen emperor of Siheng Jingzhe, he's also powerless. While I admire your courage, it's a shame you've found the wrong person. Strictly speaking, your current strength isn't enough to shatter the void. Through Bian Huang, the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, shattering the void, and overturning rain, it's clear that shattering the void requires external assistance. This external force can be the war god Atlas within Jinggayan Palace or a worthy opponent. This applies to Yan Fei, Sun En, Chuan Ying, the magician Pang Ben, Lang Fanian, and others. Well, Xiang Yushin is an exception. Although the Twin Dragons world boasts three grandmasters, their luck is unfortunate. They haven't encountered anyone like Xuan Ying. Duan Lang is more powerful, but their path is different. Of course, ultimately, the three grandmasters, including Song, were still somewhat lacking in strength. If any of them could reach the level of Magic Master Pang Ben and Fu Yujian Lang Fanian, a battle between them would have taken them to the final step. It's a shame they didn't. Duan Lang claimed they weren't as good as Pang Ben and Lang Fanian because they lacked a strange connection. Look at Pang Ben and Lang Fanian, even though they'd never met, they felt a connection all the way to their final battle. When the full moon blocked the river and the shattered void emerged, Lang Fanian deserves special mention here. He's the only one among the shattered void who achieved the shattered void without cultivating any powerful secret techniques, relying solely on gazing at Dongting Lake. He didn't even bother to read the secrets of the war god's atlas hidden within the eagle blade. In comparison, Pang Ben possessed the Dao heart demon cultivation technique, as did Xiang Yushin. Chuan Ying was even more powerful, possessing the source war god atlas. As for Yan Fei, he relied on the immortal sect, but he was also more powerful. The only difference was that while the others could only shatter the void on their own, Yan Fei ascended with his two wives, arguably receiving the best treatment of all the protagonists. Bijuan was about to speak when a cold shout suddenly rang out. A tall, handsome young man, a long sword slung over his shoulder, slowly approached. It was Ba Fenghen. Bijuan, even if you must die, it must be by my hands. This Zhuan-slaying sword will sever you today. Ba Fenghen, who was approaching slowly, stopped about 10 meters from Bijuan and drew his long sword. At this point, Ba Fenghen formed an equilateral triangle with Bijuan and Duan Lang. Is this guy courting death? Duan Lang was speechless as he watched Ba Fenghen, who was ready to challenge Bijuan at this moment. He naturally understood Ba Fenghen's intention in stepping up now. He was afraid that Bijuan would be eliminated by him, leaving him without a chance for revenge. While the idea was good, it was irrational. Even though Ba Fenghen had made significant progress since leaving Luoyang, he still lagged far behind Bijuan. It could be said that he was significantly weaker now than in the original novel. After all, he didn't have the S.H.I.E.L.D to expand his meridians, not to mention the Shuanglongs who were here to teach him the sun-changing art. While Bafenghan's aptitude was good, he still lagged behind the Shuanglongs. Without the S.H.I.E.L.D to expand his meridians and the subsequent reshaping of the sun-changing art, Bafenghan might not have had a chance of becoming a grandmaster. Even if he did, he would likely be quite old. Without a miraculous encounter, becoming a grandmaster wouldn't be easy. Ningdaoki, Bijuan, and Fu Kailan were all in their 50s or 60s when they achieved grandmaster status. Even Song reached the level of grandmaster in his 40s. Reaching grandmaster status in their 20s, like Shuanglong, is practically unique. Even Chuan Ying, Supreme Grandmaster Ling Donglei, and Lang Fanayan couldn't achieve that at that age. You alone, Bafenghan boasted, drawing a hint of sarcasm from Bijuan. Don't assume Bafenghan is formidable just because he'd already defeated Bijuan's top disciple. A grandmaster's disciple isn't necessarily formidable. Fu Jun'er, Fu Kailan's top disciple, couldn't even defeat Yu Wensi. If you want to settle your personal grudge, go ahead. Seeing the tense situation between Bijuan and Bafenghan, Duanlang immediately retreated a dozen meters, temporarily handing the battle over to them. Since Bafenghan wanted to attack, he naturally wouldn't stop him. To be frank, given Bafenghan's personality, he wouldn't necessarily appreciate his attempt to stop him. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Strike. Facing the man who had killed his eldest disciple and the many knights he had trained for years, Bijuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If Bafenghan hadn't run fast and escaped to the central plains, out of Bijuan's reach, he would have been killed long ago. HMPH, Bafenghan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Bijuan, his aura gathering. This opponent was Martial Master Bijuan, the most powerful being on the prairie. Bafenghan naturally wouldn't underestimate him, but he knew he only had one chance to strike. Having survived to this day, Bafenghan was no fool. He understood the gap between him and Bijuan. At any other time, he might not have jumped out, but this time, he had no choice but to strike. The scene of Duanlang defeating Ningdaoki was still vivid in his mind. No matter how strong Bijuan was, he was only about the same as Ningdaoki at best. With such strength, he was no match for Duanlang. If Duanlang had defeated Bijuan, Bafenghan, who hadn't been able to fight Bijuan, would likely harbor a hidden fear about him. Not bad. Seeing the aura gathering around Bafenghan, Bijuan nodded in a rare gesture of appreciation. He then thrust his Moonwolf spear into his sight and slowly approached Bafenghan. As a martial venerable, Bijuan naturally wouldn't use weapons against a junior like Bafenghan. As Bijuan approached Bafenghan, though he appeared to be doing nothing, the distortion of the air around him indicated he wasn't taking Bafenghan lightly. Is this the Flaming Sun miraculous art? It's quite a remarkable martial art. Speaking of which, Bijuan's luck is much better than Ningdaoki and Fu Kailan's. The desert temple is truly fascinating. Bijuan achieved grandmaster status through a different process from Ningdaoki and Fu Kailan's. He became the prairie's foremost master after being lost in the desert and stumbling upon a desert temple. He learned the Flaming Sun miraculous art there, ultimately becoming the prairie's foremost master. Surprisingly, after Bijuan left the desert temple and attempted to return, he discovered it had vanished, a mystery that remains unsolved. Back when Bijuan achieved grandmastership, the desert temple had attracted a vast number of masters from across the prairie. With Bijuan's example as a warning, many sought to find it and cultivate their skills. As Bijuan approached, Bafenghan's expression grew increasingly solemn. When Bijuan was about 2 meters in front of him, Bafenghan finally couldn't help himself and struck. With unstoppable momentum, the Zhuanzun sword slashed towards Bijuan. Bang! Facing Bafenghan's concentrated attack, Bijuan remained calm. His left fist met the tip of the Zhuanzun sword. His seemingly calm, impassive fist suddenly erupted upon contact with the Zhuanzun sword, a powerful, fiery energy. The force was so immense that Bafenghan's body trembled violently, and the tip of the Zhuanzun sword seemed to melt. The trembling Bafenghan, upon seeing Bijuan's right fist strike, roared. The Zhuanzun sword in his hand suddenly shattered into a dozen pieces. The shattered blades, with a powerful whistling sound, shot towards Bijuan, forcing Bijuan to deflect the punch aimed at Bafenghan's chest and slam it into the incoming shattered blades. Although Bafenghan deflected Bijuan's fist with a shattered blade, The force still sent him flying back dozens of meters, landing heavily on the ground. Only the hilt of this Hexen sword remained. It's our turn. Bijuan didn't pursue and deliver the fatal blow. Instead, he quickly returned to his position, unsheathed the Moonwolf spear from the ground, and thrust it through the air at Duanlang. Are you trying to capitalize on the momentum of your previous victory? I'll play along. Duanlang watched Bijuan charging at him, feeling the heat of the air around him. He chuckled softly and drew the Holin sword behind him. Let me see if Wuzun's Yan Yang Qigong lives up to its name. Speaking of which, the Yan Yang Qigong and the Holin sword share a similarity. Both utilize the properties of fire to defeat the enemy. With the same properties, it all comes down to who possesses greater strength. Boom boom boom. At the northern gate of Shen Fei County, every clash of swords and spears between Duanlang and Bijuan unleashed a powerful heat wave, pitting the ground in front of the gate and charring it black with the flames. What a violent martial art. While its attributes suit Su Xiling, it seems the temperament isn't quite right. Su Xiling's attack style was very similar to Ning Daoqi's, graceful and gentle, while Yan Yang Qigong's was all about aggressive movements. While the moves suited Cao Zhang, they weren't a good match. Come to think of it, I've never heard of Bijuan's apprentice mastering this martial art. Could this guy not have taught me? But I've seen it already, and it's time to end it. With this thought, Duanlang's swordsmanship shifted, and the seemingly evenly matched battle revealed its strengths. You're unlucky to have met me. Duanlang didn't kill Bijuan outright. Firstly, it was his extraordinary feat of Yan Yang, and secondly, the situation at the Desert Temple. But before that, he had to check on Ba Fenghan. Lucky, isn't Li still alive? After checking Ba Fenghan's injuries, Duanlang immediately carried him and Bijuan away. Everyone in Shen Fei County who witnessed this scene was stunned. Compared to Ning Daoqi, Bijuan was far less shocked by these people. After all, this place was so close to the prairie. This is trouble. Ji Li and Chu Li won't let this go. Someone quickly realized what would happen after Bijuan's defeat. Bijuan was not like Ning Daoqi. Neither the Buddhist nor the Taoist sects reacted in the face of danger. After all, to the Taoists, he was a traitor, while to the Buddhists, a dying man was of little use. That gives them a reason to send troops. Ji Li and Chu Li reacted quickly. After their defeat was inevitable, they immediately formed an alliance, assembled a large army, and marched towards Shen Fei County. Duanlang had anticipated this. After all, he was only a grandmaster. Even if he lost, there was no way DTZ would simply surrender. If it were that simple, a martial arts tournament would have decided the fate of the nation. As expected, it takes a vicious opponent to deal with a vicious opponent. If it were a kind person, I'm afraid many would have accused them of bringing in the Turks. Naturally, many people had this idea, but no one dared to speak up in front of Duanlang initially. Some even suggested sending Bijuan back, only to have him killed by Duanlang after that. No one spoke. Duanlang, as a shadow clone, didn't have the same scruples and reputational concerns as his original self. As for sending Bijuan back, it was simply out of the question, even if he didn't care about him. The Turks have always been eyeing the Central Plains. Even if they don't send troops now, they will send troops later. Duanlang naturally has no scruples. Maybe we should find the Western Turks and ask them to hold DTZ back. Chapter 797, Dominate the World, Part 2. Forget it, let my original body handle this. Duanlang quickly put the Turkic invasion behind him. His shadow clone didn't need to worry about that much. He then turned to studying the Desert Temple from Bijuan's memories. It's quite similar to the War Temple in Jingayan Palace. I remember the 10 absolute passes also seeming very similar to the War Temple. Could they all be the work of the same person, sharing the same pattern? This person is a bit lazy. Bijuan didn't remember much about the Desert Temple. His strongest impression was its size, towering tens of feet high. Upon entering, ordinary people felt dwarfed. This characteristic reminded Duanlang of the War Temple in Jingayan Palace. Bijuan didn't stay in the Desert Temple for long. He simply learned the Yan'ang miraculous skill from a stone carving on the wall and then left. It wasn't that Bijuan didn't want to continue exploring the Desert Temple, but rather that the Desert Temple seemed to be closing down, and he didn't want to be trapped inside, so he had to leave. At that time, Bijuan was still young, and naturally, he didn't have the same resolution as Blood Hand Li Guang, who later in Shatter the Void, who would enter a death retreat within the Desert Temple. Death retreat is a desperate measure, a desperate tactic employed when there's no other option. In fact, All the great masters throughout history who haven't broken the void have almost always entered a death retreat before their deadline. Take Ning Daoqi, Bijuan, Fu Keilin, and Song from the original Double Dragons novel, for example. Even the later Double Dragons, Ba Fenghan, all chose this approach when their deadlines approached. The saying goes, take a gamble, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Even if it ultimately fails, it's merely a sign of the deadline. However, the success rate of death retreat in breaking the void is uncertain. With the exception of the confirmed Supreme Master Ling Donglei, who ultimately broke the void, all others have failed. There's nothing underground or in the void. Is there no choice but to wait for the right time? Duan Lang, emerging from the desert where Bijuan had once seen the desert temple, sighed softly. After learning from Bijuan that he had seen the desert temple, Duan Lang had flown there. Sadly, whether using Kamar-Taj's special abilities to survey the surrounding space or using Earthwalk to delve over 1,000 meters underground, he found no trace of man-made structures. It seems we can only wait for the Demon Sect or the Song clan to find information about Jingayan Palace. Duan Lang wasn't surprised to find the desert temple. If it were that easy to find, there wouldn't have been only one Bijuan emerging from it over the years, just like there was only one Chuanying emerging from Jingayan Palace. The Demon Sect and the Song clan were organizing forces to search the ancient ruins for information about Jingayan Palace. Since this matter involved shattering the void, both the Demon Sect and the Song clan were working tirelessly, especially the Demon Sect. Zhu Yuan had mobilized all the potential forces of the Yinka sect. You've really caused me quite a bit of trouble. Shen Fei shook his head speechlessly, looking at the Turkic Grandmaster Duan Lang, who had been delivered to him by his shadow clone. Originally, his plan was to confront the Turks after he unified the Central Plains, but now they were facing each other sooner. Never mind. If all else fails, I'll just take out Ji Li, Tu Li, and the others. For Shen Fei, since he had already captured Bijuan, he couldn't let him go. Otherwise, he'd be mistaken for someone afraid of the Turks. Now that the south had been pacified, it was time to address the north, and Bijuan could be used as a sacrifice. Led by Shen Luan, Shuanglong, and others, Shen Faxing seized the opportunity to surrender. Lin Shen, unwilling to accept this, secretly contacted the Li clan and Sihan Jingzhe, hoping to put up a fight, but was ultimately eliminated by Zhu Yuan and her men, taking down Bi Shaoxun along with him. Zhu Yuan had long disliked her uncle. Zhu Yuan had repeatedly opposed her, but she endured it for the greater good of the Yinka sect. Now that the Yinka sect's dominance was complete, she naturally no longer needed to endure. Evil King, it seems you've become a Grandmaster. Congratulations, but unfortunately, there's only one Grandmaster left, Fu Keilin. That's enough. I didn't stand a chance against him back then, but now is the perfect time. After such a long absence, the evil King S.H.I.E.L.D finally appeared, and upon his arrival, he brought Shen Fei good news. The four great sacred monks of Buddhism were no more. After fully recovering his spirit, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately became a Grandmaster. He then fought the four sacred monks alone, suffering minor injuries himself, but they passed away. Anyone else, whether Song, Ning Daoqi, Bijuan, or Fu Keilin, would have never been able to defeat the four sacred monks alone without paying such a low price. However, the four sacred monks were S.H.I.E.L.D's masters after all, so while S.H.I.E.L.D attacked them, he showed some mercy, sparing their bodies. Then I'll leave Fu Keilin to you. I promised Yang Guang I'd sacrifice his head to him. Shen Fei naturally understood S.H.I.E.L.D's intention to fight Fu Keilin. During Yang Guang's expedition to Korea, the original plan was for S.H.I.E.L.D to hold Fu Keilin back. Although S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't reached the level of Grandmaster at the time, with his unique martial arts, even if Fu Keilin wanted to defeat him, it would take at least 100 moves. Furthermore, they were on the battlefield, not fighting alone. S.H.I.E.L.D could easily have held Fu Keilin back, allowing the Sui army to fully exert its might. However, Bizixun's death prevented S.H.I.E.L.D from appearing on the battlefield. That's exactly what I was thinking. How dare he do that? Doesn't he know it will drive the Turks south? In Chang'an, inside Yu Temple, Fan King, who read in the newspaper that Shen Tang had decided to send troops to Chang'an to unify the Central Plains and end this chaotic era. Anger twisted his face. The thought of sacrificing a Turkic Grandmaster sent a chill down Fan King Hu's spine. Originally, her plan had included uniting the three Grandmasters to launch a surprise attack and kill Shen Fei, the Tang King, if necessary. Given the policies implemented by Shen Tang, Unifying the Central Plains would pose a formidable threat to the surrounding states. Neither Fu-Kailan of Goguryeo nor Bijuan of the Turks wanted a powerful dynasty to emerge in the Central Plains. Ningdaoki, Fu-Kailan, and Bijuan, while proud of their status as grandmasters, could completely abandon that pride if the situation became dire. Fan Qinghu, however, hadn't yet made up their mind. Well, with only Fu-Kailan left among the three grandmasters, Song could easily stop him without Duan Lang's intervention. Everyone, you all understand the current situation. If we allow the enemy to unify the country, what will happen? I needn't explain further. Only through our sincere cooperation can we overcome this difficult situation. In the imperial study of the Chang'an Palace, Li Yuan surveyed the assembled crowd with a solemn expression. He had just defeated Liu Wuzhao and hadn't yet completely annihilated the enemy. Yet they had already unified the south and begun their advance on Chang'an. Under other circumstances, Li Yuan wouldn't have been too concerned. Chang'an's unique geographical location, surrounded by 4 natural barriers, made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Taking it would normally take years. Li Yuan's initial capture of Chang'an relied entirely on internal support, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it so quickly. Unfortunately, he was now an adult, and times had changed. Even Li Yuan had no idea how effective Chang'an's once highly anticipated natural defenses would be against Shen Tang's various mechanical beasts, or how long they would hold out. It's been a long time since I've seen Master Fan Se plan to choose an emperor on behalf of heaven. I think Master Fan Se should have a way to resolve the current predicament. The speaker was Zhao, the Turkic state teacher. If one were to look at the members of the imperial study at this moment, one would be shocked to discover that each of them was a well-known figure. There was Fan Qinghu of Sihan Jingzhe, the Grand Master of Goguryeo, Fu-Kailan, Li Yuan, and his 3 sons, as well as Yun Shui, the Western Turkic state teacher, and several of Li Yuan's brothers and important officials, such as Yang Zuoyan. It could be said that Shen Fei's main enemies in this world had gathered together at this moment. Zhao, what do you mean by this? As soon as Zhao finished speaking, Fan Qinghu's face changed. Being in the same room with the people of the demon sect had already made Fan Qinghu a little unhappy, not to mention that Zhao was now taking the initiative to provoke him. It's nothing serious, just speaking the truth. It's been a while since I've seen Sihan Jingzhe specialize in feeding demons. As a demon, I wonder if Fan Se Master wouldn't feed them myself a bit? You, Master Zhao, you'd better think before you speak. You should know what that person hates most. Once he unifies the Central Plains, what do you think will happen to you? Li Shimin spoke up, noticing Zhao Dayan's continued provocation of Fan Qinghu. Zhao Dayan's face darkened after hearing Li Shimin's words. Given Shen Tang's attitude, Zhao Dayan, a traitor, naturally understood the fate he would face. He could now sit openly in Li Tang's imperial study, even daring to mock and provoke Fan Qinghu, thanks to his position as DTZ's master and the deaths of Bijuan and Ning Daoqi. If Bijuan and Ning Daoqi were still alive, Zhao Dayan wouldn't have been able to act so arrogantly here. Alright, calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife, Li Yuan said immediately, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Strictly speaking, Li Yuan also held Zhao Dayan in low regard, but after all, Zhao Dayan represented Ji Li. For now, I just hope your majesty can hold out for as long as possible to buy time for Ji Li Khan to gather his troops. The Turks were a diverse group of tribes. Even if Ji Li and Tu Li had temporarily formed an alliance over Bijuan's situation, it would take considerable time to muster a sufficient force. The simplest solution is to kill him directly. Otherwise, even if the Turkic army were to gather, they might not be a match for the mechanical beast horde, Yang Zuoyan suggested. Killing him is far from easy. Besides, killing Demon Duan Lang is undoubtedly on his side. Who among you can stop him? Yun Shui glanced at everyone in the room, a calm expression on his face. He was the only one in the room who had no pressing needs. First, unlike the DTZ, Western Turkestan didn't share a border with the Central Plains. Even if the Central Plains attacked the outer Great Wall, Western Turkestan wouldn't be the first to bear the brunt. Secondly, he was Persian. Even if Western Turkestan was defeated, the worst that could happen was that he could return to Persia. The mention of the Kiran demon Duan Lang instantly silenced everyone present. Ning Daoqi and Bijuan had suffered consecutive defeats. Based on the intelligence gathered, it seemed their opponents hadn't yet used their full strength. With their current situation, they simply couldn't withstand such an opponent. Zhao Dan, Do you think he could withstand this guy's assassination attempt on Ji Li? No matter how powerful he is, he can only withstand an army, Li Yuanji said, looking at Yun Shui with displeasure. Whether he can withstand an army or not, I think Master Fu has the most experience. Yun Shui didn't even glance at Li Yuanji, his gaze directed at the silent Yijing Master Fu Kalen. Yuanji, shut up, Li Yuan scolded Li Yuanji before he could speak again, but his gaze remained fixed on Fu Kalen. Everyone present was well aware of the failure of Yang Guang's expedition to Guerrilla. I don't know what realm he's reached, but I think the army won't be able to defeat him unless they can find a way to prevent him from leaving. Fu Kalen's words made the air in the Imperial study seem to freeze. Let's leave it at that for now. Everyone, go back and get some rest. We'll talk later if anything else matters. In the end, the group still couldn't come up with a good solution. The killing demon Duanlang stood like a chasm, blocking the path. Without a way to deal with him, there was no way to do anything about Shen Fei, even if Fu Kalen himself was willing to become an assassin. I never thought this day would come. From the towering walls of Tongguan, east of Chang'an, Li Shiji gazed at the massive Shen banner adorning the distant Shen Tang army and shook his head with emotion. The Shen wasn't the same as Shen Fei's, but the same as Shen Luoyan's. After joining the Li clan, Su Shiji didn't join Li Shimin's Yansan mansion, and was instead intercepted by Li Yuan. Later, during the war against Liu Hao, Su Shiji was granted the surname Li for his meritorious service. Everyone serves their own master. Brother Li, don't worry too much. It seems everyone in the world underestimates her. Li Jing, standing beside Li Shiji, consoled him softly. To counter Shen Tang's attack, Li Tang dispatched its most elite troops and commanders. Li Shiji and Li Jing were merely the vanguard, with Li Shimin to follow. This war hinged on the survival of the Tang dynasty, and even though Li Yuan, Li Jiancheng, and others were offering sacrifices to Li Shimin, they had no choice but to appoint him to command. It's fair to say that Li Jing's luck was truly unfortunate. His military prowess surpassed Li Shiji's, but unfortunately, he never had the opportunity to demonstrate it. Li Yuan, previously wary of Li Shimin, naturally wouldn't prioritize those from the Yansan mansion. Li Shiji? What a shame. While Li Shiji lamented that his opponent was Shen Luoyan wasn't too surprised to discover Su Shiji was also her opponent. However, even if they knew each other, she wouldn't show any mercy. On the contrary, Shen Luoyan was thinking of seizing this opportunity to challenge Su Shiji. Shi Fixun, I can't believe you have the nerve to say such things. It's disgusting. Get out of here. In Luoyang, Shen Fei looked at Shi Fixun, whose nun's attire couldn't conceal her beauty. However, he showed no admiration for her. Instead, he slapped her directly on the left cheek, sending her flying dozens of meters. If Shi Fixun hadn't told him to come over, Shen Fei would have considered finishing her off. Shen Fei had experienced many worlds and witnessed many disgusting things, but Shi Fixun's action still left him speechless. Her brain was like it was flooded with water and stuck in a door. She wasn't a normal person. Chapter 798, Dominate the World, Part 2. You're lucky. If Shi Fixun hadn't been concerned about Shi Fixun, he would have wanted to slap her to death. Shi Fixun and Shi Fixun were childhood sweethearts. Shortly after Bizixun's death, Shi Fixun lived at Sihan Jingzhe for several years, only to leave under Shi Fixun's threat. If that weren't the case, Sihan Jingzhe might have trained Shi Fixun as its successor. Don't say there's only one successor per generation, that's just deception. If that were true, there wouldn't be Fan Qinghu. Even in Fu Yu Fan Yun, there was more than one successor. Qin Mingyao had a senior sister, Jin Bingyan. If Shi Fixun became Sihan Jingzhe's successor, her status would definitely make Sihan Jingzhe's plans much easier to achieve. That would truly be a case of both good and evil taking over. Unfortunately, Shi Fixun wasn't stupid. As someone who had been with Bizixun, he naturally knew something about Sihan Jingzhe. Forced to do so, Fan Qinghu had no choice but to give up Shi Fixun. Even with Ning Daoqi and the four great saints on Fan Qinghu's side, if Shi Fixun truly acted recklessly, Fan Qinghu wouldn't be able to afford the price. As the evil king, Shi Fixun acted without scruples. Just like when Shen Fei revealed that Bizixun was murdered by Sihan Jingzhe and his men, the evil king immediately slaughtered several temples to vent his anger. Ning Daoqi and the four great saints certainly wouldn't have done such a thing. Fan Qinghu could have asked Ning Daoqi or the four great saints for help, but they were top-tier experts. Occasional assistance was fine, but using them as thugs was a big deal. Shi Hixun was acting for his daughter. Regardless, Shi Qingxun and Shi Feixun had a good childhood relationship. Furthermore, Shi Qingxun possessed a compassionate nature. If Shi Feixun had died elsewhere, at the hands of someone else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, if she had died at the hands of Shen Fei, it would have been detrimental. Even if they truly wanted to kill Shi Feixun later, there would have been plenty of opportunities, so there was no need to do it here. Speaking of which, this time when Shi Feixun came to Shen Fei, she didn't try to persuade him to surrender, as she did in the original novel to persuade Cao Zhong and Su Xiling to join Li Shimin. After all, Shen Fei wasn't as easily fooled as they were. His goal was to separate the Shen Tang and Li Tang factions, dividing the empire. It must be said that Sihun Jingzhe had a pretty good idea. It seems a bit of a waste if guys like Li Shimin die like this. We could learn from the Qin dynasty's practice and exile them outside the Central Plains. The same goes for those stubborn aristocratic families. For Shen Fei, rather than killing Li Shimin's aristocratic families, it would be better to recycle them and let them contribute to China. After unifying the Central Plains, he would need at least 5 to 10 years to recover and develop. If they were left vacant during this time, it would be a waste. In this case, it would be better to let Li Shimin and other aristocratic families leave the Central Plains and conquer other places, such as Khitan, Shiwei, and the islands of Japan. Instead of letting those aristocratic families' power be internally consumed in the Central Plains, it would be better to let them go out. With the strength of the Central Plains aristocratic families, it would be easy for them to establish a country outside the Great Wall. For example, in the original novel, Bai Ziding sought to establish the Bohai Kingdom in Xiaochangan. This so-called nation was little more than a city. Wars with the Central Plains would often involve tens or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Outside the Central Plains, soldiers were much smaller. For example, in Japan, a war involving just a few hundred men could be considered a major war. These places would be easily conquered by the aristocratic families of the Central Plains, allowing for the rapid spread of Chinese culture. After 5 to 10 years, Shen Fei's conquest would become much easier, allowing him to repeat the same strategy and save himself a lot of trouble. Chinese culture has always been popular among people of all ethnic groups. Even the Turks were slowly embracing Chinese culture, with Xiaochangan being a prime example. Bai Ziding deeply admired the culture of the Central Plains. Xiaochangan was built entirely on the foundations of Chang'an in the Central Plains, including the 108 wards and Suzaku Street. Of course, due to wealth and resources, Little Chang'an City was much smaller than the real Chang'an City. Bai Ziding's learning extended beyond Little Chang'an. His political systems, clothing, and other aspects were closely aligned with those of the Central Plains. Shen Fei was already considering granting him an imperial decree to establish his own state after he unified the country. Shen Fei disliked Li Shimin's title of Heavenly Khan, but some of his policies were worth learning from. Shen Fei was a novice in statecraft, and even with his vast knowledge was just that. Governance required a pragmatic approach. After all, this wasn't a world without supernatural powers. The aristocratic families of the past were not unaware of the situation surrounding the Central Plains. After all, the Silk Road was a bustling hub during this era, with diverse nations and ethnic groups traveling through it, naturally bringing with them intelligence from their homelands. The reason no aristocratic family sought to expand abroad was simply a matter of contempt for the barbarians. While some nations of that era might rival the Central Plains in military might, such as the Persian Empire, they certainly couldn't match the cultural richness of the Central Plains. Anyone who can enjoy the prosperity of the Central Plains wouldn't be foolish enough to seek thankless work in a barbarian land. It's like holding a high position in a company with a lucrative salary. If you were asked to leave for a new company with unstable wages and even more questionable benefits, I'm afraid few would be willing to do so. However, all this assumes the existence of the previous company. Shen Fei's goal is to destroy it, leaving it with no place to stay. Therefore, the only option is to jump ship. For aristocratic families, inheritance comes first, all else comes second. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Please, you've made it here before me. Please, it was Song and Shi Hixun who spoke. They were about to attack the Li clan and unify the world. Song's formidable strength couldn't be wasted. His target was, of course, the last Grandmaster, Fu Kailan. If he didn't take action now, even that might be gone. Later, he unexpectedly encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. Curious, he wanted to see him fight. Song and S.H.I.E.L.D. were from the same era. About the same age. One was a prominent figure in the righteous sect, the other a prodigy in the demonic sect at the time. Many compared the two, wondering who was stronger. Both of them harbored similar thoughts, but perhaps by fate, they had never met. After S.H.I.E.L.D. married Bzihuxin, their minds immediately changed, now fulfilling their earlier regret. The battle between Song and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately attracted Shuanglong, Zhu Yuan, Kun Kan, Du Yufeng, and others. It was a rare clash of dragons and tigers. Who do you think is stronger? Cao Zhuang muttered softly, observing Song and S.H.I.E.L.D. facing off in the center of the martial arts arena. It's hard to say, while Song's reputation was renowned, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no less formidable, not to mention his status as a grandmaster. As they spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Song had already engaged in a head-on exchange of blows. Both retreated immediately, seemingly undetermined. Is this the immortal seal? Not bad. Song's expression was impassive, his thoughts completely invisible. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face was grave. The previous exchange had made him realize one thing: this battle was his most difficult since mastering the immortal seal. Compared to Song, the previous pursuits by the four great monks and Ningdaoki were no match. The immortal seal, strictly speaking, was a supreme technique for borrowing and absorbing energy. Combined with his unique magical body movement, these two skills were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s foundation in the martial arts world. Because of these two skills, Ningdaoki's 3 attempts at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capture had been fruitless. But now, facing Song, S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself subdued. In the past, he had relied on his phantom demonic body technique and the 7 illusions of immortality to subdue others, but now, facing the heavenly blade Song, his immortal seal technique was minimally effective. Song's blade energy was so pure that it made it difficult for him to draw upon it. This was the result of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s immortal seal technique, which had advanced significantly since he became a grandmaster. Had he not achieved grandmaster status, the previous collision would have been enough to injure him. HMPH, S.H.I.E.L.D. snorted, realizing his weakness, and immediately unleashed his phantom demonic body technique to attack Song. Now, he too was a grandmaster, even if only recently. With his grandmaster level phantom demonic body technique, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be constantly splitting into 2, then 4, as he began to attack Song. Illusion. No, it should be illusion. It's similar to the 6 illusions of the Phoenix Dance. S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally didn't know how to clone himself. Those clones were created by leveraging his speed, unique footwork, and ki. Shen Fei had seen many such techniques, such as Uchiha Shisu, the Zoldyck clan's limb bending, and the Qin dynasty's 6 illusions of the Phoenix Dance. Facing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attacks, Song remained unmoved. His Narcissus blade unleashed a powerful force, encircling all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements. For a moment, the two men were locked in a stalemate. Even though Song was well versed in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s illusory demonic movements and undying seals, he couldn't ignore the attacks of the Grandmaster. Looks like the martial arts arena needs repairs again. It's such a wasteland for these masterful duels, while everyone else watched intently as the two Grandmasters clashed. Shen Fei sighed softly as he surveyed the devastated ground. After moving into this training ground, he'd been practicing 3 times a day. It couldn't be helped, considering Shuanglong, Kun Kan, Du Yufeng, and even Shi Qingxun occasionally clashed here. Shi Qingxun, the leader of both the Buddhist and demonic sects, was no less advanced in martial arts than Kun Kan, and Shen Fei's resources were always available to her. Let's stop here. After the two exchanged dozens of moves, damaging 80% of the ground in the training ground, they immediately stopped. After all, they were merely testing the waters, not risking their lives, so there was no need to continue. They immediately returned to their seclusion to rest. This battle had been a significant learning experience for both, and they needed to digest the experience. This is the evil Emperor's relic. You two should each absorb a portion. Thank you, Brother Shen. After S.H.I.E.L.D. and Song fought, Shen Fei found Shuanglong and gave them the evil Emperor's relic. After they had absorbed it, he gave it to Kun Kan, allowing her to share the essence within with her master, Zhu Yuan. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s absorption of the evil Emperor's relic took considerable time, Shuanglong's was much simpler. He simply needed to slowly refine the essence using the art of immortality. It wasn't that Shuanglong was superior to S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather that S.H.I.E.L.D needed the evil Emperor's relic to restore his spirit and advance to Grandmaster status, so he naturally needed to absorb it slowly. The immortal seal, the life and death key, are quite interesting concepts, but practicing them requires exceptional aptitude. Su's Xiling is very suitable. Shen Fei naturally obtained S.H.I.E.L.D's martial arts skills. It wasn't that he forced him to hand them over, he wouldn't do that with such personal items. He had obtained them in exchange for Bijuan's Yang miraculous skill and the heavenly demon strategy. S.H.I.E.L.D came from two sects of the Six Paths, the Huajin sect and the Bushan Pavilion, and held the helm of both. Interestingly, the martial arts of Sihan Jingzhe were restricted to women, while those of the Huajin sect were restricted to men. Despite this, S.H.I.E.L.D had never seen any other secret manuals from the heavenly demon strategy. Naturally, for the demon sect, the heavenly demon strategy was the most suitable. Shen Fei merely glanced at the phantom demon body technique and the immortal seal, but didn't practice them. If it were other high-level fantasy martial arts, he might have practiced them, but there was no need. Instead, he preferred cultivating his immortal arts. With two great masters teaching on site, Hao Zibei's talent is indeed somewhat inferior to Shuanglong and the others. It was a rare opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D and Song to be here. With the addition of Shi Kingsun Sihang's sword manual, 3 of the 4 great books were now gathered here. At Shen Fei's suggestion, the group discussed the Changshengju. While Song and S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't practice it, they could learn a thing or two. Of course, the 3 who made the most progress were Shuanglong, Kan, and others. Although Hao Zibei participated throughout, his limited aptitude meant he didn't grasp much. With S.H.I.E.L.D's recovery and Yang Zuoyin's betrayal, Hao Zibei became his sole disciple. Shouldering the heavy responsibility of inheriting both the Huajian school and the Bushan Pavilion. The word inheritance holds profound significance. Brother Shen, what's something to drink? I'm exhausted. Cao Zhang, as usual, came to Shen Fei and began to complain. S.H.I.E.L.D's focus was on Hao Zibei's training, with Su Xiling merely attending as an observer. But Cao Zhang's side was different. It was one-on-one instruction from Heavenly Blade Song, also a legacy. While the Song clan was teeming with talent, unfortunately, no one could inherit Song's Heavenly Blade. Song Shidao practiced swordsmanship, and Song had originally believed his Heavenly Blade would be lost after him. Now that he had discovered Cao Zhang, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Furthermore, judging by Cao Zhang's relationship with Song Yazi, he was already the Song clan's intended son-in-law. Don't be so ungrateful. Believe it or not, this kind of treatment isn't something everyone gets. With a Grandmaster's one-on-one instruction, selling it for 100,000 taels of gold wouldn't be a problem. It's time to take action. Leave Ji Li and Tu Li to Dun Lang. He's the one who caused the trouble anyway. After some rest and training, the final battle to unify the world finally began. Chapter 799, King of the World, and finally, you've arrived, 5 Blades, at the port of Xiaolongquan in Bohai. A group of dozens of men disembarked from a ship. The leader was a middle-aged man of impressive stature and distinguished bearing, carrying 5 long swords of varying lengths. However, just as he stepped onto the harbor's surface, a figure appeared, blocking his path. It was Duanlang. Killing demon Duanlang, Han Cheoan, following closely behind the 5 Blades, saw Duanlang and his expression changed immediately. As he spoke, the 5 Blades men immediately deployed their skills, quickly surrounding Duanlang at the harbor. Duanlang, it seems we don't have any grudges against each other, 5 Blades Gai Suwen asked gravely, stopping his men from attacking. As he spoke, Gai Suwen's ki began to gather. As the confrontation began, the others at the harbor, upon witnessing this, immediately began to flee, while some began to contact the Xiaolongquan guards. Whether we have any grudges or not is another matter. But today I'm here to eliminate the bandits and pirates. Everyone knows you're the biggest bandit and pirate leader here, and today I'm here to enforce justice. Duanlang spoke, and the fire-scale sword instantly unsheathed itself. A blazing net of swords instantly enveloped 5 Blades Gai Suwen, along with Han Cheoan and other Gagare masters behind him. 5 Blades Gai Suwen immediately drew his 2 long swords and unleashed a cross-shaped blade towards Duanlang, rapidly retreating. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Facing a foe like Duanlang, who could defeat Ning Daoqi and Bijuan, Gai Suwen naturally didn't consider himself a match. His first move was to flee, a truly reputable figure in Korea. As Gai Suwen retreated, The masters behind him immediately became visible. However, one made the same move as Gai Suwen, Han Cheon. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them, one in front of the other, leaped from the harbor into the sea. Good choice. If it were anyone else, you might have escaped. Watching Gai Suwen and Han Cheon leap into the sea, Duanlang had to admit their decisiveness. Under normal circumstances, tracking them in this situation would be difficult. Shuanglong had used this tactic many times to escape enemy pursuit, but unfortunately, it was him he encountered this time. Duanlang didn't rush to pursue Gai Suwen and Han Cheon. Instead, he first eliminated Gai Suwen's men at the harbor before heading towards Gai Suwen and Han Cheon, who had been locked in by his observation haki. Why don't you just plot to usurp the throne in Gagaria instead of running here to die? Gai Suwen, the Five Blades, held a high position of power in Gagaria. If it weren't for the support of the guerrilla king Fu Kailin, he would have openly rebelled long ago. However, Shen Fei gave him the opportunity. After Fen King who invited Fu Kailin to the Central Plains, Gai Suwen, upon discovering Fu Kailin's departure, began preparing for a rebellion. As long as he could settle everything before Fu Kailin returned, then, for the sake of Gagaria's stability, Fu Kailin would be forced to accept his rule. His reason for coming to Xiaolongquan was to obtain the Turkic war horses and the weapons stored at Han Cheon's. Han Cheon was a renowned horse thief on the steppes beyond the Great Wall, and in reality, Gai Suwen's agent, using him to amass wealth and purchase sufficient war horses. In terms of both quality and quantity, the Turkic side undoubtedly possessed the most. Besides the supplies, Gai Suwen had also sought the assistance of the mad Indian monk Fu Nanda. The two had long been in cahoots. Gai Suwen's ambitions were immense. Even before he became king of Gagaria, he had already set his sights on the small city of Chang'an at Beijing. If he succeeded, perhaps he could have saved Gagaria from its current decline. Speaking of which, Buddhist brainwashing is truly powerful. This guy has actually become a follower of Fu Nanda. I wonder if Fu Kailin will kill him when he finds out. Han Cheon appears to be a handsome, suave, and dignified man. He's even pursuing Fu Kailin's youngest female disciple, Fu Junqian. Of course, that's just on the surface. Secretly, he's been studying the so-called Kama Sutra with Fu Nanda, also known as Joyful Zen. Well, strictly speaking, it's a form of tantric Buddhism. Excuse me, I'll gladly accept your wealth. Perhaps we can consider promoting education. The considerable financial resources brought by Gai Suwen, combined with the weapons and wealth Han Cheon has accumulated over the years, could be used to rebuild the Central Plains. Zhuang Xianghua, it seems this guy has a good relationship with Yin Xian. After Duanlang eliminated Gai Suwen and Han Cheon, he returned to the harbor, which was surrounded by guards, led by none other than Bai Ziding's chief imperial guard. You've arrived just in time. I need to meet Bai Ziding. I have a deal I think he'll be very interested in. Zhuang Xianghua had initially been reluctant to bring Duanlang to see Bai Ziding, fearing the danger, but after Duanlang mentioned Yin Xian's name, he immediately agreed. Sir, what kind of deal do you wish to make with me? Bai Ziding didn't put on airs and soon met him in the hall of Zhao Chang'an. With him was the Indian monk Fu Nanda. A deal that will allow you to fulfill your dream of founding a nation. But before that, a gift of introduction. Duanlang spoke, not waiting for Bai Ziding to react. He instantly appeared beside Fu Nanda and, before his horrified gaze, grasped his bald head and slammed it against the marble of the Imperial Hall. This is your introduction. I've already crippled his martial arts. Duanlang then tossed Fu Nanda aside. Bai Ziding immediately stopped the guards who were about to take action and had him escorted away. Bai Ziding himself had no interest in Buddhism. As someone with ambitions to become a founding emperor, he was generally apathetic towards religion. Just look at Li Yuan, Li Shimin, Yu Wensi, Dao Jian, Ji Li, and Tu Li, all of them religious believers. However, to leverage the power of the Indian monk Fu Nanda to establish a new state, Bai Ziding partnered with him. While this partnership went smoothly, it also made Fu Nanda's influence difficult to control. This was all information Duanlang had gathered from Han Cheon. My deal is simple. I'll kill Ji Li and Tu Li. All you need to do is bring chaos to the grasslands, Duanlang said, leaving without waiting for Bai Ziding's response. He wasn't afraid of Bai Ziding's objection. His goal to establish a new state posed a primary threat, the DTZ. Only if the grasslands were in turmoil could his establishment proceed smoothly. With Bai Ziding leading the charge and the loss of their leader, The DTZ grasslands were likely to fall into chaos soon. Once this chaos took hold, the Western Turkic people might become tempted. It seems the tide of war is about to change. S.H.I.E.L.D, standing on the crumbling walls of Tongguan, east of Chang'an. Tongguan, the foremost of Chang'an's 4 passes, was built by the Qin people during the Warring States period. Bordering the Yellow River to the north and nestled against the mountains, it stretches over 100 miles from east to west. The road, carved through the crevice of the broken rocks, is so steep that even a single man can hold the fortress against 10,000. During the Warring States era, this place wasn't actually called Tongguan, but Hangul Pass. It was here that the Qin dynasty repeatedly relied on to hold off the combined forces of the 6 kingdoms. Such a fortified fortress, aided by the coordinated efforts of various mechanical beasts, was conquered in just one day, with the lowest casualties in history. Throughout history, sieges have always been the most brutal. After all, victories often won at the cost of soldiers' lives. However, Shen Fei didn't want such a victory. Death in war is inevitable, but there's no need to deliberately send soldiers to their deaths. With his strong support, Shen Tang has now established his own mechanical beast force, the ground-based mechanical white tiger, Potu Saburo, and mechanical snake, the aerial mechanical Suzaku, mechanical bat, and hydrogen balloon, among others. Shen Fei hasn't yet established the naval mechanical black tortoise. In this era, naval warfare only requires a few mechanical black tortoises, and they don't even need a full-scale formation. This is the power of mechanical engineering, physics, and the study of things. The exclusive promotion of Confucianism is truly ridiculous. Shen Fei scorned the so-called brainwashing of feudal society, which emphasized the unparalleled dignity of the emperor. The history lessons at his school open directly with the Chen Xing and Wu Guang uprising. Are there any special breeds of kings, princes, generals, and ministers? Whoever makes the people suffer, the people will make him suffer. If the pirate world had such a cultural heritage, the world government would have collapsed long ago. Even if the Li Tang side had gathered renowned generals like Li Shimin, Li Jing, and Li Shiji, facing overwhelming strength, they could only reluctantly retreat back to Chang'an. The height of the city walls was meaningless against the Suzaku mechanism. The Xia family had developed gunpowder bombs suitable for airdrops, as well as black kerosene. While the damage was minimal, the panic they caused was unstoppable. I never thought we'd have to use Yangon's treasure in the end. After capturing Tongguan, the army headed straight for Chang'an. While attacking head-on, they also selected an elite force of 5,000 men, preparing to enter Chang'an through the secret passageway in Yangon's treasure, cooperating with the enemy from both inside and outside. Let's go. This is almost a final battle. Although Li Shimin, Li Jing, and others had monitored the underground in Chang'an, they had never imagined the tunnels were already there. Furthermore, the Suzaku mechanism, used in the frontal battle, constantly sent troops into Chang'an, keeping the Li Tang army busy and unable to pay attention to the tunnels. The secret of Yangon's treasure was discovered by Fu Juner during the assassination attempt on Yanguang. Aside from sharing it with Shuanglong, no one else knew the details. We've finally reached this point. After exiting the tunnel, the 5,000 elite soldiers immediately rushed to the imperial palace in Chang'an. Compared to the palace in Luoyang, this one was undoubtedly vastly more luxurious. This was understandable, after all, as it was the true imperial palace of the Sui dynasty, while the Luoyang palace was strictly speaking just a temporary residence. As the palace was surrounded, the rest of Chang'an fell silent. The major aristocratic families in Chang'an largely remained on hold, awaiting the outcome. As Shen Tang's power grew, countless aristocratic families secretly defected to the Li Tang side. Even the Yuan clan was secretly colluding with Shen Tang, having already surrendered under Yuan Huaji's guidance. With a collusion between the Yuan clan and the Dugufen clan, the other aristocratic families naturally knew what to do. Even though Shen Tang was strict with aristocratic families and had implemented the enfeoffment order, they had no choice but to accept the situation. Compatibility was better than extinction. It's safe to say that if the Li clan weren't part of the Li Tang royal family, they would have made the same choice. What was the enfeoffment order? It was simple. Direct descendants of the family, regardless of whether they were sons or daughters, were eligible to inherit, eliminating the primogeniture system. This policy naturally fragmented aristocratic families. Even the closest siblings wouldn't give up their inheritance if it affected their own interests. This happened frequently, not only to the aristocratic families, but even to the common people. He ran away so quickly. I thought he'd die for his country. Standing at the palace gates, Shen Fei didn't even need to use his observation haki to sense that Li Yuan had fled with his direct family members. Li Yuan had always had a spy by his side, eunuch Wei of the Yinka sect, formerly the chief eunuch serving Yang Guang and now Li Yuan's. The fact that the Li clan was able to retreat safely was clearly intentional on Shen Fei's part, otherwise, even without eunuch Wei's tip-off, he could have left all of the Li clan members behind. With a large-scale evacuation of the Li clan, the battle in the palace ended swiftly, leaving only the Li clan's loyalists. "Song, do you dare to fight to the death?" Shortly after Shen Fei entered the palace, a melodious voice suddenly echoed, filling half of Chang'an. It was Master Yijian Fu Kailan. "Fu Kailan, your opponent is me." Before Song could even begin, S.H.I.E.L.D immediately confronted him. "Evil King S.H.I.E.L.D, you?" Fu Kailan had originally been reluctant to engage in combat with S.H.I.E.L.D. His public challenge to Song was intended to take him out at the last moment. Duan Lang's appearance upset the situation. If Fu Kailan didn't want to be pursued by Duan Lang and suffer the same meaningless death as Ning Gaoqi and Yi Zhuan, then a decisive battle before him was the best option. While Song's swordsmanship certainly countered Fu Kailan's Yijian in some respects, it could also be said that Fu Kailan's Yijian countered the heavenly sword. Like water and fire, the ultimate winner depended on the strength of each opponent. In this situation, if one side is determined to die, they can both perish. The only difference would be one succumbing instantly, while the other, severely injured, lives a little longer. Just like the duel between Song and Ning Gaoqi in the original novel. If it had continued, the same outcome would have occurred. However, this time, things wouldn't be that way. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D were seriously injured, he could still heal him. The throne of the Supreme Emperor, how many have lost their lives over it over the years? I never thought I'd have the chance to sit on it. While fighting raged elsewhere, Shen Fei entered the palace hall alone and approached the Dragon Throne, the highest seat. The He clan jade is indeed linked to unifying the world. I wonder if this is only true in this world, or if it holds an effect in other worlds as well. Sitting on the Dragon Throne, Shen Fei immediately produced the He clan jade. While the He clan jade's appearance remained unchanged, its inner energy was significantly greater. As Shen Tang's territory expanded, the energy within the He clan jade began to increase. Is it legendary? Recalling the events surrounding the divine mask, Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 800, Dark Book, Part 1. Maybe I can give it a try next time I go to another world. After considering the increased energy within the S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei decided to experiment with it if he encountered a similar world in the future. If his deduction was correct, then some of his future strategies could be changed. Although ruling the world was a very troublesome task, for the sake of the S.H.I.E.L.D, it was not impossible to do it. The worst that could happen was that he could just push the work to his subordinates. He really wanted to see if he would notice any different changes if the S.H.I.E.L.D accumulated enough energy. Did Zhao Dayan escape? He ran really fast. Don't worry, the monk can escape, but the temple cannot. The capture of Chang'an was very smooth. In just 3 days, the entire Chang'an returned to its previous peace. If the flags in the city had not been changed, it would be hard to believe that the city had a new owner. As for the duel between S.H.I.E.L.D and Fu Kailan, after battling for several hours, the two ultimately suffered heavy losses. Fu Kailan was killed on the spot, and S.H.I.E.L.D was critically wounded and near death. This master of Yijian's power should not be underestimated. This battle also taught everyone that a protracted battle against Fu Kailan is absolutely essential. His Yijian technique becomes more effective the longer the fight drags on. S.H.I.E.L.D's illusionary demon body movement and immortal seal also excel at prolonged engagements, allowing him to maintain his edge. The only regrettable aspect of Master Yijian's Yijian technique was its loss. Although Fu Kailan had 3 talented disciples who inherited his Yijian technique, even Fu Jun'er, the current strongest, could not achieve Grandmaster status solely through Yijian. Yijian is a martial art that demands both aptitude and talent, much like playing Go. A gifted person might be able to master it in their teens, while a less gifted person, even a white-haired old man, might not even reach the professional level. The story of how this Yijian master became a grandmaster actually raises an intriguing rumor. He was truly hideous. He possessed an unusually narrow face, each of his features a flaw no one would wish for, seemingly squeezed together. This gave him a prominent forehead and a long, slender, slightly overhanging chin. His nose, curved and disproportionately high, made his eyes and mouth appear even smaller. Fortunately, his long, shoulder-length, jet black hair balanced the disparity between his broad shoulders and narrow face, which would otherwise have been even more awkward. Since his appearance couldn't be altered, Fu Kailan sought to improve his temperament, dedicating all his energy to martial arts. Even after achieving Grandmaster status, even though his appearance remained unattractive, his aura made it seem more detached. After becoming a Grandmaster, his appearance acquired a unique beauty. Cao Zhong once jokingly remarked that Fu Kailan's primary motivation for practicing martial arts was beauty. Indeed, he was right. Throughout his life, Fu Kailan had pursued beauty. Each of his 3 female disciples was more beautiful than the next. It was only in those days that plastic surgery was unavailable, otherwise Fu Kailan would have definitely gotten one. A bunch of losers. You really think I'm like them, forced to agree to your opinions under pressure? How ridiculous. In a pavilion in an elegant 5-courtyard garden in Chang'an's East Market, Shen Fei looked at the so-called petition presented below and snorted coldly. Without a trace of his gesture, the petition spontaneously ignited, reducing to ashes moments later. As for the Chang'an Imperial Palace, Shen Fei spent all his time there, except for a brief visit during the initial capture, when he sat on the dragon throne in the main hall. He paid no attention to any irregularities or inappropriateness. As the founding emperor, he had ample power to act arbitrarily. To put it bluntly, he could just pick up a brick and declare it the future imperial seal. Then, it would be on display in a museum, centuries from now. Of course, Shen Fei was only theoretically concerned. In reality, he paid no heed to those who clamored. He couldn't change his mind with a few words. Shen Fei had a legitimate reason for not living in the palace. It was simply unsafe. Who knew how many secret passages lay beneath it? Just look at Li Yuan, who, after becoming emperor, escaped through a tunnel to steal concubines and concubines. Some of the ministers tried to object, but they kept their mouths shut. Now, they were asking, are you a traitor left behind by the Li family? Capture them and interrogate them. Shen Fei understood their intentions perfectly. They wanted him to establish his capital in Chang'an. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be allowed to do so. The best location for the capital at that time was Luoyang. Furthermore, Shen Fei was ready to abandon the imperial palace. As the saying goes, once you enter the palace, it's like entering a deep sea, and the imperial family is the most ruthless. He wouldn't follow the old path of those emperors. His plan was to transform the imperial palace into a unified national office. The Luoyang Imperial Palace was already being renovated in this direction. As for his future residence, a manor in a beautiful location would suffice. As for the Chang'an Imperial Palace, Shen Fei was already planning to turn it into a tourist attraction. Tickets would be sold, and it would undoubtedly become a famous attraction. Given the current public's yearning for the Imperial Palace, ticket sales would undoubtedly be huge. He could also arrange for the eunuchs and palace maids to become tour guides. While this idea was far-fetched, it garnered support from Song and Shizixun. As long as the people benefited, their lives continued to improve, and the higher-ups' actions were irrelevant. This would allow Shen Fei to achieve maximum freedom, remaining solely behind the scenes to control the overall direction, much like the world government in One Piece. If the pirate world didn't have those disgusting scum of the celestial dragons, the world government wouldn't be so disgusting. But sadly, there are no ifs in reality. With the celestial dragons, the world government is nothing but disgusting scum. If the top leader is crooked, even a few upright ones below won't help. Shen Fei did this, partly for the sake of the people, and partly for himself. While Shen Fei hadn't tried it himself, he could get a rough idea of how exhausting it was to govern a country. As for the 7th Hokage, Naruto, he was completely useless. Just Konoha village nearly drained him, even though he had reached the super cage level. If he were asked to govern an empire, he would surely die from overwork. Ziyuan, Sihun Jingzhe no longer needs to exist. I'll leave this to you. Yes, with Chang'an already captured, Sihun Jingzhe naturally didn't need to exist. Fan Qinghu and Zhu Yuan were old enemies, making her the perfect person to handle the situation. Zhu Yuan seemed incredibly excited. After years of fighting between the demon sect and Sihun Jingzhe, this time they finally had the upper hand. After making some rough arrangements in Chang'an, Shen Fei left and returned to Luoyang to prepare for his coronation ceremony. This was impossible to skimp on. As the emperor of an empire, some pomp and ceremony was essential, not least because it was a display of national prestige. The coronation ceremony would undoubtedly be attended by representatives from the surrounding states of the Central Plains, with even a prince from distant Persia attending. This news had been obtained from the occupied Chang'an. Originally, the Persian Empire had come to visit Li Tang, but by the time they arrived, Li Tang might no longer exist. This Persian prince, unsurprisingly, would be the same one who played polo with Li Yuan and the others in the original novel. However, this time, polo wouldn't be the only sport. Entertainment was scarce in that era, and polo was a rare pastime. However, Shen Fei's arrival had introduced many sports to later generations. He brought in table tennis, badminton, baseball, tennis, football, and more, basically, every sport available in later times. The most popular sport now was, of course, board games, but other games like Three Kingdoms Kill, Werewolf, and Monopoly had also made their appearances. When a country enters peace, entertainment is essential. Just like the saying, golden troubled times, antiques in prosperous times, with abundant entertainment, there are naturally fewer people looking for things to do. Of course, because this world possesses considerable military power, related sports will naturally develop differently, much like Harry Potter's Quidditch matches. Adapting to local conditions will naturally make them even more exciting. Take football, for example. No one will dare to say the Chinese national football team is failing this time. Let's witness the magic of the Phantom Demons and the elegant style of the Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions playing football. Speaking of which, Shen Fei is planning to hold a ninja sports meet in the ninja realm, and have Naruto and Sasuke play tennis. Have you ever seen tennis in Nine Tails mode or Susanoo? Zhao, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Beyond the Great Wall, inside the Ji-Li and Tu-Li coalition camp, Zhao had just returned, exhausted, with 4 fellow apprentices. Before he could report the relevant intelligence to Ji-Li, Duan suddenly appeared in the tent. This time, the combined forces of Ji-Li and Tu-Li, along with the various tribes of the grasslands, totaled approximately 400,000. Among these were tribes determined to seize the opportunity to invade the Central Plains and plunder, while others, under duress from the Ji-Li and Tu-Li coalition, had been forced to join. Duan had previously conducted a thorough investigation. He had originally intended to take action, but after receiving the news from his main body that Zhao had escaped, he immediately decided to wait for him to return. Otherwise, if he attacked and killed him, Zhao would flee, making it difficult for him to find him. The world is vast, and with Zhao strength, even if he were to hide, he would be impossible to find. Although Zhao life or death would not affect the overall situation, he was deeply upset that he dared not take action against this traitor who had defected to the Turks. Killing Demon Duan, how dare you come here? I think you're courting death. Duan sudden appearance startled Ji-Li, Tu-Li, Zhao, and the others. Bijuan held a near godlike status on the grasslands, and killing him was naturally even more terrifying. After a moment of tension, Ji-Li, Tu-Li, Zhao, and the others exchanged glances, realizing their current location. They saw this as a prime opportunity to kill Duan. With 200,000 troops outside their location, including Ji-Li's Golden Wolf Army and Tu-Li's Black Wolf Army, there was no better opportunity. Kill him. Ji-Li and Tu-Li didn't wait for Duan to speak. They immediately ordered the guards to charge towards Duan. Simultaneously, they retreated swiftly, breaking through the tents and charging towards their own army. Not only them, but Zhao was also retreating, even his 4 fellow apprentices at his side. He knew Duan's strength well, so he wouldn't rush forward and commit suicide. Quick reaction, but what a pity, a giant flaming dragon suddenly erupted from the tent, instantly wiping out all the masters in the camp except Duan. Zhao, you never imagined this would end. After dispatching those men, Duan's first target wasn't Ji-Li and Tu-Li, but the treacherous Zhao. Zhao pupils shrank upon seeing that Duan's first target was him. However, he was still a powerful figure in the demon sect, and naturally he was unwilling to die like this. If he could hold on for a moment, someone might come to rescue him. With a cold snort, Zhao immediately unleashed his 100 transformations spear, which transformed into hundreds of light points in an attempt to stop Duan. This attack fully demonstrated his prowess as one of the 8 great masters of the demonic path, arguably ranking among the top 3. Shi's Hexuan ranked first, Zhu Yuan second, and Zhao third. You're quite capable, but unfortunately you've picked the wrong opponent. As Duan spoke, His left index and middle fingers, amidst the swirling lights, precisely grasped the tip of his 100 transformation spear. With a gentle pull, Zhao Dayan immediately lost his balance, stumbled, and fell toward Duanlang. Then, Duanlang appeared before him in an instant, his left hand turning crimson. He struck his chest with a bloody skull handprint. The blazing fire energy instantly destroyed all of Zhao Dayan's meridians, incinerating his internal organs. The intense heat caused Zhao Dayan's face to twist and roar in pain. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily," Duanlang said, his left hand instantly unfolding a curtain that enveloped Zhao Dayan. Zhao Dayan was to be publicly executed, so he couldn't die here. If Zhao Dayan hadn't defected to the Turks, it wasn't that he couldn't use him. Just like Heavenly Monarch Zai Ying, if he hadn't been killed by Song, he could easily have been recruited. Golden Wolf Army, Black Wolf Army, do you really think you can save your lives? Fire style, great fire extinguishment, like the sea, flames enveloped a radius of hundreds of meters, instantly engulfing the charging Golden and Black Wolf armies. The first collaboration between the two, originally irreconcilable, resulted in their annihilation. To die here together is a good outcome for both of you. As Ji Li and Chu Li stared blankly at the instant annihilation of the powerful army they had painstakingly built, Duanlang didn't hesitate. He subdued the two men. After using his double hands to gather relevant intelligence, he immediately dispatched them. Then, using his transformation technique, he transformed into two different individuals, unleashing a fierce clash between their respective armies. As the armies of Ji Li and Tu Li engaged in battle, the other tribes that had been summoned also began to take up positions, and the war escalated. Even if some of them noticed something was amiss, they were powerless to reverse the situation after the chaos had already begun. Next, it's time to negotiate with the Li clan. As expected, the Shadow clones are there to take the blame. With the grassland issue resolved, the next natural target was the defeated Li Tang. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.